May I always speak the truth as best I understand it in the moment in which I find myself. I suppose that no one will dispute that we went to war at first in order to serve our own individual interests, and that we are now, in view of these same separate interests, debating how we can make peace. And yet, as men of sense, we ought to see that our separate interests are not alone at stake in the present Congress. There is also the question whether we have still time to save Sicily, the whole of which, in my opinion, is menaced by Athenian ambition. When we see the first power in Greece watching our mistakes, under the fair name of alliance, speciously seeking to exploit the natural hostility that exists between us. If we go to war and call in to help us a people that are ready enough to carry their arms even when they are not invited, and if we injure ourselves at our own expense, and at the same time serve as the prisoners of their dominion, we may expect when they see us worn out that they will one day come with a larger armament and seek to bring all of us into subjection. We should understand that the internal discords, which are so fatal to communities generally, will be equally so to Sicily if we, its inhabitants, absorbed in our local quarrels, neglect the common enemy. These considerations should reconcile individual with individual and city with city, and unite us in a common effort to save the whole of Sicily. Nor should anyone imagine that the Dorians only are enemies of Athens. The attack in question is not inspired by hatred of one or two nationalities, but by a desire on the part of the Athenians for the good things in Sicily, the common property of us all. That the Athenians should cherish this ambition and practice this policy is very excusable. I do not blame those who wish to rule, but those who are too ready to serve. It is just as much in men's nature to rule those who submit to them as it is to resist those who molest them. But all who see these dangers and refuse to provide for them properly, or who have come here without having made up their minds that our first duty is to get rid of the common peril, are mistaken. The quickest way to be rid of it is to make peace with each other, since the Athenians menace us not from their own country, but from that of those in Sicily who invited them here. We are neighbors, live in the same country, are girt by the same sea, and go by the name of Sicilians. We shall go to war against each other again, I suppose, when the time comes, and again make peace among ourselves by means of future congresses. But the foreign invader, if we are wise, will always find us united against him, since the hurt of one is the danger of all. And we should never, in future, invite into the island either allies or mediators. By so acting, we shall at the present moment do for Sicily a double service, ridding her at once of the Athenians and of civil war, and in future shall live in freedom at home, and be less menaced from abroad. Such were the words of Hermocrates. The Sicilians took his advice, and came to an understanding among themselves to end the war, each keeping what they had. And the Sicilian allies of the Athenians called the officers in command, and told them that they were going to make peace, and that they should be included in the treaty. The Athenian generals assenting, the peace was concluded, and the Athenian fleet afterwards sailed away from Sicily. Upon their return from Sicily to Athens, the Athenian assembly banished the generals Pythodorus and Sophocles, and fined the general Eurymedon for having taken bribes to depart when they might have subdued Sicily. So thoroughly had the present prosperity persuaded the Athenians that nothing could withstand them, and that they could achieve what was possible and what was impracticable alike, with means ample or inadequate. It mattered not. The reason for this was their previous extraordinary success, which made them confuse their strengths with their hopes. Thucydides' History of the Peloponnesian War, Book 4, explaining how the relatively limited Athenian intervention in Sicily in 424 BC, almost a decade before the much larger Athenian expedition to Sicily in 415, had come to an end. In opposing the decision of the assembly, and again, in refusing to be buoyed up by hopes, or to be carried away by the importance of the command that was offered him as to change his opinion, Nicias proved himself to be a man honest and wise. But when, after all his efforts, he had failed to persuade people either to abandon the campaign or to relieve him of his appointment, and the people were, so to say, raising him up and carrying him, and made him commander of the force, then he should have recognized that it was no longer the moment for that excessive caution and hesitation of his. He should not, like a child, have cast lingering glances homeward from his ship or continued to protest that the people had not listened to his advice, or by dwelling on all this, dull the ardor of his colleagues and let slip countless opportunities for action. The right course would have been to come to grips with the enemy and put fortune immediately to the test in battle. As it was, Lamachus was in favor of sailing directly to Syracuse and offering battle before the city, while Alcibiades proposed that they should first detach the Syracusans' allies from their allegiance and then attack the city. Nicias, however, opposed both plans and ordered that they cruise quietly around the shores of Sicily, make a display of their arms and triremes, and then, after leaving a small contingent at Egesta, to return to Athens. In this way, he straightway weakened his men's resolutions and depressed their spirits. Plutarch, The Life of Nicias. As always, this episode of the Dangerous History Podcast is lovingly handcrafted, artisanal, organic, bespoke, boutique, and 100% free of any and all intellectual pesticides, herbicides, seed oils, and GMOs, as well as free of all NGOs, state and corporate propaganda, and artificial intelligence. Now I invite you to prepare yourself to consume a dangerous dose of historical samizdat. This is the Dangerous History Podcast. Howdy everybody, this is CJ, coming to you as always from the northeastern quadrant of the Republic of Florida Man. And I am back with another dose of dangerous history. This one is going to be a big one, and I've been working really hard on it for quite a while, and despite some slowdowns that I won't get into here, but again, more significant health issues for my wife and a minor one for myself. Those things delayed me. I had hoped to get part 3 done a lot earlier, but here we are. I got slowed down, but as those poems I read at the beginning and end of the previous episode of the DHP that I made with all the Mencken quotes indicated, those 2 poems by Edgar Albert Guest. Though I was slowed down, I did not quit. And again, I've put a ton of work into this episode, and I'm really proud of it, and I hope you enjoy it. So this is, of course, as indicated by the episode title, part 3 of what's going to be a 4-part miniseries plus at least one related bonus episode that is going to be available just to my supporters on Patreon. So I strongly recommend, if you've not listened to parts 1 and 2 yet, that you do so that you know, kind of where this story picks up and all of the backstory and context. And hell, you might even want to re-listen to those 2 episodes anyway, if it's been a while since you first listened to them. If you listened to them right after they were published and you need a little bit of a refresher, please feel free to do so. But at the end of part 2, we left off with this massive Athenian military and naval expeditionary force departing for the faraway island of Sicily, targeted, at least initially, primarily at the city of Syracuse, but which many Athenians, including some leaders of the expedition itself, hoped that they could leverage into some sort of takeover of the entire island if possible. So as I mentioned in kind of the latter part of the Mad Dream of Conquest Part 2, this was a massive expedition, not just in terms of numbers of men and ships, but in terms of how well they were equipped, how lavishly they were going to be funded and supplied. Huge amounts of both public and private money had been dumped into this expedition well before it was even ready to depart. The Athenians believed that by lavishing so many resources, including men and ships, on this expedition, they would give it the greatest chance of success. After all, bigger is always better, right? Well, I can think of at least 2 potential downsides to making this expedition so much larger, more than twice the size of the force that Athens had sent to intervene in Sicily back in 424 BC. One is that while the Athenians intended that the huge size of the expedition would just completely intimidate Syracuse and any of their allies into putting up little or no resistance, psychologically just overawe them, it could potentially have the opposite effect. What I mean by that is that this massive intimidating force showing up on the shores of Sicily might give a lot of Sicilians the idea that the Athenians had intentions, had goals, far beyond just intervening in the conflict between Silenus, the ally of Syracuse, and Egesta, the ally of Athens. Even a lot of Sicilians who might otherwise have really not liked and even feared Syracuse, and might have kind of leaned for various reasons towards sympathy with the Athenians and their allies on the island, as well as a lot of Sicilians who might have had an initial urge to just stay neutral. This huge invasion force of the Athenians might cause them to be spooked, to believe, not without justification, that the Athenians had this much grander ultimate goal of taking over the whole place, the whole island. And so it could potentially cause a lot of Sicilian cities who might have otherwise been either anti-Syracuse and at least somewhat pro-Athens, as well as some cities that might otherwise have just wanted to stay neutral in the whole thing, to instead start thinking in terms of the excerpt from the speech by the Syracusan leader Hermocrates that I opened this show with. Of course, the speech as relayed by Thucydides. The other potential risk of this expeditionary force being so enormous was that if things ended up ultimately going really, really south for Athens, And if, despite all these men and resources and things, the expedition ended in failure and perhaps even in catastrophic disaster, it would be a much greater blow to the wealth and power of Athens than if they had sent a more modest-sized force and it ended in disaster. So it really was a big gamble. And the reality was that as long as this giant force was operating in Sicily, even if things went completely well, something that almost never happens in the chaotic and unpredictable world of war, still, this would be enormously expensive to the Athenian state and to the vassal states of their empire. Because just keeping this force deployed was a huge financial burden. Military historian Mark DeSantis, in his excellent book, A Naval History of the Peloponnesian War, points out that, quote, with so many ships being outfitted, 60 triremes and 40 transports, plus the pay for the thousands of hoplites and other soldiers and sailors, the cost of the Sicilian armament would have had to far exceed 100 talents over the course of its first month of operation alone, not including all of the other sums paid to get the triremes in shape for the voyage and the private expenses of the crewmen and the hoplites. The expedition would be burning through money at a furious rate once it left Piraeus. End quote. And remember that 1 talent of silver, right, a talent in this context is an ancient measurement of a weight of silver, and a talent of silver was roughly 57 pounds in modern American terminology. So that means that just for the first month of this expedition going, traveling to Sicily and beginning to do anything there, just for that, it would cost the Athenian state around 3 tons of silver, if not a bit more. And since Athens, like pretty much the entire rest of the world that had any form of money at the time, was on a hard money standard, primarily silver, the Athenian state could not just pay for this whole thing by inflation, by just creating money out of thin air, like a modern state would. And also, the whole evil, disgusting concept of quote-unquote public debt had not been devised yet. So the Athenian state couldn't just run up a big debt to defer paying for the cost of this thing and hope that, success would allow them to squeeze enough money and resources out of Sicily if they were successful that they could pay the debt off. In other words, national debts weren't a thing yet. All money at the time had to be mined out of the ground and minted into coins and, in one way or another, taxed from either the Athenian people or, increasingly so as the Peloponnesian War dragged on, from Athens' so-called allies. Or more accurately, by this time, subject states. So yeah, just wrap your head around that. 3 tons of silver was the cost to the Athenians of the first month of the Sicilian expedition alone. And as we'll see, because of course this episode is going to be quite lengthy, and so is the 4th and final part in this mini-series, these are going to be big episodes, this expedition is going to drag on for many, many months. As I think I mentioned briefly last episode, at the time of the Athenian expedition to Sicily in the 410s BC, Syracuse actually had a bunch of things in common with Athens as a city, perhaps the most interesting and important of which was that Syracuse was, and had been for a while, a democracy. But they hadn't been a democracy for as long as Athens had been a democracy, and so you might say that Syracusan democracy could be called maybe a more moderate and a more elitist form of democracy in the era of the Peloponnesian War than Athens' democracy was during the same period. And it would be fair to say that Syracusan democracy was, during this time period, pretty similar to how Athens' democracy had been structured and run a few generations earlier. Some of the details certainly would have been different, but if you look at Athenian democracy during the classical period, it was not exactly the same, from year to year, decade to decade. In other words, the Syracusan democracy during the time period of the Athenian invasion of Sicily was in many ways similar to how Athenian democracy had worked and been run and been structured several generations earlier, before the various reforms by leaders like Themistocles and Pericles and others had basically enlarged the franchise, enlarged who qualified as citizens and thus who could participate in the democracy. And without getting sidetracked and bogged down into those details, let's just say that the net result of the reforms that had already happened in Athenian democracy allowed most of the kind of working class and even what might be considered the poor male residents of Athens who were neither slaves nor foreign residents, what would be called medics, with a T, not with a D, to qualify as citizens. Now, these people had not been citizens previously because they owned little or no land, and because of their lower amounts of wealth overall, they could not afford to acquire the full hoplite panoply of weapons and armor to serve in the hoplite phalanx. You typically had to be the ancient Athenian equivalent of middle class at least to be able to afford these things. But over the course of the 5th century BC, as we've talked about, more and more, Athens came to rely on its navy more than its army for its defense and its power and building and holding together its empire. So by the time of the Peloponnesian War, these lower class people, again, male, not slave, and not foreign, were allowed to qualify for citizenship and voting rights and all that if they served the Athenian military in another capacity that didn't require them to have a bunch of money. And the most common way that they would and could do this was by serving as an oarsman, as a rower in the Athenian navy. This class of people had for a long time in Athens been known as thetes. And in addition to these poor people being able to get citizenship by serving as a rower in the Athenian navy, which, by the way, was not an easy job at all. And again, I'll be making a bonus episode that's going to go into detail on how the Greeks in general, but the Athenians in particular, because they were the main naval power of the time period, how their navies operated, what their ships were like, how they worked, the tactics, what it was like, to serve on one of these ships. But it was not an easy job. So they weren't just saying, hey, if you were born here, now you're a citizen, even if you're poor. It was more like, all right, if you're poor and, you're not foreign born and not a slave, you can become a citizen, but you've got to, earn it. So still, the franchise and all that was tied to military service. It's just that now there was a pathway for even men who were pretty darn poor to be able to serve the Athenian military in a way that didn't really require any capital up front on their part. And in addition to that, as the Athenian military was gradually becoming more diverse, not just purely based on the hoplite troops, or even on the hoplite troops plus the triremes. they were slowly starting to diversify some of their land forces to give them more versatility in operating in, this huge theater of operations that they now had to work in because of their empire and because of the Peloponnesian War. And so a lot of what we might call lower middle class men in Athens, who were not truly poor, but they were relatively poor enough that they could not afford to buy the full hoplite panoply, of armor and shield and spear and, all these things that were relatively expensive. These people increasingly could serve as what we would call light-armed foot soldiers of various types. And I won't go into detail about the various types of that here. We'll mention some of them in passing in this episode, I'm sure, but I'm thinking maybe in the fourth and final part, I'll have kind of like a little aside or a little section where I talk a little bit about the other ways that one might serve as a foot soldier in a Peloponnesian War era Greek army, other than just in the traditional hoplite phalanx heavy infantry sort of capacity. We might simplify and sum this all up by saying something like, Syracuse was a middle-class and up democracy during the era of the Peloponnesian War, which is what Athens had been in kind of the late 6th and early 5th century BC. But that through a series of reforms, Athens, by the 410s, had moved a lot closer to becoming, at least by the standards of that time period, a mass democracy. Now, because the Mediterranean Sea was a relatively busy waterway in terms of maritime activity of various types, naval forces operating around, especially considering there were conflicts going on at the time, and lots of, merchants transporting goods and things like that, and people sailing around different places for various reasons. Various types of rumors and reports, some of them, of course, more accurate than others, about a huge Athenian force headed to Sicily began to reach Syracuse well before the Athenians themselves were anywhere really close to the island. Thucydides tells us that, quote, news of the expedition came in from many quarters, but for a long while met with no credence whatsoever. Indeed, an assembly in Syracuse was held in which speeches were delivered by different orators, believing or contradicting the report of the Athenian expedition, among whom Hermocrates, son of Hermon, came forward, being persuaded that he knew the truth of the matter. End quote. Hermocrates was the Syracusan leader, whom you may recall from episode 2 in this series a little bit. I think I mentioned him briefly in regard to him being kind of the main guy who engineered the Peace of Gela in Sicily in 424 BC that ended a war that was going on between several cities at the time on the island, in which the Athenians had intervened with kind of a medium-sized force. It was significant, but it was less than half of the forces that they send in 415. And you may recall me mentioning that Hermocrates had engineered that peace to be centered on kind of the concept of Sicily for the Sicilians, or a Monroe Doctrine for Sicily. Those are various ways that modern historians have described it. And of course, you don't have to rack your memory too hard to recall that the quote that I opened this episode with began with a section of Hermocrates' speech from the 424 Congress of Gela that ended that war, one major result of which, and one of the priorities of Hermocrates being that the Athenian forces who had gotten involved in the conflict would go home. So here he is now, almost a decade later, and the Athenians are back. Hermocrates is still around. He's still arguably the leading citizen in Syracuse, the most influential leader. And while like any Greek during this time period, he's first and foremost a patriot for his city, He also is, at least in terms of his rhetoric and his political strategy, also still a kind of Sicilian patriot, we might say. In other words, as much as his city, Syracuse, had conflicts and rivalries with some of the other cities on Sicily, Hermocrates had been, for a long time, consistently arguing that Sicilian cities should always unite whenever there is the danger of incursions from outside. Now, you could argue that this point of view was kind of self-interested on the part of a Syracusan like Hermocrates, since Syracuse was, I think by a pretty good margin, the largest and most powerful city on the island. So obviously, keeping outsiders out meant that, for the foreseeable future anyway, Syracuse would be the dominant force on the island, kind of the hegemon. Even if they didn't completely take everything over, they were by far the biggest dog in the pen. And you'd be right to point that out, or to argue that. It's really kind of just like how the Monroe Doctrine, especially as modified by the so-called Roosevelt Corollary, wasn't just pure altruism and was actually pretty self-interested on the part of the US. Because if, in the 19th, 20th, or even up till now in the 21st century, outside forces were largely kept from intervening in the Western Hemisphere, one of the big things that's going to cause is kind of uncontested U.S. hegemony in the hemisphere, because the U.S. is and has been for a long time, well before it was a global superpower, a regional and eventually hemispheric hegemon. But that said, based on his rhetoric and his consistency and a lot of his actions, I think it's fair to say that in this Sicily for the Sicilians idea that Hermocrates preached for so long, the interest of Syracuse definitely played a major role, but I think he kind of, on some level, really believed in it too. That he did have some degree of genuine patriotism for Sicily as a whole. But regardless of, what exactly the calculus of Hermocrates' motives for pursuing this idea and doing so, for so long, might have been, he's really an impressive figure as a leader in an ancient democracy. Pretty much all of both ancient and modern scholars that I've read on the subject of the Athenian expedition to Sicily during the Peloponnesian War, including Thucydides himself, seem to have nothing but the greatest respect for Hermocrates as a leader. Very often in his strategic wisdom and his political skill, he's portrayed as being kind of on the same level as Pericles. And if anything, if I had to guess, I think I've seen fewer criticisms of Hermocrates' leadership than I have of Pericles. The Athenian historian Thucydides tells us that during this particular Syracusan assembly, where they're trying to figure out, is an Athenian expedition really inbound, and if so, how big is it, what are its intentions, etc., Hermocrates said something like this on that question. Are the Athenians really on the way? Is it really a huge expedition coming, for us, particularly us Syracusans? And if all that's the case, what should we do about it? Hermocrates said, quote, "I shall certainly not be frightened into holding my tongue when the state is in danger, and when I am persuaded that I can speak with more authority on it than other persons. Much as you wonder at it, the Athenians nevertheless have set out against us with a large force, naval and military, professedly to help the Egestians and to restore Leontini, but really to conquer Sicily, and above all our city, which once gained, the rest they think will easily follow. Make up your minds, therefore, to see them speedily here, and see how you can best repel them with the means at hand. And do not be taken off guard through scorning the news or neglect the common good through disbelieving it. Meanwhile, those who believe me need not be dismayed at the force or daring of the enemy. they will not be able to do us more hurt than we shall do to them. Nor is the greatness of their armament altogether without advantage to us. Indeed, the greater it is, the better, with regard to the rest of the Sicilians, whom dismay will make more ready to join us. And if we defeat or drive them away, having failed in their ambition, for I do not fear for a moment that they will get what they want, it will be a most glorious exploit for us, and in my judgment, by no means an unlikely one. Few indeed have been the large armaments, either Greek or barbarian, that have gone far from home and been successful. They cannot be more numerous than the people of the country and their neighbors, whom fear unites. And if they fail for want of supplies in a foreign land, to those against whom their plans were laid, they nonetheless leave renown, although they may themselves have been the main cause of their own discomfort. Thus these very Athenians rose by the defeat of the Persians, in a great measure due to accidental causes, from the mere fact that Athens had been the object of his attack. And this may very well be the case with us also." End quote. In other words, in that latter part of the quote I just read, he's pointing out that the Athenians only became a great power in the Mediterranean because, almost a century earlier, the Persians, out of hubris, had attacked the Athenians. And despite being the underdog, the Athenians had managed to defeat them and fend them off, and this kind of springboarded Athens on its path to kind of regional great power status. And so Hermocrates is saying that the Athenian invasion of Sicily, which he clearly believes and, probably knows at the time because he probably has good intelligence, is on the way, could now potentially serve the same role for Syracuse. In other words, if the Syracusans successfully defeat this huge Athenian expedition, then Syracuse might now rise to the status of a great power in the Mediterranean. So he's making sort of like a, this crisis could be a huge opportunity for us kind of a argument. Like all skillful statesmen, Hermocrates seemed to really deeply understand the psychological aspects of politics and also of warfare. And some of the stuff that he says in this speech sounds like it could have been written by Sun Tzu. There's a passage in the speech where, according to Thucydides, Hermocrates said, quote, "Their most experienced general," and he's referring to Nicias, of course, "has, as I hear, taken the command against his will, and would grasp at the first excuse offered by any serious demonstration of ours. Therefore, we should be reported as more numerous than we really are. And men's minds are affected by what they hear." End quote. He recommends a bunch of different things for Syracuse to prepare for the Athenians, and we'll get to that a little bit later. But one of the things he's advocating for right here is for Syracuse to deliberately do like a disinformation campaign, to start spreading word that Syracusan manpower and resources and ships and everything like that were even greater than they really were, which they were significant anyway. It was a large, powerful city. But the idea is to get the Athenians, especially Nicias, to believe that Syracuse is an even more daunting foe than Nicias already believed it would be. Hermocrates continues, quote, "The first to attack or to show that they mean to defend themselves against an attack inspire greater fear because men see that they are ready for the emergency. This would be precisely the case with the Athenians at present. They are now attacking us in the belief that we shall not resist, having a right to judge us severely because we did not help the Spartans to destroy them." End quote. And there he's referring to the fact that the Syracusans, while they had always kind of leaned towards the Spartans and especially towards the Corinthians, had not, up till this point, intervened in the Peloponnesian War in any direct way, or even joined either of the two rival alliances. So he's saying that he believes a lot of Athenians don't think Syracuse is very powerful because they have basically stayed neutral for the most part in the Peloponnesian War. And they perceive that as being something that Syracuse has done out of weakness rather than out of, a strategic choice. Hermocrates continues, quote, "But if the Athenians were to see us showing a courage for which they are not prepared, they would be more dismayed by the surprise than they could ever be by our actual power." End quote. And you can see how crafty and clever Hermocrates is as a strategist. By that last bit, he means that the Athenians currently don't fear Syracuse, again, because they had largely stayed out of the Peloponnesian War so far. And the Athenians will, he believes, likely have interpreted this as weakness, and so because of that belief, if the Syracusans shock the Athenians by putting up a really strong resistance right away, the psychological impact on the Athenians in general, and on Nicias in particular, would be huge. So in terms of other specific measures to prepare for an Athenian invasion, Hermocrates recommended first that Syracuse needed to do everything possible to maximize its alliances with as many cities as possible in the region. So to reaffirm existing alliances and to try to pick up as many new allies as possible, both among the Greek cities as well as the Sicils, the, native peoples of Sicily, as well as from the cities on the nearest part of mainland Italy. Hermocrates even suggested trying to reach out to Carthage for an alliance. Carthage was, of course, a major growing power on the coast of North Africa at the time, and was already a big player in the Mediterranean. And even though Syracuse and Carthage had not had always the most friendly relations in the past, Hermocrates is a wise enough strategist that he realizes, well, we might as well try to see if we can recruit them as an ally for the time being, because that would help. Hermocrates understood that it would be vital for the Athenians to get as many allies as possible in the immediate neighborhood, so, primarily Sicily and the nearby section of the Italian peninsula, basically the area of, the toe of the boot. He knew that if the Athenians were to have a snowball's chance in hell of success, they would have to do that. And so he wanted to do as much preemptive diplomacy as possible with other cities in the neighborhood to minimize the number of cities in the area, not only, who might actually send troops and military assets to help the Athenians, but even to try to minimize the number of cities that would be willing to even do things like let the Athenians enter their harbors and cities for basic things like food and water. So Hermocrates very much understood that logistics matter a lot. Secondly, Hermocrates urged that the Syracusans should reach out with all the diplomatic persuasion they could muster to Sparta and Corinth. It makes perfect sense. Those are arguably the two most powerful enemies of Athens in Greece. And Hermocrates very much understood that at the time Athens was in, as I mentioned in part 2 of this series, kind of a weird partial or quasi-peace with the Spartans that had never really been a full peace, and that by 415 seemed almost certain to turn back into full-scale war very soon. Hermocrates argued that the Syracusans should try to get whatever help they possibly could from Sparta and Corinth to help them resist the Athenians in Sicily, but beyond that he also wanted to try to persuade Sparta and her allies to reopen the war directly against Athens in Attica, in their home territory. Because obviously, if the Spartans and other members of the Peloponnesian League start to fight Athens in a big direct way back in Greece, that's going to put a real limit on how many reinforcements the Athenians might be willing or able to send all the way over to Sicily. Third, Hermocrates argued that Syracuse and as many of its allies as they could possibly recruit should scrounge together all the warships they could muster and send them out as soon as possible to intercept the Athenians and try to attack them while they were still en route, before they even got to Sicily. Hermocrates very much understood that the Athenian navy would be exhausted just from the journey, the long journey, across much of the Mediterranean. And that they almost certainly would not be expecting the Syracusans to attack them while they were still on the way, and therefore the Syracusans would be at a huge advantage. He argued that regardless of the outcome, even if the Athenians still managed to win a naval victory in that scenario, the mere fact that the Syracusans would have surprise attacked the Athenian fleet while it was still on the way to Sicily would still be a win in terms of psychological warfare for Syracuse. So again, Hermocrates is showing a very keen understanding of the psychological aspects of war. According to Thucydides, Hermocrates said that attacking the Athenian fleet while they were still en route would, quote, show them that before fighting for Sicily, they must first fight for their passage across the Ionian Sea, end quote. And that a Syracusan attack like he was calling for would, quote, strike dismay into their army and make them realize that we have a base for our defense, while they have a wide sea to cross with all their armament, end quote. Hermocrates concluded by saying, quote, I could wish to persuade you to show this courage, but if this cannot be, at all events lose not a moment in preparing generally for the war. And remember, all of you, that contempt for an assailant is best shown by bravery in action, but that for the present the best course is to accept the preparations which fear inspires, as giving the surest promise of safety, and to act as if the danger was real. That the Athenians are coming to attack us and are already upon the voyage, and all but here, this is what I am sure of. End quote. Please allow myself to interrupt myself. This is CJ with a very special two-part announcement related to my Patreon that you'll probably want to hear whether you are a current Patreon supporter of mine or even if you aren't one yet. But you like me, you like my show, and you want to get access to lots of material of mine that's not available to the general public, and you would also like to see me be able to keep a roof over my head and food in my pantry and fridge and so forth so that I can keep doing this. First thing is that I'm making some tweaks and changes to the levels of membership in terms of benefits and also for the lowest levels in terms of pricing. Now, I want to make clear that if you are a current existing Patreon supporter of mine, at whatever level, even at one of the levels where the prices are changing a little bit, you will be grandfathered in at the old rate. And in terms of the bonus stuff, the benefits that you get from supporting my work, every level is going to get at least as much benefits as they had before. It's just some of them might be getting one or two more. Please consider signing up as a supporter at whatever level gives you the benefits that you most want. And if you're already a supporter, again, you're not going to lose any benefits. You'll just gain one or two new ones. And again, existing members at any of the price levels that are being adjusted, you're grandfathered in at the previous price. And then last thing related to the Patreon, I am having a big sale on membership to all levels from the time this episode goes out until Labor Day of 2026, which is September 7th. So now through September 7th, Labor Day, you can save 25% off your first month of a monthly membership pledge, or if you choose the annual payment plan, you will save 25% off your entire first year as a supporter of me on Patreon. And if you do the annual thing, you already get a bit of a price discount from Patreon anyway, versus the cost of going month to month, so the savings will be significant. And the discount code is very simple. 3 numbers. 826. That's 826. I'm calling it the Back to Dangerous History School sale. So if you want to take advantage of this sale and get 25% off the first month of a monthly membership or 25% off the entire first year of an annual dues plan, please sign up as soon as possible so you don't forget before time runs out. Because come Labor Day, it is over. And that discount code, which again is 826, won't work anymore. All right, now back to the episode. In general, Hermocrates, as he had back in 424, was leaning heavily on the idea of Sicily for the Sicilians. Basically trying to unite as many Sicilians as possible against an outside invader. And unwittingly, the Athenians had played into Hermocrates' argument that we need to unite in Sicily against a common foe. They had played into his argument, bolstered his argument, by the sheer size of their expeditionary force. Because if they'd sent a smaller force, a lot of Sicilian cities and nearby Italian cities would have been inclined to see Athens' intentions as being relatively limited, as just intervening in a significant but not overwhelming way against Syracuse on behalf of some of Athens' allies in Sicily. And so many Sicilian cities in that scenario of a more limited Athenian force, who weren't already strong allies of Syracuse, would have probably at least been inclined to stay neutral, and some of them would have likely been willing to actively assist the Athenians. But as we'll see, since the Athenians had sent such a huge and lavishly equipped force, many Sicilian cities that might have stayed out of the conflict or even leaned toward the Athenian side would now, in the face of this giant force, be more likely to see the Athenians' intentions as ultimately to conquer the whole island. And so many, not all probably, but many, Sicilian cities who might have leaned toward neutrality or toward helping the Athenians would instead be more likely to lean toward the Syracusans. And Hermocrates really seems to have understood all of this and the psychological dimension of the Athenian choice to send this gigantic force. But back to this Syracusan debate in their assembly, as the Athenians are on the way and the Syracusans are debating, are they really? And if so, how big of a force are they sending? And what, if anything, should we do to get ready? Thucydides tells us that there was great division among the Syracusan citizenry on these questions. Not everybody was inclined to believe Hermocrates and to see the logic of what he was saying. And Thucydides indicates that, in fact, at the time of this assembly, a majority of Syracusan citizens were not on the side of Hermocrates. Thucydides says, quote, "In short, there were few that believed Hermocrates and feared for the future." End quote. And Thucydides relates the speech of one such opponent of Hermocrates. He says that after Hermocrates finished his speech, that I just quoted some parts of and summarized the rest of, a man whom you might call a populist, or if you want to be a little bit less charitable, a demagogue, named Athenagoras, spoke in rebuttal of Hermocrates. He argued that Hermocrates and those who agreed with him were trying to create a false alarm. That they were trying to create a crisis atmosphere over an imaginary hobgoblin, we might say. and they were doing so for their own political ulterior motives. He also, kind of interestingly, argued that the Athenians couldn't possibly be so stupid as to send a big invasion force and think they could conquer Sicily. They're not that dumb. Which is kind of amusing. Thucydides reports Athenagoras saying, quote, "If you are well advised, you will not be guided in your calculation of probabilities by what Hermocrates and his supporters tell you, but by what shrewd men of large experience, as I esteem the Athenians to be, would be likely to do." Now, it is not likely that they would leave the Peloponnesians behind them, and before they have well ended the war in Greece, wantonly come in quest of a new war quite as arduous in Sicily. Indeed, in my judgment, they are only too glad that we do not go and attack them, being so many and so great cities as we are. End quote. Now, I think you can see how this argument might be convincing if you assumed that the Athenian citizenry always acted fairly rationally. And in a coldly rational way, yes, it seems completely stupid for Athens to send a huge force halfway across the Mediterranean to invade Sicily, and in particular to target Syracuse, a city which at the time was not directly threatening Athens, and to do this at a time when things are still very far from finished closer to home against Sparta and the rest of the Peloponnesian League. But if you assume that the citizens of a democracy are always going to behave rationally, and that their leaders are always going to behave rationally, you are going to be wrong a pretty decent amount of the time. Because, as we covered in the last episode in this series, a large majority of the Athenians had been totally persuaded by Alcibiades and his warhawk allies that invading Sicily was a brilliant idea. Athenagoras then went on to say that even if the Athenians were dumb enough to cross the Mediterranean and invade Sicily, they would have an even harder time defeating the Sicilians than they had already had defeating the Peloponnesians back in Greece. In part, just because of logistics and geography in general, right? The Athenians would face a much higher logistical burden, sending a big force to Sicily and keeping it supplied and, potentially having to reinforce it than what they had been accustomed to when they were operating just in the Aegean part of the Mediterranean Sea, in their own neighborhood, and they were fighting against enemies that were relatively almost right next door. Athenagoras also pointed out that the Athenians would have very little cavalry, which was very important to military operations in Sicily, while the Sicilians, of course, had plenty of cavalry. Now, on these 2 points that I just went over, he ends up being right. That the burden of logistics and geography is a real problem for Athens, and that they are very short on cavalry. Athenagoras then goes on to, again, minimize in his mind the likelihood that the Athenians could possibly be so strategically stupid as to send a massive invasion force to Sicily. Quote, "So strong is my opinion upon the subject that I do not see how they could avoid annihilation if they brought with them another city as large as Syracuse and settled down and carried on war from our frontier. Much less can they hope to succeed with all Sicily hostile to them, as all Sicily will be, and with only a camp pitched from ships and composed of tents and bare necessities, from which they would not be able to stir far, for fear of our cavalry. But the Athenians see this as I tell you, and as I have reason to know are looking after their possessions at home, while persons here invent stories that neither are true nor ever will be. However, if they should come, as is reported, I consider Sicily better able to go through with the war than the Peloponnesians, being at all points better prepared, and our city by itself far more than a match for this alleged army of invasion. Even were it twice as large again, I know that they will not have horses with them, or get any here except perhaps a few from the Egestians, or be able to bring a force of hoplites equal in number to our own, in ships which will already have enough to do to come all this distance, however lightly laden, not to speak of the transport of the other stores required against a city of this magnitude, which will be no slight quantity." End quote. He concludes his speech by again arguing that this is a false rumor and it is the result of an oligarchic clique in Syracuse that is conspiring against the democracy. People like Hermocrates. And he says that they are creating this fake Athenian threat because they are, quote, "trying by such stories and by others even more abominable to frighten the people and themselves take over the government. It is what I see always," end quote. And then he also downplays the likelihood that the Athenians would be difficult to defeat, even if they were dumb enough to invade, and, still, like at least one more time on the way out, claimed that it was so unlikely that the Athenians would be stupid enough to do this that it's really not even worth worrying about or taking any serious precautions against. It's just that ludicrous of an idea that the Athenians could be that dumb. Now, as we know, Athenagoras was completely incorrect that the Athenians were not coming because, of course, the Athenian expeditionary force was already pretty far along its way to Sicily. And it turns out that the Athenians were possessed of enough hubris and strategic stupidity to go invade Sicily, but some of his specific points about the obstacles that they would face if they did do something that stupid, if the Athenians did invade, were eventually vindicated by subsequent events, as we'll see. But another major error that Athenagoras made when he was making this speech was claiming that fending off an Athenian invasion in the very unlikely, in his eyes, event that one occurred, that fending it off would be like super easy, barely an inconvenience. So much so that the Syracusans really shouldn't even bother making preparations, and after all, these oligarchs who want to take over Syracuse just want to do that as a way to take over. So he really went much too far in downplaying the Athenian threat. The truth is sort of a middle ground, I think, which is, yes, there's a lot of reasons that we should be kind of confident that we could take them, but that it's still not going to be easy, and it still requires us to do certain things and, prepare for it and whatever. Because the truth was, yes, Syracuse specifically and Sicily in general did have some very important advantages that would come into play if the Athenians invaded. And yes, it strategically was really unwise for Athens to invade Sicily at all. But the notion that the Athenian threat was so minor and would be so easy to fend off that Syracuse didn't really need to take any major steps to prepare for it, well, that was very much incorrect. And as we'll see, their inadequate preparations caused the Athenians to initially do a lot better against the Syracusans than they would have if the Syracusans had taken all of the preparations that Hermocrates was advocating. Because the huge size and massive amount of resources of the Athenian expedition, and the skill and experience of their soldiers and sailors and commanders, all of whom had far more experience in war than any Syracusans, meant that they still could potentially beat Syracuse if Syracuse wasn't able to put up a strong enough resistance. All in all, the advantages that the Syracusans really did have in terms of logistics, home court advantage, cavalry, more local allies, these things just meant that they had a lot more room for error. They might be able to screw some things up tactically and still have a good chance at eventually turning the situation around. Whereas, because of the Athenians being disadvantaged in those ways, they had much less margin for error due to all of their, logistical and cavalry and other disadvantages. The Athenians could not afford to screw up as much and still have a chance at victory. So yes, the force the Athenians sent was powerful enough that they could still win. If Syracuse was caught badly unprepared, and the Athenians were able to take advantage of that right out of the gate, before the Syracusans really had the time to mobilize for a major war. Because at this time, Syracuse did have a lot of resources and power compared to its Sicilian neighbors. But because it was so much bigger and stronger than those neighbors, and because there had been relative peace on the island for most of the past decade, while Syracuse had a lot of resources, its military power, a lot of it was really more what we might call latent or potential. In other words, as of 415, they didn't have a really large, well-trained army and navy that could match the Athenian expeditionary force on short notice. And yes, they had the manpower and other resources to build those things, but that would take time. And so it's a question of, will they be able to hold out playing defense against the Athenians long enough that they can turn all of their latent military potential into real military power? And of course, that's why Hermocrates was urging the Syracusans to try to start preparations as drastically and as quickly as possible. Be all that as it may, after Athenagoras finished speaking, an unnamed Syracusan general called an end to the debate. That was a power that Syracusan generals had at the time in the assembly. They could, at a certain point, just say, all right, debate's over. This general then announced some preparations that Syracuse would begin to implement, but the list was much shorter than all of the different things that Hermocrates had recommended. So it was kind of a middle ground. The Syracusans wouldn't just sort of sit on their hands and assume everything would be fine, as Athenagoras seemed to be advocating. But they're not going to prepare nearly as much as Hermocrates was advocating. As we know, even though there was not a Sicilian Paul Revere riding around hollering about it, as the Syracusan citizens were debating what was going on and what to do about it, the Athenians, in fact, were coming. By this point, they had already rendezvoused with their allies, who had staged at Corcyra, and they were headed from there to Sicily. Thucydides says that their main naval force amounted to 134 triremes. 100 of these were Athenian, and the remainder were provided by some of their allies. Aside from the crews of the triremes, which usually would run around 200 men per ship, they also had with them 5,100 hoplite infantrymen, around 1,500 of whom were Athenians, with the remainder being allies and also some mercenaries. They also had with them 480 archers and 700 slingers. And don't discount the slingers, they are very effective. You might be tempted to think of some kid from Stranger Things, or perhaps Dennis the Menace if you're a little bit older, with a slingshot. But that's not what we're talking about here. Remember that a sling is what David used to kill Goliath. And 700 well-trained, experienced slingers is not something that you would want to face without some good cover. The Athenians had only one transport ship that was devoted to horses, however, carrying a whopping 30 horses, which would be all the cavalry that the Athenians would have at the outset of their operations in Sicily. I'm honestly not sure if they had any more cavalry men than just 30 to go with the horses that they brought, but if they wanted to have more than 30 cavalry available to defend their infantry and their combat engineers, who would build fortifications as needed, and also their sailors when they went ashore, which in the case of Greek triremes was very frequently. If they wanted to defend all those personnel from the very plentiful Sicilian cavalry, they would at the very least need to procure additional horses in country, and probably they would need to get some additional men to ride them too. Now, on the one hand, this very token amount of cavalry does seem recklessly stupid, since plenty of Athenians, including Nicias himself, were well aware that the Sicilians had far more horses and skilled horsemen than Athens and her Greek allies did. Nicias had even said so publicly in one of his speeches trying to persuade the Athenians to not do the expedition to Sicily. But as happens so often when telling this particular story, we hit upon the cold, hard reality of logistics. Because the fact of the matter was that transporting horses on Greek triremes was extremely difficult and expensive and inefficient. And, since horses and horsemen were more plentiful and therefore less expensive and hard to find in Sicily than they were back in Greece, honestly, it probably made a lot of sense to just plan to acquire the bulk of whatever cavalry they might need once they were in Sicily. And keep in mind that the Athenian expedition was very well funded, and they expected to get even more funds from some of their allies once they got to Sicily. Though, of course, there's one big potential problem with this plan, which is, what if the Athenians couldn't find enough Sicilians willing to donate and or sell horses to them? And what if they couldn't find enough Sicilian horsemen who were willing to join up with the Athenians either for pay and or for hatred of Syracuse? But the massive logistical footprint of the Athenian expedition did not end with what I just described, because in addition to the warships, Thucydides tells us that, quote, the supplies for this force were carried by 30 merchant ships laden with grain, which conveyed the bakers, stonemasons, carpenters, and the tools for raising fortifications, accompanied by 100 boats, like the former conscripted into service, besides many other boats and merchant ships which followed the army voluntarily for the purposes of trade, end quote. So yeah, as this big Athenian armada traveled through the areas in between Athens and Sicily, they kind of gradually picked up what you might consider almost like camp followers. These merchants who were independent, not directly working for the Athenian force, but who tagged along so that they could sell the Athenians, food and other things as the expedition unfolded. Again, logistics. If you're gonna send an army and a navy as large as what the Athenians were sending, they would need to be supplied with the basics like food and other necessities. And while they certainly would try to get as much of that in Sicily as they could, they also knew that they couldn't always depend 100% on that. And since it seemed very likely that they'd have to be laying some sieges at some point in the expedition, they definitely needed those skilled men who could build good walls and forts and things under combat conditions. And while they expected to get most of their building supplies, stone and lumber and whatnot, on the ground in Sicily, obviously, it made sense to bring a lot of tools with them from Athens. And as we'll see, the stonemasons and carpenters and their tools are going to be extremely important, as at one crucial point in the campaign, the real centerpiece of the conflict for a while is going to be primarily in the form of a wall building contest, believe it or not. And we'll even get to use the word circumvallation, which is not a word that comes up very often in modern usage. And if you're befuddled by that word, don't worry, I'll make sure to define it when we get to the wall building event of the competition. Even though there's probably a good chance that most of you will be able to figure it out by context. This huge motley armada made it, apparently without incident, from Corcyra to the southern coast of mainland Italy. Unfortunately for the Athenians, they found that most of the cities along the toe of the Italian boot were not at all welcoming, like they expected. Thucydides says that as the Athenian fleet traveled through this area, they found, quote, "the cities shutting their markets and gates against them, and according them nothing but water and liberty to anchor. And Tarentum and Locri not even that, until they arrived at Rhegium," end quote, which is basically located right at the tip of the toe of the Italian boot. The Rhegians were slightly less unfriendly than the other cities in the area had been. They still would not allow the Athenians to come into their city, but they at least allowed them to camp just outside of it, and they also allowed merchants from the city to go set up a little temporary makeshift market at this Athenian camp. So they're not being totally hostile, but it's still pretty lukewarm. And this was really kind of downbeat surprise to the Athenians, because the Athenians had expected that Rhegium in particular would be very welcoming. And they even believed that Rhegium would actually be willing and eager to help them in the intervention against Syracuse, because the Rhegians were connected by kinship to the Sicilian city of Leontini, which was one of the cities that Athens was supposedly intervening to help. But for whatever reason, the Rhegians were not persuaded by the Athenians' appeals to their connection to Leontini, and the Rhegians said that for the time being, they were going to just stay neutral and wait and see what the other Italian cities would do. While their army was encamped outside of Rhegium, the Athenians sent 3 of their ships to the west coast of Sicily, to the city of Egesta, that other Sicilian city that they were supposedly intervening to help. And as you may recall, this was the one that had promised that they would pay for a significant amount of the Athenian costs of doing this expedition. And the Athenians sent these 3 ships to Egesta to double check that they did indeed have all the money that they had promised they would pony up to help fund the Athenians. Meanwhile, in Syracuse, now that this massive Athenian force was parked just across a narrow strait from eastern Sicily, at this point, pretty much no one in Syracuse could reasonably doubt or deny any reports that the Athenians were not only coming to Sicily, but that they were bringing a huge force. So as you might expect, the Syracusans began to increase their preparations. Back in Rhegium, when those 3 Athenian ships that they had dispatched to verify that the Egestians actually had all of the funds that they had promised to pay the Athenians returned, they did not bring positive news. Remember back during Mad Dream of Conquest Part 2? When the Egestians were first asking for Athenian help, and they were claiming that they actually had the wealth to pay for a lot of the costs of an Athenian expedition to Sicily. And remember how back, this is when the Athenian assembly was still debating whether to go to Sicily at all. How the Athenians very shrewdly didn't just take their word, that they had all this money available. They had sent a few envoys to Egesta to check, to, trust but verify, and come back and report to Athens. And the Athenian assembly kind of waited for them to go and come back and report before they had any further debate on doing the expedition, because of course they wanted to make an informed decision. Because obviously if this Sicilian city is actually able to pony up a significant amount of money to help pay for Athens' intervention, then it makes the costs of the whole thing a little bit less daunting to the Athenians, and therefore might cause more of them to think, yeah, let's go ahead and do this. Well, you might also remember that I made a brief remark, I think I might have even been quoting Thucydides, that alluded to the fact that those envoys who'd gone to verify the funds' availability, you might say, came back and reported, oh yeah, the Egestans have, all the money they need to pay us. But that they had actually been duped. And this is when that is fully revealed. Thucydides says that when the 3 ships returned back to Rhegium from checking on Egesta, they reported that, quote, "Far from there being the sums promised, all that could be produced by the Egestians was 30 talents. The generals were not a little disheartened at being thus disappointed at the outset, and by the refusal of their Rhegians to join the expedition." End quote. So already, things are just not off to an auspicious start. The first city that the Athenians totally believed would help them in a significant way was declining to do so, and it also turned out that a city that said they could pay for a significant portion of the cost of the expedition turns out had been totally full of shit. Or at least partially full of shit. They had some money, but I think it was only about half of what they said they could pony up right at the outset. Thucydides tells us that while Alcibiades and Lamachus were genuinely surprised by the lack of expected funds from Egesta, Nicias was not. And if that's correct, that means that Nicias either had some intelligent source that had reported the truth to him already, or else maybe just his overall skepticism about the wisdom of this expedition in general and the accuracy of the claims of the Egestians had just led him to assume that they were not being totally truthful about how much money they could chip in. And it's pretty amusing the way that Thucydides describes the stratagem that the Egestians had employed to trick those Athenian envoys who'd gone to check on the money, the previous year. He says that what happened with those envoys was that the Egestans, quote, took the envoys in question to the temple of Aphrodite at Eryx and showed them the treasures deposited there. Bowls, wine ladles, censers, and a large number of other objects which, from being in silver, gave an impression of wealth quite out of proportion to their really small value. They also privately entertained the ship's crews and collected all the cups of gold and silver that they could find in Egesta itself or could borrow in the neighboring cities, and each brought them to the banquets as their own. And as all used pretty nearly the same, and everywhere a great quantity of silver was shown, the effect of which was most dazzling upon the Athenian sailors, and made them talk loudly of the riches they had seen when they got back to Athens. The dupes in question, who had in their turn persuaded the rest, were much blamed by the soldiers when the news got abroad that there was not the money supposed at Egesta. End quote. So those earlier Athenian envoys, who had checked it out, had simply not done enough due diligence, and the Egestans, for their part, had obviously resorted to some extreme dishonesty. And created the illusion of a huge amount of surplus wealth in the city. I mean, they'd basically staged Potemkin village parties, you might say, for these Athenian envoys to convince them, oh yeah, our city is swimming in gold and silver. And, those envoys had never really gone and systematically counted the precious metals in the city to get an accurate estimate of what they really had. So at this point, the three Athenian generals had to figure out amongst themselves what to do. Already the first city that they had expected would eagerly and actively help them, Rhegium, was staying out of it for the time being at least, and now they found the Egestans had nowhere near as much money to pony up as they had deliberately led the Athenians to believe. So should the Athenian generals just call this whole thing off? Or should they maybe just adopt a different strategy than whatever it was they had anticipated doing, since things were already not turning out as expected? Remember that the generals of this expedition had been given quote-unquote full powers by the Athenian assembly because of the distance to Sicily and, the slow communications of the time, which meant that the three generals collectively could make whatever decisions they wanted to out in the field without having to send a message back to Athens to get permission. So they really, at least potentially, had a huge amount of autonomy to make decisions in the field. Now, a cautious general would probably be inclined to call the whole thing off, or at the very least to do a lot more recon. Send out small detachments of triremes with small amounts of men to get a lot more detailed information about what was actually going on the ground in Sicily at the time, before actually launching the huge main force across the Strait of Messina and landing in Sicily. But remember, we don't have one general in charge able to just, make the decision. Instead, we have three generals with very different personalities and very different priorities, who are collectively in charge. And as you might expect, they do not at all agree on what to do next. And it really seems kind of silly to us that the Athenians would put three generals who they knew did not agree on what to do collectively in charge. I mean, yes, it's in keeping with the Athenian democratic idea of, trying to prevent concentrations of excessive power in any one individual's hands. Okay, fair enough, but it should be obvious that putting three generals in charge, all of whom do not agree with each other on how best to conduct this campaign, or in the case of Nicias, whether this campaign is even a good idea at all. To do that and then expect that they're going to be able to operate, energetically with a lot of decisive initiative and all that sort of stuff. And it was for this reason, by the way, that the normal Spartan practice in dispatching an expeditionary force was that it would be under one sole commander. And the Spartans also had fear of concentrated power. They had a mixed constitution with a lot of checks and balances, and the Spartans even had two kings. They had a dual monarchy. At any given time, they had two kings, each from a separate dynasty. That's how much the Spartans were also uncomfortable with too much concentrated power in any individual's hands. But the Spartans were pragmatic enough when it came to war, at least, that they understood, well, you don't send out a force to go conduct a campaign or something and put multiple guys in charge of it and just expect they'll somehow figure it out. And by the way, there's no evidence that I'm aware of that the three Athenian generals had, either before the expedition took off or even during the long voyage over from Athens, ever sat down and had a kind of, powwow, a council of war to hammer out a consensus on even the broadest outlines of a strategy. If they had ever done so, Thucydides would definitely have heard about it and would have mentioned it, because he was really well plugged into inside sources, especially in regard to the Sicilian campaign. But he never mentions any pre-war strategy sessions among the three generals. Also, I'll point out another factor that may have inhibited some of the Athenian generals' decision-making. While the three generals did collectively have, as I said before, full powers over the expedition while it was in the field, and they would not be legally required to message back to Athens to get permission to make any operational or tactical or diplomatic decisions in Sicily, still, if and when the Athenian generals returned back to Athens, it was an absolute certainty that all of the decisions they'd made during the campaign would be scrutinized, and there'd be a lot of Monday morning quarterbacking going on by the assembly, and especially by Athenian demagogues with ulterior motives. They would kind of come out of the woodwork, and there was a decent chance that the generals would be tried and potentially punished for some of their decisions after the fact, even though they had legally been given full powers to make those decisions. And this might even happen if the expedition ended up being a success. So we might say that the Athenian government, such as it was, had an excessive amount of oversight over military commanders. And I'm definitely of two minds on the fact that the generals could be, and very often were, investigated and punished for how they conducted a military campaign after the fact. On the one hand, I'm definitely sympathetic with the idea of a large amount of oversight of military commanders, and I think it's great in and of itself that Athenian generals really did have some serious skin in the game, aside from the fact, that they could be killed in battle because they led from the front, or at least very close to the front most of the time. So I think it's great that they typically faced the same physical hardships and dangers as their grunts. But they also had skin in the game in terms of they really could potentially face all kinds of penalties afterward if the assembly didn't approve of how they had conducted the campaign and all the decisions they'd made. And from a 21st century American perspective, I admire the degree of oversight with teeth that the Athenian assembly had over their generals. And that these were not, checks and balances that were never exercised. They were frequently exercised. It's stunning to me how many American generals and admirals face zero consequences for failure and for gross incompetence and even for deception, for lying to the American people and to Congress about how a war is going and, why they need more troops and more money and whatever, because, we're just about to win this war in Vietnam, or we're just about to win this war in Afghanistan. We just need a surge. And they lie and they fail and it's exposed and nothing really happens. They still get a very hefty pension and they still get to make a ton of money sitting on the boards in maybe not do nothing, but do little jobs in the military-industrial complex after they retire. Many of them still get to be expert commentators on Fox News. These guys who are known liars and proven losers. The U.S. military wasted 20 years, thousands of lives, and trillions of dollars in Afghanistan with absolutely nothing to show for it. How many American generals faced any significant kind of punishment or sanction for that? Far as I know, the answer is a big old goose egg. So I do appreciate that the Athenians actually could and did hold their generals accountable. But the problem, though, is that, as so often happens with democracy, the Athenian assembly often abused that power. They didn't just go after generals who had done things like exhibiting gross incompetence or negligence or cowardice, or who had lied to the assembly about something important, or who had taken bribes or maybe even acted in a traitorous way while commanding. Those are all legit things, I think, for the Athenian assembly to go after generals for doing. But they overdid it. More than a few times, they went after unsuccessful generals, even when the general's lack of success really was not in any way his fault. This, by the way, is basically what had happened to Thucydides himself, that resulted in his exile from Athens. And I'll resist the urge to get sidetracked on that here too much, as prone as I am to side quests, because it's not directly relevant to the Sicilian expedition, other than in the fact that all future historians and history buffs should be grateful that the stupid Athenian masses exiled Thucydides for something that went wrong that legitimately was not in any way his fault. And the reason I say that is because Thucydides getting removed from command and exiled from Athens ensured that he would live long enough to at least mostly write his great history. It gave him the free time to work on it, and, not getting killed in battle allowed him to keep working on his history. And also, being exiled from Athens allowed Thucydides to pass through the different territories of the Mediterranean while he was working on his history as basically a man without a country, or a stateless neutral. And this allowed him to visit various theaters of the war and to talk to witnesses from all sides so that he could write, again, at least most of his history of the Peloponnesian War, which was certainly of much greater impact on the next 2.5 millennia of mankind than if he had just served a bit longer as a general and maybe gotten killed for doing so. But yeah, Thucydides himself had been investigated and exiled by the Athenians for something going wrong that was in no way his fault when he was commanding as a general. And like I think I alluded to before, sometimes factions in the Athenian assembly would even go after successful generals. Guys who'd gone out and won some big battle or campaign could be investigated on BS charges, really motivated by political and sometimes even personal reasons. And very often, trumped-up charges would be levied by demagogues against successful generals for very base ulterior motives, and as long as they could persuade a jury composed of Athenian masses, that general could be convicted of something and punished. And if you'll recall the passage from Thucydides that I read at the beginning of this episode, remember what had happened to the 3 Athenian generals who had been commanding the smaller, earlier expedition to Sicily in 424. When Hermocrates had engineered the Peace of Gala, calling for a Sicilian Monroe Doctrine, the 3 Athenian generals of that expedition had, wisely, decided to withdraw their forces and head back to Athens. Because they understood that if the majority of Sicilian cities united against them as outsiders, they'd be in the middle of an unwinnable disaster. But when they got back, the Athenian assembly treated them as if they could have easily won the war, and they had just chosen to withdraw, for some reason anyway. For just, reasons of incompetence, cowardice, bribery, whatever. And as a result, 2 of the Athenian generals were banished, and one of them was given a big fine. Now, a big side effect problem with the relatively frequent prosecution of generals by the Athenians after the fact was that it incentivized excess caution on the part of generals. If you're out there commanding and you know that every single decision you make is going to be scrutinized, potentially by your political enemies with ulterior motives, that even if you win this campaign or this battle, that might happen, that's going to have a chilling effect on your decision making. And you might wind up being excessively cautious, maybe even to the point of being way too inactive and passing up all kinds of opportunities to win a battle or win a campaign. And Nicias himself is definitely an example of this, arguably the greatest example of fear of this sort of stuff turning an Athenian general into someone who is excessively cautious in the field. Prior to the Sicilian expedition, Nicias basically had a 100% winning record as a general. No major losses had happened under his command. and he was old enough that he'd commanded plenty of forces in plenty of campaigns during the Peloponnesian War. Now, partly this is because Nicias most of the time was a pretty competent general, and while cautious by nature, a lot of the time his caution was just, kind of basic prudence. But as multiple sources tell us, part of the reason for Nicias's 100% winning record up until the Sicilian campaign was that he did everything he possibly could to dodge any commands that he thought carried a significant risk of defeat. So in other words, he was very careful in picking his battles, so to speak. And you could even see this in the case of the Sicilian campaign. He argued against it happening at all because he really did think it was a bad idea for Athens, that it would be a great danger to the city to try this risky expedition to a faraway land. But when it became clear the expedition was going to go, he resisted as strongly as he could being made one of its 3 generals. And that was his general tendency. If he thought a particular campaign was a risky one, he would try to avoid being placed in charge of it. So, by metaphor, you might say it's easy to have a really great record as a boxer if you only fight opponents that you're overwhelmingly likely to beat. So all that said, even if the strategically wise thing to do in this early stage of the Sicilian campaign, given that 2 major things were already not going as planned or as expected, right? Not much local help and way less money than expected from Egesta. Calling it off might have been the wise thing to do, in a vacuum at least. There were very strong countervailing political forces that were incentivizing them, even Nicias to a degree, to push on with the operation, even as the inauspicious things started to stack up. So, for the reasons I just went over, our trio of Athenian generals, even Nicias, felt that they couldn't call it off at this point, just because a few things had turned out not as expected. Even if it would have been a wise strategic choice in a vacuum, they then would have had to worry about the high likelihood of politicized prosecution when they got back to Athens. And I really don't think that Alcibiades would have wanted to call things off early for almost any reason, even under pretty dire circumstances, because as we've gone over, he was, 1, extremely confident, arguably overconfident or hubristic, and 2, he had made this expedition his signature issue and kind of pet project, and he was basically staking the rest of his career as an Athenian politician on the success of this expedition. But even though none of the 3 were ready to call it off this early, of course that did not at all mean that they agreed on what they should actually do. In general, just by personality, both Lamachus and Alcibiades tended to be more aggressively minded. Although, as we'll see, maybe somewhat surprisingly, Alcibiades had a somewhat cautious preferred strategy, at least initially, for how to deal with Sicily. Not surprisingly, Nicias, as usual, was the most careful and cautious of the 3. Nicias, about whom you'll recall we talked a lot in part 2 of this series, was the senior leader, both in terms of age and in terms of overall experience commanding troops. Alcibiades, whom of course we also talked a lot about in the last episode in this series, was the junior-most leader. not only the youngest of the three in age, but also, I believe this was his first time actually commanding troops at the level of general or strategos. But despite his relative youth and inexperience, he was probably comparable in terms of political power and political support to Nicias. And as we covered extensively in part 2 of this series, he had been the most vocal proponent of the Sicilian expedition in the debates that took place in the Athenian assembly. Lamachus is kind of a wild card, maybe that's not the right analogy, but he's the toughest one, I think, to really figure out, and partly it's just because there's a lot less information about him than about the other two generals. We know that he was the second eldest of the three, probably just a handful of years younger than Nicias. And we definitely know the least about him as compared to the other two. From everything that I've seen about him, he was definitely a very experienced soldier. Though how much experience he had as a general, I'm not exactly sure. It's also clear that he was the least wealthy of the three generals, and it seems like it was by a pretty big margin. And unlike his two colleagues, Lamachus doesn't seem to have been any kind of a significant force in Athenian politics, which is probably due in large part to his relative poverty compared to them. And these two things, his lack of wealth and his lack of major political activity, are almost certainly the reasons why we just know the least about him. In other words, he just did not leave as much of a paper trail on the historical record as the other two. Again, we don't have a lot of specific detail, but it sounds like he was just barely affluent enough to have been able to afford the gear to serve as a hoplite. But we know that he distinguished himself in battle quite a lot, and that despite his humble background, he was eventually able to get elected as an Athenian general multiple times. Again, I'm not sure how much time he had spent serving as a general, but unlike Alcibiades, the Sicilian expedition was not his first time serving in that role. In my mind, even though he held the same official title of strategos as the other two commanders of the expedition, I see him as very much like a senior NCO. A very experienced and competent soldier, but not at all like the typical generals. Particularly not as affluent or formally educated or politically inclined. And he seems to have been picked as the third general because of this fact that he, I think, was seen politically as kind of neutral. Whereas at the time of the expedition being organized and launched, as we mentioned in the previous episode in this series, Nicias and Alcibiades were the two most prominent men in Athenian politics, and they were rivals, and they each led kind of a rival faction. Athens didn't have anything like political parties as we know them, but there would be these factions that would pop up that would be organized kind of around whatever the key issues of the day were, and usually also around a particular individual. Historian Paul Rahe, in his excellent book, Sparta's Sicilian Proxy War, says that Lamachus was, quote, a grizzled warrior and combat veteran who seems to have been less interested in strategy than in operations and tactics, end quote, and that Lamachus had been happy to be one of the generals of the expedition simply because he, quote, was, as always, itching for a fight, end quote. So what did each of these three very different generals think about what was the best thing for Athens to do at this point in the expedition? Well, again, Nicias, not surprisingly, favored what we might call the most minimalist and cautious approach of the three. Remember that he had been skeptical of the entire expedition from the get-go, and so, not surprisingly, given the, at best, lukewarm reception that the Athenians were receiving so far in the region, plus the fact that the Augustans did not have anywhere near the funds that they had led the Athenians to believe that they had, Nicias's natural cautiousness was only amped up to 11. So what Nicias wanted to do was for the Athenian force to sail to Selinus, which I'll remind you was an ally of Syracuse on Sicily and was the city that was in conflict with Egesta. Because remember, the whole expedition was, at least allegedly, about protecting Egesta from Selinus and Syracuse. So Nicias wanted to sail to Selinus and then to, one way or the other, settle the conflict between them and Egesta, and then from there to just sort of sail around the coast of eastern Sicily to, show the flag, as we might say. In other words, just to try to awe and intimidate Syracuse and their allies with the sheer massiveness of the Athenian fleet, and then Thucydides says, quote, "After displaying the power of Athens and proving their zeal for their friends and allies, to sail home again, unless they should have some sudden and unexpected opportunity for serving the Leontines or of bringing over some of the other cities, and not to endanger the state by wasting its home resources." End quote. So again, this comes up that had been Nicias's main concern in the debates over the expedition in the assembly, that he thought it was a very risky scheme, and he thought that a large expedition to a faraway place to fight against a city that was actually pretty powerful, Syracuse, would be very risky to the Athenian state itself, because a massive defeat would eliminate a huge amount of Athenian resources, of their soldiers and sailors and ships and so forth, not to mention wasting a huge pile of money. And none of those things could be easily replaced, and Nicias, of course, understood that the peace that he had helped to engineer between Athens and Sparta had never really been 100%. And that as time went on, both sides were increasingly nibbling around the edges of it. So basically at this point, what Nicias wanted to do was to do just enough that the Athenians could plausibly say mission accomplished, and then quickly spike the football, do a touchdown dance, and head for home. Because defending Egesta was supposedly the official reason for the intervention, Nicias was almost sort of like calling the Warhawks' bluff in this regard. His strategy is kind of based on the idea of taking the official version of things at face value. Now, he knew very well that Alcibiades and his supporters didn't want to just settle the war between Egesta and Selinus. But Nicias is trying to use the cover story as if it really were the intention of the expedition to kind of cut it short before things start to go more wrong than they already have. And by fulfilling the cover story of what the mission was supposed to be, that would allow him, when he returned to Athens, to plausibly say, look, you told us to go settle this conflict between Selinus and Egesta, and we did, and we came home, and we didn't even lose that many men or waste too much money. But of course, as we know, Alcibiades and most of his supporters, both among the expedition's personnel and back home in Athens, they had always seemingly intended to make taking over Sicily, or at least a large part of it, that was always kind of their real purpose. So what about Alcibiades? What did he think in terms of strategy at this point? Well, even though he tended to be very aggressive in terms of his temperament, and arguably in terms of his kind of grand strategy, you might say, of trying to ultimately take over Sicily and then maybe even go beyond that, right? And start taking over parts of mainland Italy and Carthage and, all that kind of stuff we talked about in the last episode in this series. despite being kind of aggressive in those regards, he actually advocated a fairly moderate policy, at least for the time being, of focusing first and foremost on trying to recruit as many local allies as possible against Syracuse and Selinus. And it kind of makes sense because Alcibiades had more experience operating in that fashion, kind of using diplomacy as a tool for war, than he did actually commanding troops as a general. According to Thucydides, Alcibiades, quote, said that a great expedition like the present must not disgrace itself by going away without having accomplished anything. Heralds must be sent to all the Sicilian cities except Selinus and Syracuse, and efforts be made to make some of the Sicils revolt from the Syracusans and to gain the friendship of others, in order to obtain grain and troops, end quote. He especially wanted to try to recruit as an ally the city of Messina, which is right around the northeastern tip of the island of Sicily, and is the closest city at the time on the island to mainland Italy, where the strait between the island and the peninsula is at its narrowest. So I will say, at least Alcibiades had a decent understanding of things like geography and strategic choke points, unlike some modern leaders we could name. Messina also had a very good harbor, and Alcibiades thought it would make a really good base of operations for the Athenians. Then Thucydides says, quote, after bringing over the cities and knowing who would be their allies in the war, they might then indeed attack Syracuse and Selinus, unless the latter came to terms with Egesta and the former ceased to oppose the restoration of Leontini, end quote. Now, I've got to admit, this might have actually been overall a pretty good strategy, but for two things. First, given the sheer size of the expedition, it was having the effect of intimidating many of the Sicilian cities that otherwise might have leaned toward Athens over Syracuse into leaning the opposite way or trying to stay neutral. Because, as we've mentioned, the size of the expeditionary force caused many Sicilians to believe that the Athenians' ultimate goal was what it apparently really was, i.e., to try to take over all of Sicily. I think a lot of Sicilian cities and populations would have been happy to accept Athenian aid and limited military support to them against Syracuse, because a lot of Sicilians saw Syracuse as the regional hegemon or the would-be regional hegemon, and they didn't necessarily want to be dominated by it. But that didn't mean they weren't also equally or perhaps even more opposed to being dominated by a far distant power. In other words, they didn't necessarily want to trade being occasionally pushed around by the local hegemon, Syracuse, for being fully absorbed into the Athenian Empire. An empire which had already developed a reputation around the Mediterranean world for squeezing its vassal states pretty hard and for brutally putting down any resistance. In other words, had the Athenians sent the smaller intervention force, which was still pretty substantial, but it was, a little bit less than half the size of the one they ended up sending, had they sent the smaller force that was first proposed and authorized, before Nicias made that fateful error of inadvertently talking the assembly into more than doubling the force and its resources. If they had sent the more limited expeditionary force, it is very likely that a lot more Sicilians might have been willing to actively help Athens, because they wouldn't see them as just, trying to come into Sicily to be the new boss. The huge intimidating force the Athenians sent scared many Sicilians into either neutrality, which was obviously unhelpful to Athens, or even into leaning towards allying with Syracuse against the Athenians. So that was the first potential problem for Alcibiades' strategy of trying first to conduct diplomacy and recruit as many allies as possible. The second problem with the strategy given the circumstances was Hermocrates, the leading politician of Syracuse. As we mentioned, he was a guy who had been eloquently and successfully preaching a message of Sicily for the Sicilians and warning about Athens for at least a decade. And the Athenians, by sending this gigantic force, were basically playing right into Hermocrates' narrative. And Hermocrates was quite willing and able to exploit that. Now, I'll mention briefly as an aside that there has long been a historical controversy about what Alcibiades' true intentions for the expedition's goals were. Because he had originally proposed only 60 ships and a much smaller force, and it was not due to any argument he made or request that he made that the expedition was enlarged. It was due, as far as we can tell, entirely to Nicias's blunder of trying to scare the Athenians out of doing the expedition by saying, well, you're actually going to need a giant force. And instead they said, oh, really? How big? And so historians who doubt that Alcibiades' true intentions were the grand ones of taking over Sicily and trying to take over potentially Italy and Carthage and all this stuff, they say, well, that can't have been his real intention, because then why did he ask for only 60 ships and not that many men, and he wasn't the one who caused the force to be enlarged? But I don't agree with that. I think that the evidence indicates that Alcibiades did have these grand ideas of what he was going to do, and the reason he didn't ask for a gigantic force right up front was that he probably didn't think he could get it. I think Alcibiades had these grand intentions of, ultimate huge conquest in the Western Mediterranean, but I think pragmatically he was pursuing it in kind of a long-term way, and the initial proposal to send 60 ships and a, modest-sized army with them was a foot in the door strategy. I think Alcibiades originally thought, yeah, I'll go over there with this kind of mid-sized force that's, significant but not overwhelming. And number one, he thought he could go around recruiting allies, which maybe he could have done a better job of with that smaller force that was less intimidating. But, whether he successfully recruited a bunch of allies under those circumstances or not, I think he was a smart enough politician that he understood, well, once we start getting into real battles over there in Sicily, we've got a foot in the door. And my allies back in Athens, my political allies, my fellow Warhawk politicians, they're going to use the classic, oh no, our men are in battle and we have to reinforce them. We can't pull out now, we'll look weak to everybody. We can't let the men of ours who have already been killed over there die in vain. We've got to escalate. The same strategy that's constantly used in regard to wars today. Arguably, it's what Netanyahu did with Trump and is trying to, continue to do. The idea was, oh yeah, we'll win this war in like a few days, a couple weeks at most. We'll do these, limited strikes and whatever, and then the regime will collapse and that'll be that. And I don't think Netanyahu's dumb enough that he believed that was actually going to happen. But it didn't matter. He knew that once he got the U.S. military's foot in the door, that American politicians would get sucked into the escalation cycle. And kind of the sunk cost fallacy, right? Of, oh no, we've already expended this many lives and resources. We can't let that be for nothing, so we better escalate. So I don't think Alcibiades having these grand intentions for the ultimate goals of the Sicilian expedition and his request for only 60 ships initially and a relatively smaller force, I don't think those two things are mutually exclusive. So even though, obviously, there's no way for me or anybody to read the mind of someone who's been dead for well over 2,000 years, Alcibiades is a guy that we have a fair amount of historical information on, and looking at him and his personality and the cunning way that he operated, that his idea was to get into a war in Sicily so that the Athenian assembly would feel that it absolutely just had to send massive reinforcements until they could finish the job. All that said, I'm sure Alcibiades was probably quite pleasantly surprised when Nicias said they would need a much bigger force, and the assembly, rather than being scared off from doing the expedition, asked him how much, and then gave him, what he asked for, even though he didn't really ask for it because he wanted it. Which brings us to Lamachus. Kind of the third wheel of these generals, and, perhaps not surprisingly for a guy from a humble background who sounds a bit more like a battle-hardened senior NCO than he does like a rich politician/general like the other two guys, Lamachus advocated the most direct and aggressive approach. Thucydides says that he, quote, said that they ought to sail straight to Syracuse and fight their battle at once under the walls of the city while the people were still unprepared and panic was at its height. Every army was most terrible at first. If it allowed time to run on without showing itself, men's courage revived, and they saw it appear at last almost with indifference. By attacking suddenly, while Syracuse still trembled at their coming, they would have the best chance of gaining a victory for themselves and of striking a complete panic into the enemy by the aspect of their numbers, which would never appear so considerable as at present, by the anticipation of coming disaster, and above all, by the immediate danger of the engagement. The rest of the Sicilians would thus be immediately less disposed to enter into alliance with the Syracusans and would join the Athenians, without waiting to see which were the strongest. End quote. And I have to say, while I'm not normally a proponent of very direct brute force tactics, I really think that given the circumstances, if they were going to stay in Sicily and try and do something, that at least at that moment, Lamachus's suggestion was probably the best option. Syracuse had at least comparable resources to Athens in most categories, and they certainly had more resources than Athens in some categories, such as, for example, cavalry. However, a lot of the resources of Syracuse were, at the time the Athenians initially showed up, what you might call latent or potential, not immediate, not already harnessed and mobilized. As a city, Syracuse had very comparable population and manpower to Athens, but they had much fewer troops in most categories, particularly hoplites, that at the time were really well trained, let alone experienced. And while they definitely were a maritime city, their existing ready-to-go naval fleet at the time the Athenians reached Sicily when they first showed up, while we don't have exact numbers about it, everything seems to point in the direction that they had significantly less of a fleet than what the Athenian expeditionary force had. Remember, many Syracusans had for a while been persuaded by Athenagoras that the Athenians probably weren't coming, and so as a result, while the Syracusan generals had implemented a few of Hermocrates' recommendations, they by no means implemented all of them, and even some of those that they did implement, they had not yet had time to implement them fully, or they hadn't done it quickly enough to get really well prepared for when the Athenians arrived. This meant that in terms of actual military and naval forces that could quickly be brought into battle, the Athenians initially would have had the advantage in almost every category other than horse cavalry and, maybe archers. The Athenians also would have had a very strong psychological advantage. Think about it for a moment. A significant faction of the city had doubted for a long time that the Athenians were even really coming. So imagine the psychological shock to them if this enormous Athenian expeditionary force, which was by far the largest military force anyone living on the island of Sicily at the time had ever seen. These guys don't live near the frontiers of the Persian Empire. They haven't seen those gigantic armies that the Persians could put together. So imagine this huge force, far bigger than anything any living Sicilian had ever seen. And it's an army that you might have believed was not even real and certainly was not coming your way. It just shows up. Boom. Right off the coast at Syracuse, and then it drops off a huge army on the beach near the city, and then the ships move to take over the harbors of Syracuse, while an army of thousands of hoplites and thousands more of light infantry and slingers and archers march right up to the city. In psychological warfare terms, that's the kind of thing that might make a lot of Syracusans really, really open to negotiating for terms. However, for whatever reason, maybe a bit of an inferiority complex on the part of Lamachus because of his humble background, Thucydides says that despite putting forward his kind of direct attack, shock and awe suggestion, quote, Lamachus nevertheless gave his support to the opinion of Alcibiades, end quote. So that made it 2 against 1. Alcibiades' strategy would be adopted, at least initially. And as a first step, Alcibiades set off in his own ship to try to engineer an alliance with Messina. But he was unsuccessful. When he returned to Rhegium, the city on the Italian toe, where most of the Athenian force was still encamped, the 3 generals took 60 of their triremes to the Sicilian city of Naxos, where they got a pretty decent reception, and then they went a little further south, they're on the east coast of Sicily, to the city of Catania, where they were not admitted. Thucydides says this was because there was a strong pro-Syracuse faction in the city of Catania. So the Athenians went ashore and camped by a river mouth south of the city. Then the next day, they took 50 of their ships down to Syracuse, where Thucydides says they sailed, quote, into the great harbor to see if there was any fleet launched, and to proclaim by herald from shipboard that the Athenians had come to restore the Leontines to their country, as being their allies and kinsmen, and that such of them therefore as were in Syracuse should leave it without fear, and join their friends and benefactors, the Athenians. After making this proclamation and reconnoitering the city and the harbors and the features of the country which they would have to make their base of operations in this war, they sailed back to Catania, end quote. At this point, I think I probably should mention a little bit about the geography of Syracuse and its surrounding hinterlands. The city of Syracuse had been founded roughly 3 centuries before the Peloponnesian War, in southeastern Sicily on a small, long, narrow island called Ortygia that was near the northern mouth of a very large natural harbor. At its northern edge, the island was almost connected to the much larger island of Sicily. And within a few centuries of the founding of Syracuse, the Syracusans had built a causeway that actually made the connection. So Syracuse became no longer a city on an island, but a city on a peninsula. As it grew in population over the centuries, the city expanded outward from the island of Ortygia to encompass a lot of the adjacent mainland just north of the island, now peninsula. And there were actually not 1 but 2 harbors at Syracuse. The main harbor, which was very uncreatively known as the Great Harbor, was partially enclosed from the Mediterranean by Ortygia. The Great Harbor is not only large in terms of its surface area, it's a bit over 2 miles at its largest measured north to south, and a bit over a mile wide at its largest measured east to west. But it was also a pretty deep bay, and despite its size, it was relatively closed off from the Mediterranean. So its waters would tend to be a lot calmer, being sheltered like that. And the opening of the Great Harbor to the sea was only a little over a half-mile wide at the time. And then there was a second, much smaller, but still significant bay that was within the walls of the inner city of Syracuse, and this one was known, again very uncreatively, as the Little Harbor. And this was Syracuse's military harbor. Piraeus, Athens' own port city, was similar in that regard. There was a big main harbor, and then there was a smaller one that was exclusively used for their navy. And one more very important thing in terms of geography to mention about Syracuse is the land to the northwest of it. So just to the northwest of Syracuse, less than a mile away across a relatively open plain, there was a strategic piece of high ground known as the Epipolae. And this was a huge limestone plateau that was more or less triangular in shape. And anyone with even half a strategic brain, so excluding a lot of our current leaders, would very quickly realize that the control of the Epipolae would be an absolute prerequisite to even consider trying to lay some sort of siege to the city of Syracuse. By the way, I'll try to find a good map of Sicily and also a very zoomed-in map of Syracuse during the time period that we're talking about, and link to them in the show notes. For those of you who, like me, might be more of a visual person when it comes to this sort of stuff, it definitely might help you follow along when we start getting into some of the battles and maneuvers and things that took place outside the city. Certainly, when I've been doing my reading and research for making this series, I've benefited from having bookmarked in one of the many books I have about this stuff a very detailed color map. Also, by the way, note that I specified the geography at the time, right, almost 2.5 millennia ago, because particularly in regard to the details of the harbors of Syracuse, a lot of things have changed due to both natural and human activity. So a present-day map of Syracuse and the areas around it would look quite a bit different. Not only have the size and shape of the Great Harbor of Syracuse changed since the 5th century BC, but the Little Harbor has actually completely disappeared. So anyway, like Thucydides told us, after sailing into the Syracusan harbor and making their announcements that, hey, we're the Athenians and we're here to do these things, they then sailed back up to Catania, right, that city which had just refused them entry the day before because they had a lot of Syracusan sympathizers there. This time, though, the Catanians allowed the 3 generals, but only them, to enter into the city and speak their piece before an assembly. However, while this was happening, actually we're told while Alcibiades was speaking and trying to persuade the Catanians to ally with them against Syracuse, some Athenian soldiers, still outside the city, they happened to discover a weak spot in the city's walls where I think a gate had been poorly walled up or something like that, and they managed to break into the city, and once that was done, the troops flooded into the city's market, and when that happened, all of the pro-Syracuse people in the city apparently fled. And the remaining citizens of Catania voted to ally with Athens, and invited them to bring the remainder of their forces, meaning those who had been left back at Rhegium when the three generals, took 60 triremes to do this little mission that they're doing. The remaining Catanians invited the Athenians to bring those troops over too, and to use Catania as their headquarters. So finally, something is looking like a positive development for the Athenians. Once they had done that, the Athenians then did a reconnaissance in force, you might say. First, to see if they could ally with the city of Camarina, which is on the southwest side of Sicily, and also to stop on the way back to Catania to just check on Syracuse and see if it looked like the Syracusans were getting a fleet ready to oppose the Athenians. Keep in mind, days and days and days are going by while all these things are happening, and, contrast this kind of slow, mostly just sort of doing reconnaissance and trying to recruit allies and whatever, dragging on for days, and compare that to what Lamachus had said, which is, hey, we've got the element of surprise still for the most part, they're not fully prepared and mobilized, and if we just show up outside Syracuse and kind of try to storm the city or whatever, or even just, march our big, huge army right up to the gates of the city while our navy rows into the great harbor, that alone might cause the Syracusans to just say, all right, we're, intimidated, we're terrified, let's make some terms. But as all this is going on, think of what is happening in Syracuse. They're potentially getting, every day that goes by, more opportunity to try and prepare in some way, and imagine what's happening psychologically. Probably the longer the Athenians are dilly-dallying around the island and, doing all this stuff, the longer that goes on, the less visceral fear and intimidation there's likely to be amongst the Syracusan residents. So as far as this Athenian reconnaissance in force, when it came to Camarina, they discovered that, like so many cities in the area, the Camarinians would not receive them into the city, let alone ally with them. So another big disappointment. On the plus side, though, for the Athenians, when they checked on Syracuse, they did not see a fleet being prepared at this time, and that was encouraging. But again, it doesn't mean a whole lot if the Athenians are not going to be quickly doing something to take serious measures against Syracuse and, capitalize on the opportunity. On their way back up the east coast of Sicily to their base at Catania, the Athenians landed and raided some smaller settlements in an area of Syracusan-controlled kind of coastal territory, and it really wasn't much more than a few minor skirmishes, but even so, the cavalry of the Syracusans was already starting to give the Athenians some trouble and make it difficult for them to operate. As we've mentioned before, Greek armies operating back in Greece rarely had more than a token amount of cavalry, if any. And this worked and, made sense in that situation because, number one, they could count on the fact that their Greek opponents would also have few, if any, cavalry, and number two, Greece didn't have as much terrain that was really suited to cavalry fighting on any sort of a large scale. But in a land like Sicily, where their opponents absolutely would have a large number of horses and cavalrymen, and where there was a lot more open terrain suited to larger scale cavalry operations, the Athenians' relative deficiency in cavalry is going to be a real problem. Because as strong as the hoplite phalanx was, and as capable as it could be, when it was properly formed up with experienced and trained and disciplined hoplites, it could still, in many circumstances, be very vulnerable to skillful cavalry attacks, as well as to skillful ranged weapon attackers like archers and slingers and whatnot. And the hoplite phalanx is not something that could just be like a permanent default setting, so to speak. In other words, it was not logistically, physically feasible for an army of hoplites to just keep in all their armor and gear and, carry around their spear and shield all day long while they were just marching and going about their business. Even these tough, battle-hardened ancient Greek soldiers would die of exhaustion if they tried to do that. So hoplite forces spent most of their time on campaign not, fully kitted up and ready to go and fight in a phalanx. And if some combination of cavalry and archers and slingers and even some of the light infantry managed to hit the phalanx from an unexpected direction or attacked a group of hoplites when they were not fully ready to go, they could inflict some real damage. The fact of the matter was that to protect your hoplites from these sorts of what you might call asymmetric attacks, if you're the Athenians, you really need cavalry and men skilled with ranged weapons probably too, in order to keep the other side's cavalry and archers and slingers and other light troops at bay. As historian Paul Rahe puts it, quote, "When infantrymen equipped in this fashion," by which he means equipped as hoplites, right, with the heavy armor and shield and the long spear, were operating on their own, meaning not in a tight phalanx formation, cavalry, light-armed troops, and enemy hoplites that were in formation could easily make mincemeat of them. And the same was likely to happen when agile, light-armed troops equipped with javelins caught hoplites on rough or hilly terrain, unsuited to seeking a decision by way of phalanx warfare. The hoplite was, as Euripides contended, a slave to the military equipment that he bore, end quote. And perhaps in part 4 of this series, or perhaps in another bonus episode aside from the one I'm already working on about naval warfare in classical Greece, I think I want to talk a little bit about the other types of land forces that were used in the Peloponnesian War and in the Sicilian campaign, because they often don't get much coverage in terms of historiography. The hoplites and fighting in phalanx formation and all that, they get the most attention and the most ink. And then naval warfare with triremes and all that probably comes in second. Although you don't always get huge amounts of detail, like I'm going to go into in that bonus episode about naval warfare in ancient Greece. But the land troops that were not hoplites rarely get much attention. So like I said, perhaps in a little aside in episode 4 in this series, or perhaps as a standalone bonus episode just for my Patreon supporters, I really do want to talk a bit about things like light infantry and archers and slingers and cavalry in the Greek Mediterranean world of this time, and how they were equipped and how they operated, and circumstances in which they could be very effective, including real-world historical examples, because these sorts of non-hoplite land troops are going to be very important at some key points during the Sicilian campaign. Well, anyway, when the Athenians returned from their recon and force mission, when they got back to Catania, they found a ship there that they all recognized, but which had not been a part of their expeditionary force. It had only recently arrived, and that ship was called the Salaminia, and it was one of the 2 special state-owned ships of Athens that were designated to be used for official business. And the Salaminia was there for Alcibiades. So if you'll recall from the last episode in this series, Part 2, while the massive Athenian expeditionary force was still being prepared, someone, or we should say a group of someones, had mutilated most of the statues that served as shrines to the god Hermes throughout the city of Athens. And the reason we can be pretty sure it was a group of someone, it was an actual conspiracy, is that they did this to a whole bunch of shrines. I forget how many offhand, but it was a bunch in a single night. So definitely not, one individual or even a couple of people. And this was considered a pretty serious offense to the Athenians, and it sparked an investigation that very quickly turned into a witch-hunting type atmosphere. And it was in this atmosphere that multiple people on promises of immunity came forward to allege other sacrileges, and one of those accused was Alcibiades, along with some of his close friends, and it was alleged that they had been seen parodying or putting on a spoof version of the Eleusinian mysteries, which were considered some of the most sacred rituals in the Greek religion. And even though this was being done in a private home, it was not being done out in public or anything like that, still this was considered enough of an offense against the Greek religion that the accusations were taken quite seriously. And even though Alcibiades had a lot of supporters in Athens, he also had a lot of enemies. So again, if you'll recall back to Part 2 of the Mad Dream of Conquest, remember that Alcibiades had, not surprisingly, demanded that he be given a speedy trial before he departed on the Sicilian expedition as one of the 3 generals in command. Of course, he wouldn't want to have these serious charges hanging over him as he was leaving to be one of the commanders of this intervention to a faraway land. And being a very wily political operator, he knew that if the investigation proceeded and possibly charges were filed, which seemed pretty likely, and a trial began to be conducted while he was off in Sicily, this would be very disadvantageous to him. And, not just that he personally would not be in Athens to try to defend himself, but also he was well aware that a high percentage of people who liked and supported him in Athens would also be off on the Sicilian expedition with him. So he wanted to get it over with, one way or another before leaving for Sicily. And I don't think that was a very unreasonable request given the situation. But of course, as I covered in Part 2 of the series, unfortunately for him, Alcibiades' enemies were successful in maneuvering to make sure that he and most of his closest supporters and allies would in fact be far away in Sicily while the investigation was still ongoing and any charges would be made. Thucydides tells us that the Athenian investigative committee looking into all this stuff, quote, after the departure of the expedition, had continued as active as ever in investigating the facts of the mysteries and of the Hermae, and instead of testing the informers, in other words, instead of trying to really skeptically figure out which, if any, informers were telling the truth and which were not, Thucydides says, in their suspicious temper, they welcomed all indifferently, arresting and imprisoning the best citizens upon the evidence of rascals, and preferring to sift the matter to the bottom sooner than to let an accused person of good character pass unquestioned, owing to the rascality of the informer. End quote. In fact, as I think I may have alluded to in the previous installment of this miniseries, in the prevailing atmosphere in Athens, many citizens got so paranoid that they came to strongly believe that not only was Alcibiades guilty of sacrilege, but that he had done those crimes somehow in the service of a nefarious conspiracy to overthrow the Athenian democracy, which is something that Alcibiades' enemies had been warning about already for quite a while. Thucydides says that, quote, "In short, everywhere something was found to create suspicion against Alcibiades. It was therefore decided to bring him to trial and execute him, and the Salaminia was sent to Sicily for him and others named, with instructions to order him to return and answer the charges against him, but not to arrest him, because they wished to avoid causing any agitation in the army or among the enemy in Sicily. So Alcibiades, with his own ship and his fellow accused, accordingly sailed off with the Salaminia from Sicily, as though to return to Athens, and went as far as Thurii, which was an Athenian allied city on mainland Italy. And there, Alcibiades and the other accused left the ship and disappeared, being afraid to go home for trial with such a prejudice against them." End quote. And Alcibiades and his fellow accused, and we're not given an exact number or even a ballpark figure for how many other guys were, accused of doing this and also were being recalled to Athens, but it doesn't seem like it was a huge number. But they were very correct to suspect that the trial's outcome was really already a foregone conclusion. Again, it was a very kind of witch hunt show trial sort of an affair. The historian Plutarch, in his biography of Alcibiades, reiterates most points of Thucydides' description of the recall, and maybe you would call it a quasi-arrest, of Alcibiades, with a few more things added in. For example, in Plutarch's account, there's even more emphasis on the fact that the men who were sent to bring Alcibiades back to Athens were ordered by the Athenian government to really try to keep everything kind of low-key, so as to avoid any negative backlash among the troops that, were already in Sicily. Because Alcibiades would have been a more popular guy with a lot of those troops than he was back home at the time amongst average Athenian citizens. And so Plutarch says the Athenian magistrates who had sent the Salaminia, quote, "deliberately instructed its officers not to use violence or to lay hands on his person, but to convey, in moderate language, the order that he must accompany them home to stand his trial and clear himself before the people. They were afraid that the summons might provoke indignation or even a mutiny in the army while it was in enemy territory. And indeed, Alcibiades might very easily have brought this about if he had wished. For the men were discouraged by his departure and expected that under Nicias's command the campaign would drag on endlessly with long periods of delay and inactivity. Now that Alcibiades, who provided the spur to action, had been taken away. Lamachus, it is true, was a commander of warlike spirit and great personal courage, but he lacked authority and prestige because he was very poor." End quote. And that's an important point. When all three of the strategoi were there, Lamachus could act as a tiebreaker, side with Alcibiades, and as a result, they could conduct a more aggressive and energetic campaign than what Nicias would have preferred to do. But with Alcibiades gone, it was almost as if for practical purposes Nicias had sole command. Because without a third general there, Lamachus almost entirely tended to defer to Nicias on questions of operational strategy. Now, of course, like I said, the orders to the officers that had come for Alcibiades, telling them to be as kind of low-key as possible with everything, are what gave Alcibiades the opportunity to escape, because when he said that he and his co-defendants would sail home on his own ship, the officers of the Salaminia felt that they couldn't say no to that because then, things might escalate. And so they said, as long as Alcibiades promised to stay kind of close enough to the Salaminia on the voyage back to Athens that they could keep an eye on him, they would allow it. And once they had agreed to let him sail home on his own ship, Alcibiades no doubt had made the decision to appear to be going along without any hints of resistance or evasion for the time being, to cause the officers of the Salaminia to be kind of, lulled into complacency, let their guard down a little bit, until Alcibiades got the opportunity to escape. Once he did escape, the Athenians on the Salaminia looked for Alcibiades in and around Thurii for a while. No source that I've seen specifies a specific amount of days or anything like that, but they do say that they made an effort to try and, catch him. But when after a while they failed to find him, they eventually decided to head back to Athens empty-handed. Thucydides says, quote, Alcibiades, now an outlaw, crossed in a boat not long after from Thurii to the Peloponnesus. And the Athenians passed sentence of death by default upon him and those in his company. End quote. In fact, the Athenians went even further than that. They also confiscated Alcibiades' estate, and they even passed a decree that his name should be cursed by all of the city's priests and priestesses. Now, Alcibiades was quite understandably disgruntled by all of this, and he seems to have really felt that his city had betrayed him unjustly. And so he seems to have felt completely justified in returning the favor. His city betrayed him. He would now betray it. According to Plutarch, when Alcibiades heard that the Athenians had sentenced him to death in absentia, he remarked, quote, I'll show them that I am still alive, end quote. Pretty obviously a threat, and a threat that he would very quickly begin to make good on. The fact that up till his recall he had been one of the 3 commanders of the Sicilian expedition obviously meant that he had a lot of ability to sabotage the Athenian expedition by sharing inside details of Athenian plans with the enemies of Athens. And in fact, as we'll see, he was even quite willing and able to give the enemies of Athens additional intelligence and inside information and strategic suggestions as to how best they could damage Athens, because not only had he been one of the 3 generals of the Sicilian expedition, but for a while before that he had been one of the leading politicians of Athens. And he was a fairly sharp guy when it came to military matters, and so he was able to not just give the occasional important detail of an Athenian plan, but to even suggest other important strategic moves for the enemies of Athens as well. In fact, he even started his campaign of sabotage before the Salaminia even showed up to get him. So it seems very likely that he was tipped off to what was going on, that the Salaminia was on its way to come get him ahead of time. Because before the Salaminia showed up, he had already sabotaged an Athenian plan to take the city of Messina. And this, again, is the city in northeastern Sicily that is at a very strategic spot. It's the city that gave its name to the Strait of Messina, which is the narrowest portion of the Mediterranean Sea between Sicily and mainland Italy. I don't recall offhand how wide the sea is there, but it's pretty darn narrow. There was a pro-Athenian faction within Messina with whom the Athenians had been kind of secretly communicating and, conspiring and all that. And the idea was that this faction would, when Athenian forces went up to Messina, this pro-Athenian faction would open the gates to Athenian forces so that they would be able to take the city. As one of the three generals, Alcibiades, of course, knew all of the details, all the, names and everything of these pro-Athenians in Messina. And so, while he was still in Sicily, before he had been, recalled by the Salaminia, he was able somehow to get a message to the pro-Syracuse population in Messina. And they were then able to take preemptive action against the Athenian sympathizing faction, and this successfully sabotaged the Athenian effort to take the city of Messina. But Alcibiades had much more in store for his former compatriots than just ruining that one operation to take Messina. So like we said, after escaping at 30, Alcibiades crossed over to the Peloponnesian Peninsula, and he lived briefly at the city of Argos, but as Plutarch tells us, quote, even there, he still went in fear of his enemies, and he now decided to renounce his country, meaning Athens, altogether. So he sent word to Sparta, asking for asylum and promising that he would render them services greater than all the harm he had done them when he was their enemy. The Spartans granted his request and received him eagerly. End quote. So he's really going all in against Athens in revenge for what they had done to him. He's going to Sparta with the avowed purpose of working for the Spartans. Very interestingly, when Alcibiades was living in Sparta, he completely adopted the Spartan lifestyle, even though it was in almost every way the opposite of the kind of shamelessly decadent, luxurious, conspicuous consumption sort of lifestyle that he had always led, his entire life in Athens. Plutarch describes it quite vividly. Quote, at Sparta, his public reputation already stood high, and he was admired. But he now earned just as much admiration for his private conduct. And by adopting Spartan customs in his everyday life, he captivated the people and brought them under his spell. When they watched him wearing his hair untrimmed, taking cold baths, eating coarse bread, and dining on black broth, they could scarcely believe their eyes, and began to wonder whether the man they now saw had ever kept a cook in his house, or so much as looked at a perfumer, or endured the touch of Milesian wool on his skin. Alcibiades possessed, they say, one special gift which surpassed all the rest and served to attach men to him. Namely, that he could assimilate and adapt himself to the pursuits and the manner of living of others, and submit himself to more startling transformations than a chameleon. Even the chameleon, it is said, cannot take on the color of white. But Alcibiades was able to associate with good and bad alike, and never found a characteristic which he could not imitate or practice. Thus in Sparta, he was all for physical exercise, the simple life, and an appearance of forbidding austerity. In Ionia, for luxury, pleasure, and indolence. In Thrace, he could drink with the best, and in Thessaly, he was never out of the saddle. And when he found himself in the company of Tissaphernes, the Persian satrap, he surpassed even Persian magnificence in his pomp and extravagance. It was not so much that he could pass with ease from one type of behavior to another, nor that his own character was transformed in every case. But when he saw that by following his own inclinations he would give offense to his associates, he promptly assumed and had recourse to whatever manner or exterior was appropriate to them. At any rate, in Sparta, so far as all the externals went, one could say of him, "You are no son of Achilles, but Achilles himself, such a man as Lycurgus might have brought up." But if one judges by what he truly felt and did, one might exclaim, "The same woman as of old." End quote. So to me, this is yet more evidence to point in the direction that Alcibiades was very likely a psychopath. This ability to really convincingly, at least for appearance's sake, seem to totally assimilate very rapidly to the ways of, whoever he was among at the time. A lot of psychopaths are well known for that ability. And it's interesting that Plutarch even uses the metaphor of a chameleon, because when you read up on psychopathy, read some of the leading books written by the major psychological experts on the condition and what these people are often like, you'll very often hear them described in terms quite similar to what Plutarch used to describe Alcibiades, including very often references to chameleons or being chameleon-like. So this guy, who his entire life, he's probably, I think, in his mid-30s or early 30s, who had lived his entire life as a very wealthy Athenian from lineage that was very aristocratic, and a guy who, in terms of his personality, was always into conspicuous consumption and flaunting his wealth and luxury and pleasure and all these sorts of things. When he finds himself in Sparta and needing the protection of the Spartans and wanting to persuade them to go fuck up the Athenians, he is shrewd and slick and manipulative enough that he understands that the Spartans are gonna be much more welcoming to him and much more willing to listen to him with open ears if he, as much as possible, assimilates to kind of the outward, superficial aspects of how they live. And so, centuries before anyone had coined the phrase, "when in Rome, do as the Romans," Alcibiades' psychopathic instinct had already told him, when in Sparta, do as the Spartans. Meanwhile, back in Sicily, Plutarch writes that with the departure of Alcibiades, quote, Nicias was left nominally jointly responsible with Lamachus, but in reality in supreme command. For his strategy, he continued to sit idly at his base, cruising around the island or drawing up plans, until the strength of their hopes had grown feeble, and the amazement and terror which the first sight of his fleet had caused the enemy had melted away. Nicias held all the power. His colleague Lamachus was a stout-hearted and honest man, who exposed himself fearlessly to battle. But his circumstances were so humble and simple that whenever he sent the Athenians his accounts for a campaign, he was in the habit of claiming expenses for his clothes and shoes. By contrast, Nicias enjoyed great prestige for many reasons, especially his wealth and reputation. Lamachus, though an abler general, was now subordinated to Nicias's authority, and the result was nothing but overcautious and hesitant tactics." End quote. And at this point, the strategy of the Athenians in Sicily was becoming even more muddled than it had been before Alcibiades was forced to leave. Remember earlier when I mentioned that Nicias had originally proposed that the Athenians take a very minimalist approach to the Sicily campaign. He had wanted to just kind of intervene as little as possible in order to bring about some sort of settlement in regard to the dispute between Selinus and Egesta. And then beyond that, just sort of tour the island, like Teddy Roosevelt's Great White Fleet in the early 20th century, cruising around the world, just to kind of show that the United States had a significant navy. Nicias had wanted to do that, but, just around the island of Sicily. And to just try and wrap things up as quickly as possible and then head for home. Well, at this point, after the departure of Alcibiades, he still for a while is kind of doing that, and he's still kind of trying to follow Alcibiades' original strategy of trying to pick up as many allies as possible, although he continued to only have relatively minor success in doing that. But somehow he seems to have given up on the whole idea of trying to get the whole thing over and done with as quickly as possible, with as little risk as possible, and with the least amount of depletion of resources of all types, including men and money. And it's this weird, mixed, unclear strategy in regard to the Sicilian campaign that ends up being, I would argue, kind of the worst of both worlds. Where it's like he's campaigning as if he was pursuing his original strategy, but minus the part about trying to get it over and done with as quickly as possible and then go home. And partly this is, Nicias' own tendency to be extremely cautious, sometimes excessively so. But also keep in mind that he's probably somewhere in his 50s in terms of age, and he was suffering from some pretty significant kidney illness of some sort, which, he's dealing probably with various types of chronic pain and discomfort, and it's probably affecting his sleep, and it's certainly affecting his mental clarity and his mood and all that. So whereas, as a younger man earlier in his career, he had, despite often being very cautious and all that stuff, he'd frequently demonstrated a fair amount of competence and savvy as a general, but now it seems like that's quickly fading. And then also, this lack of clarity may have been in part due to the very unclear and muddled strategy from the get-go. Because if you'll remember, when the Athenian Assembly first passed the resolution authorizing the expedition and putting the 3 generals in charge of it and all that stuff, it had been very vague. They said something about helping Athens' allies in Sicily as much as possible, and beyond that, it said something to the effect that the 3 generals who had been given, supposedly full powers to just kind of follow their own collective judgment, it said that they should simply try to order things as best in Sicily as they could for the interests of Athens and the allies of Athens there. Well, what exactly does that mean? It's very vague and open-ended. And this lack of clarity was further exacerbated by the fact that the official reason for the war was simply for Athens to help the Egestians against Selinus and Syracuse, and if possible to try to help the Leontines, right, the exiled people of Leontini. And yet you had Alcibiades and lots of other Athenians already talking about these grand pipe dream plans of not only taking over all of Sicily, but then, using that as a springboard to maybe take over other stuff in the area, on the Italian mainland, maybe even Carthage. It's this vague pipe dream sort of an idea. And then at some point, once things are, conquered over there, then using all those new resources, harnessing them, right, to bring them back home to Greece to then overpower the Peloponnesian League. And it's always a real problem whenever any state launches a military intervention, whether you call it an expedition, an excursion, a police action, or even a war, that doesn't have really clearly defined goals, let alone a well thought out coherent strategy of assuming those goals are achievable, how best to achieve those goals with the resources at their disposal. So you have this lack of clarity at kind of the grand strategic level, and now it's essentially being solely pursued by a general who had always erred on the side of caution, but now seems to have gone way too far in that direction. Plutarch describes the operations in the aftermath of the departure of Alcibiades as follows, quote, "First, Nicias made a cruise round the island at the furthest possible distance from the enemy, which served only to give them confidence. Then, when he ventured to besiege Hybla, a tiny little city, he withdrew before capturing it, thereby earning the utmost contempt from the Syracusans. Finally, he sailed away to Catana without having accomplished anything more than the sack of Hyccara." End quote. So little, if anything, was achieved of any tactical or strategic value, and at the same time, all of this fiddling around is sapping the energy and the morale of the Athenian forces, and it's causing Syracuse and their allies to increasingly gain psychological confidence and to lose their fear of the Athenians. And Nicias continued to have very little success in picking up new allies. And in fact, even most of the Sicilian cities that they had fully expected would be friendly to them would not even allow the Athenians entrance into their city, let alone offer them anything in the way of troops or supplies or horses or money to help the Athenian campaign. As Plutarch mentioned in that quote I just read, they took one minor port city, Hyccara, and this was a little port city that was an enemy of Egesta. This was the only real victory the Athenians had during this phase of the war. And mostly what they got from it was an influx of money, because when the Athenians took the city, they enslaved all of its inhabitants and then sold those slaves for money to help fund the expedition. And they ended up netting 120 talents for the enslaved inhabitants of this little city. And in addition, Nicias did succeed in collecting 30 talents of silver from Egesta. That was all, it turned out that the city could scrape together to hand over to the Athenians, in contrast to their pre-war promises of a lot more. And I've never seen any mention in any of the sources that I've read about this campaign of the Athenians punishing Egesta in any way for having blatantly misled them about how much money they could scrape together to fund the Athenian campaign. And to me, that's really kind of weird and surprising, especially considering how the Athenians had typically behaved. Not only during the Peloponnesian War, but even for a while leading up to it. They would often be brutal in punishing members of the Delian League that, wouldn't pay their league dues, right? Their taxes basically just into the Athenian treasury. So I'm not exactly sure why Nicias didn't inflict any kind of further punishment on Egesta, other than just taking all the money that they did have. I guess, maybe Nicias thought that it would be too much of a distraction and diversion of resources to do anything significant to Egesta. I don't really think it was out of any sense of humanity or mercy or whatever, because Around the same time, Nicias took that city of Hycara by force and enslaved the entire population. And that wasn't a city that had lied to the Athenians. That was a city whose only crime was being a friend of Syracuse. So anyway, between the 120 talents that were gotten from selling the enslaved population of Hycara and the 30 talents that they had collected from Egesta, in terms of money, the Athenian expedition was still doing okay. Remember, a talent is like 57 pounds of pure silver. So they were definitely good to go as far as money went for at least the foreseeable future, at least the next several months. And of course, they'd do everything they could to try to get more money in the meantime before that ran out. So they were anticipating, further plunder in the future from enemy cities, and they also were still kind of hoping and expecting that they would pick up some contributions from some allied cities. And if things kept dragging on, they could also potentially send word back to Athens itself requesting more money. But despite these, admittedly not insignificant successes in getting more funds, the Athenians really hadn't accomplished much. As Plutarch mentioned, while they had taken Hycara, they had failed to take another city by force. And so as the summer kind of military campaigning season is starting to draw to a close in 415 BC, the Athenians had not racked up very many successes that were furthering them along the goal to reaching their strategic goal, whatever their strategic goal even really was at this point. And Thucydides says that this lack of any major successes by the Athenians during the first months of the expedition caused the Syracusans to really overcome their initial fear and borderline panic over the size of the Athenian force when it first showed up. He writes, quote, "From the moment when the Athenians failed to attack them instantly, as they first feared and expected, every day that passed did something to revive the Syracusans' courage." End quote. The Athenian setbacks were starting to pile up. They had failed to get alliances with a lot of the cities, most of the cities that they had tried to get an alliance with. They had tried and failed to take the city of Hybla by force. And Thucydides tells us that the people of Syracuse were now getting even more emboldened than their generals and their leaders. So much had they lost that initial fear of the Athenian force. He tells us that the citizens of Syracuse, quote, "called upon their generals, as the multitude is apt to do in moments of confidence, to lead them to Catania, since the Athenians would not come to them." End quote. And at the same time, the Syracusans were getting more and more bold and successful in harassing the Athenians, something that their big advantage in cavalry allowed them to do pretty effectively. Despite the large size of their forces, the Athenians couldn't just, march around wherever they wanted to. They always had to worry about getting harassed by Syracusan cavalry, against which, they had nowhere near as many cavalry of their own. And sometimes when the Syracusans were doing hit-and-run attacks and raids and things like that against the Athenians, they would even taunt them. As Thucydides writes, quote, "Parties also of the Syracusan horse employed in reconnoitering constantly rode up to the Athenian army, and among other insults, asked them whether they had not really come to settle alongside the Syracusans in a foreign country, rather than to resettle the Leontines in their own." End quote. Nicias and Lamachus, of course, understood that all this was happening. They understood that their men were losing morale and confidence while the other side was gaining morale and confidence. They were getting really concerned about the psychological effects of all this relative inaction and lack of success on their own troops. And so before the campaign season of 415 wound down for the winter, they decided that they needed to try to draw the Syracusan army out from the city walls to fight them in the open, something that the Athenians were very confident they could win. And they actually came up with a pretty clever stratagem to do this. They sent an agent, whose name we do not know, who was a man from Catania, but was also a man whom the Syracusan generals knew and trusted. So even though Catania was a city that was friendly to the Athenians, this was a guy known to the Syracusans as being, kind of friendly toward them. Or at least he had been in the past, because now, and we're not told why, we're not told if it was for money or for some other reason, but now he is going to be actually working for the Athenians. So this Catanian, who is now a secret agent for the Athenians, is sent to Syracuse to tell the generals there, as Thucydides puts it, quote, that the Athenians had passed the night in the city of Catania, at some distance from their arms, and that if the Syracusans would name a day and come with all their people at daybreak to attack the army, they, meaning the faction of Catanians who were friendly to Syracuse, would close the gates of Catania upon the troops in the city and set fire to their vessels, while the Syracusans would easily take the camp by an attack upon the stockade. In this, they would be aided by many of the Catanians, who were already prepared to act, and from whom he himself came. The generals of the Syracusans, who did not lack for confidence, and who had intended, even without this information, to march on Catania, believed the man without any sufficient inquiry, fixed at once upon a day which they would be there, and dismissed him. End quote. So basically, this Catanian, whom the Syracusans knew and trusted, he shows up and he says, oh yeah, the Athenians, they're spending a lot of their time in Catania, actually hanging out inside the city, and, their ships and a lot of their gear and whatever, they're leaving out where their camp was. And so, hey, there's a faction of us Catanians who actually are pro-Syracusan, and how about we make a secret conspiracy plan? You tell us when you can march your army up from Syracuse to Catania, and we'll make sure that when you get there, we're going to close the gates of the city so that the Athenians are trapped inside the city without their arms. And you guys can, burn all their ships and whatever, and then I guess kind of force some sort of surrender on the mostly unarmed Athenians. And like Thucydides says, these generals apparently didn't do their due diligence to try and verify this tip some other way. This guy telling the Syracusan generals this stuff, again, was somebody that I guess previously had been friendly to Syracuse. So they just kind of trusted him and assumed he wouldn't lie to them. And then also, as Thucydides says, it was kind of nudging the Catanian generals to do something they were already kind of inclined and perhaps even planning to do. To march up to Catania against the Athenians. Only now, they're going to have even more of an advantage because of this supposed secret plan of the pro-Syracusan faction within Catania, helping them out. So that the Athenians would be caught, pretty much with their pants down. But when it comes to war, you always should be careful and more than a little bit skeptical about people who are seemingly giving you intelligence that is basically kind of already what you want to hear. In other words, that reinforces you in your decision to do something that you already were kind of inclined to do or maybe even intending to do. because it's always at least a possibility that the source of whatever the information is might be working for your enemy. Even if it's somebody who in the past, was friendly towards you and that you think wouldn't lie to you about something like this. Because this source could be feeding you disinformation to manipulate you into doing something that your enemy actually wants you to do. Now, that's not always the case in these situations. Sometimes a person giving you what seems like helpful intelligence is, what they appear to be. You can take them and their information at face value. But sometimes, as in this case, it's a person who's feeding you disinformation to manipulate you right into your enemy's, plan or trap or whatever. So we don't know for sure, how many days there was between when this agent from Catania gave them the disinformation and when the Syracusans actually marched up to Catania, but apparently they had agreed upon a day ahead of time. So the Syracusans got their army ready and marched them north to Catania. And from what the sources say, it seems like they sent most of their army to march up to Catania. They seem to have only left, a little bit of a skeleton force in the city. And by the way, according to the internet, I've never been to Sicily, so don't, have firsthand on the ground experience of a lot of these places. But according to the internet, the distance from Syracuse up to Catania is a bit over 40 miles. So this is a pretty significant march. And even if they're marching, fairly hard, trying to go relatively quickly and not take many breaks and, get in a good long march every day, we're talking it's still going to probably take them at least 4 to 5 days to make it up to Catania. So they went and marched, again, probably 4 or 5 days to be able to get there on the day that they had told the secret agent of disinformation that they would show up. And the Syracusans made it on whatever the appointed day was, and again, they think they're going to catch the Athenians totally unprepared with their pants down, and the pro-Syracusans in Catana are going to help to trap the Athenians, all this stuff. Hey, it's a situation where an army has been led by deliberate disinformation to believe that if they go to attack a place, there'll be a bunch of people on their side who will help them. But of course, as we've said, it was all a stratagem. It was all a ruse on the part of the Athenians. And as soon as the Athenians received word that the Syracusans had started their march north, the Athenians sent all of their forces via their ships down to Syracuse. And obviously, as slow as an ancient Greek trireme might have been, the trip would have been way faster for the Athenians to get down to Syracuse by sea than it took for the Syracusans to march by land. In fact, the Athenians managed to make it down to Syracuse, according to the sources, over the course of a single night. When the Syracusans arrived in Catania and realized the Athenians were all gone, they quickly realized what was up, they realized they'd been had, and they began to march as quickly as they could back south to their city. And we can assume they're really pushing it, they're really probably double timing it, taking even fewer breaks, trying to get in even more miles a day than they already did, getting up there. And so they're exhausting themselves, and it's still going to take them multiple days to march back to Syracuse. So the Athenians, meanwhile, were able to land their army unopposed, not too far from the city of Syracuse. But even though the Syracusans had left only a fairly small portion of their forces to guard the city still had pretty strong walls and defenses and things like that. So the Athenians weren't thinking about trying to just, storm the city like that. They were instead just trying to maneuver it so that the Syracusans would be in a situation where they kind of had no choice but to face the Athenians in open battle. And the Athenians fully expected that they would be able to win a decisive victory. Even though decisive battles had been very elusive, almost non-existent in the Peloponnesian War, the Greeks still, thought in those terms. It's hard for a general to give up on a paradigm they've been kind of inculcated with for decades. Even when the evidence of a war that they're currently fighting, should be making it obvious that the way you think war should be fought and the way you think wars can be won is obsolete. All you gotta do is look at how long so many of the World War I generals kept ordering big charges, going over the top across no man's land, often in broad daylight. The British in particular were slow to give up on that idea of, decisive battle to be won by charging the enemy. And so, you have something like the Somme, which is 2 years into World War I, a point at which it should have been obvious that big frontal charges against enemy entrenchments are pretty much always suicidal. But they kept doing it. Or you can think of the example of the American Civil War, where again, most of the generals on both sides continued to have this idea of using bold offense and frontal charges, even if it's against an enemy entrenched on high ground who outnumbers you, because they had grown up with the Napoleonic idea of that's the way you should fight a war, and that's the best way to win a war. Because the Athenians had, a few days head start on the Syracusan army in terms of actually reaching the vicinity of Syracuse, they were able to kind of take their time and get ready. They were able to, very deliberately get into position, and they occupied some very strong defensive positions outside of the city, and they chose their positions in part so that the landscape and everything would minimize the effectiveness of the Syracusan cavalry. And they can just sort of wait for the Syracusans to show up. The Athenians, were told, even had the opportunity to chop down some trees and build themselves some rough fortifications before the Syracusan army had returned. Again, the Athenians and their allies must have been pretty confident, must have not only hoped but almost expected that they would be able to win a decisive battle, and they'd be able to wrap up this whole campaign in a matter of a few hours. When the Syracusans had returned, again, after marching like a death march practically, I'm sure they were hurrying, so they're all exhausted and everything. And sure enough, as expected, the Syracusan generals kind of felt like, well, given the situation, we have no choice but to go fight the Athenians. They're, on the front door of our city. So both sides began forming up for battle. And we're told that Nicias did what generals typically did on the verge of a battle in the ancient world. He gave what he hoped would be an encouraging speech to his men. And in Thucydides' telling of it, in this speech, Nicias denigrated the capabilities of the opposing forces, and he said of his own army that it would be, quote, "strange indeed, with so many and so brave companions in arms, if we did not feel confident of victory, especially when we have mass levies opposed to our picked troops. And what is more, Sicilians, who may disdain us, but who will not stand against us, their skill not being at all commensurate to their rashness." End quote. Nicias then went on to say something that seems intended to keep his own forces from getting too confident, and to really kind of drive home to them the huge stakes of this campaign and potentially of this battle for the city of Athens and its empire. Quote, "You may also remember that we are far from home and have no friendly land near, except what your own swords shall win you. And here I put before you a motive just the reverse of that to which the enemy are appealing. Their cry being that they shall fight for their country. Mine, that we shall fight for a country that is not ours, where we must conquer or hardly get away, as we shall have their horse upon us in great numbers. Remember, therefore, your renown, and go boldly against the enemy, thinking the present difficulty and necessity more terrible than they." End quote. Not surprisingly, given the fact that they were, well ready, and the Syracusans were not, having, marched in a hurry over the past few days to get back. The Athenians attacked fairly quickly, while the Syracusans were kind of still getting their army formed up. That said, the Syracusans got their army ready to go reasonably quickly, and Thucydides tells us that as the battle began to unfold, the Syracusans displayed great courage and seemed to have given the Athenians a harder time than the Athenians expected. But he also says that it was kind of clear as the battle unfolded that the Syracusans were inferior to the Athenians in their training and definitely in their experience of battle. He says that initially there was some kind of indecisive skirmishing between the archers and slingers and cavalry and light infantry of the two sides. But before long, the main event, the clash of phalanxes composed of hoplite, heavy infantry, started to happen. And Thucydides writes, quote, "Thus they advanced, the Syracusans to fight for their country, and each individual for his safety that day and liberty thereafter. In the enemy's army, the Athenians sought to make another's country theirs, and to save their own from suffering by defeat." End quote. Interestingly, though, Thucydides draws a contrast between the actual Athenian troops and the troops who were from the subject states of the Athenian Empire in terms of their motivation. He says of the so-called allied troops of the Athenians that they, quote, "owed most of their ardor to the desire for self-preservation, which they could only hope for if victorious, and as a secondary motive, for the chance of serving on easier terms after helping the Athenians to a fresh conquest." End quote. So yeah, if you're a soldier from one of Athens' vassal states back in Greece, and maybe you're from a city that the Athenians had been squeezing pretty hard for a while, then you're primarily fighting because A, you don't want to die, and B, if you lose and don't get killed, you still, might get enslaved by the Syracusans if they're victorious, so you're also fighting to not end up being enslaved. And that beyond that, your main motivation is, maybe if the contingent from my city distinguishes itself in battle and we win the battle, the Athenians hopefully will take it easier on my city in appreciation for my service. So a little bit different motivation. We're told that the clash of hoplites was brutal and was actually evenly matched for a while. Neither side was really gaining ground against the other or getting a decisive upper hand. Neither phalanx was breaking. And then a wild card happened. Wise historians of war from Thucydides' day to the present, are always very, very willing to acknowledge the kind of chaos theory unpredictability of war. That once you open that Pandora's box, yes, you can do things to maximize your chances of success. You can try to be well prepared and have a good strategy and all these different things. But that there's also just this element of randomness and chaos and unpredictability, not just in terms of, the enemy gets a vote and your opponent might not always do what you think he's going to do or what you want him to do, but also even beyond that, there's just the randomness in nature and in existence. Just to take one example that we mentioned earlier in this series, Pericles getting killed by the plague just a few years into the Peloponnesian War. No Athenian had anticipated that happening. In fact, no Athenian seems to have really anticipated the plague occurring at all, including Pericles himself. And it's one of those things where it's like, you have to wonder, might the war have gone very differently? Certainly if Athens had not experienced a plague, but even, kind of going beyond that, like if Athens did experience the plague, but Pericles had been one of those who survived it. There's a lot of what the ancients as well as Machiavelli would have termed fortuna in war. Fortune, by which they mean in the sense of luck. And that's why truly wise historians of war from Thucydides up to our own time have tended to be, because they acknowledge the randomness and chaos and chance of war, and because they fully acknowledge the costs and risks of war, and the tragic nature of it, they usually tend to be guys who either explicitly or implicitly advocate caution about going to war. And one way or another, often make the point that it should only be a truly last resort and that you should never expect everything to go according to plan. So getting back to this battle, which will become known as the First Battle of Syracuse, this hoplite clash outside the city. While the phalanxes are smashing each other, and it's brutal, but neither side is really getting the upper hand, all of a sudden, a huge thunderstorm swooped over the battlefield. And this act of nature made the difference. Because when this powerful storm hit, we're told that it caused a lot of the Syracusan soldiers to lose their nerve. Remember, they were probably not as well trained and definitely much less experienced than most of the Athenians and their allies. And so far, they had done, surprisingly well. They had kind of held their own. But it must have been, for many of the Syracusan soldiers, sort of like at the limit of what they could do. And so, psychologically, we can expect a lot of them, even though their phalanx has held together so far, a lot of them are like psychologically on the edge of what they can handle. And then all of a sudden, boom! Powerful storm. With loud thunder and lots of lightning. And that storm hitting was apparently the last straw for the nerve of a lot of the Syracusans. But it did not have the same psychological effect on the Athenians, who were again, much more experienced soldiers. And it didn't take long after the storm struck for the Athenians to finally gain the upper hand. The Syracusan phalanx started to be pushed back, and it quickly devolved into an outright rout. And for the Athenians, no doubt, it must have seemed like the beginning of the decisive victory that they hoped and expected they'd be able to win. But it ended up not being as decisive for the Athenians as they hoped and expected. They really weren't able to follow up their routing of the Syracusan phalanx very effectively. They were not able to exploit the fact that the Syracusan soldiers were now retreating and not doing so in good order. And for pretty much all of human history, regardless of differences in weapons and tactics and, all these other things, the highest body counts of soldiers in a battle tend to be when they're retreating. And the more, disorderly of a route the retreat is, the more vulnerable those soldiers are. And the reason the Athenians could not exploit their win and turn it into just, a complete decisive victory in which the Syracusan army was either wiped out or forced to surrender en masse, the reason that didn't happen was, as you might expect by now, cavalry. Because the Athenians had, chosen their ground well for this battle, the Syracusan cavalry hadn't been able to be employed very much in kind of the main phases of the battle itself. But when it's a situation where the Syracusan army is fleeing back towards the city and the Athenians are trying to pursue them, that's a situation where the Syracusan cavalry could be and was used effectively. And in fact, the much more numerous and effective Syracusan cavalry were successful in protecting the fleeing infantry. They were able to provide effective cover and protection for their comrades who were retreating on foot, and so as a result, despite their defeat, and despite their being routed, most of the Syracusan army successfully made it back into the relative safety of their city. So the First Battle of Syracuse, as it becomes known, was clearly an Athenian victory, but not nearly as complete of a victory as the Athenians would have wanted. That said, they still did legitimately win the battle, with a little help from Mother Nature and, the superior psychological fortitude of their much more experienced soldiers. So the Athenians did what, was almost always done in the aftermath of a battle in ancient Greece, and that is they set up a trophy to commemorate their victory. And you'll see this if you read Thucydides. It's like almost after every battle, even a pretty small one, it's almost like a mantra. Thucydides will mention that the winning side set up a trophy and, then they exchange their dead. And I don't recall if I've mentioned this practice yet in this miniseries, and if I have, I don't think I got a whole lot into it. So I'll briefly explain what typically happens in the aftermath of a Greek battle in ancient times. So as I've mentioned, numerous times throughout this series already, the ancient Greek paradigm of warfare was very much centered around the idea of decisive battle. And so this would be primarily centered upon clashes of hoplite phalanxes on land and clashes of triremes if it's a battle at sea. And most of the time, it was kind of clear who was the winner. Even if the victory wasn't overwhelming or didn't end up being, really decisive, most of the time, you really couldn't argue who had won. And generally, who had won was the side that had made the other side retreat, whether on land or at sea. And most of the time, even the losing side kind of acknowledged that, yeah, we lost that battle. And cases where the battle was disputed, who really won it, they were quite rare. They occasionally happen. Occasionally you'll see mention of this, but most of the time, even if the battle wasn't an overwhelming victory, it was kind of undisputed who won. So, the two opposing sides might have very different feelings about how the battle had turned out in terms of, obviously the winning side thinks, oh, it's great, everything went well, I'm happy, and the losing side would feel, the opposite to that. But almost all the time, they would agree on who won and who lost. Whoever retreated from where the battle was taking place had lost, and whoever had, made them retreat and still held the field, they won. And the winning side was entitled to do something that had great, kind of cultural and religious and psychological significance to the ancient Greeks. They would set up a trophy. They would build a trophy. This was done on the battlefield itself, usually pretty soon in the aftermath. And they would typically try to build this trophy at the spot that was sort of like the decisive spot of the battle. In other words, roughly where it was on the battlefield that the winning side had clearly started to get the upper hand and win. Where they had broken a hole in the enemy's phalanx. And as I mentioned, they did basically the same thing in regard to naval battles too. Obviously, you can't do what I'm going to describe actually in the water. They didn't set up, like big floating trophies on buoys or something. But with a naval battle, they would typically try to build a trophy on kind of the nearest spot of dry land to where the decisive point in the battle had happened. And virtually all ancient Greek naval battles happened relatively close to land, for a variety of reasons that I'll probably get into when I do my upcoming bonus episode about naval warfare in ancient Greece. So almost all ancient Greek naval battles happened quite close to land, almost always within sight of land, and often very close to it. And so the trophy for a naval battle would at least be within sight of where the battle had occurred. And just as an interesting little aside, the ancient Greek word that forms the basis of our word trophy is a word that, to the ancient Greeks, literally meant turning point. And the exact details of the construction and materials used varied a bit over time, and also might vary a little bit just due to, different conditions on different battlefields. But the typical form of an ancient Greek trophy was a large tree trunk, sometimes with the branches still attached to it, to which a collection of enemy weapons and armor would be attached. And the trophy would be dedicated to a particular Greek deity. Might be the patron god or goddess of the city very often, or in some cases, it might be a different god or goddess for other reasons. For example, a naval trophy might be dedicated to Poseidon for obvious reasons. Or if the battle had occurred near to some celebration that was tied to a particular deity, it might be dedicated to them. And the Greeks took this very seriously. It really meant a lot to them. That's why they would stop and do this after winning a battle. It had very strong religious significance, and it was considered sacrilegious, for example, to tear down a battlefield trophy. Like if you were a sore loser, and you thought, I'm going to sneak up, soon after they build their trophy and leave, and I'm going to tear it down, like that was seen as a crime against the gods. It also was seen as an offensive sacrilege if you tried to put up a trophy even though your side had not actually won a battle. And again, this had deep significance to the ancient Greeks, and it was quite rare during the classical period for the winner of a battle to not put up a trophy after winning anything that was much more than like a very minor skirmish. It was also a very, very deeply held, very significant in religious and other terms practice of the ancient Greeks in the aftermath of a battle for both sides to, under truce, collect the dead and exchange them as necessary. As with the building of a trophy, perhaps even more so, this was something they took very seriously. And it was seen as a horrible offense, not only to your opponent, but to the gods. If you, didn't allow the other side to collect their dead after a battle, or if you were in possession of some of your opponent's dead and you didn't, exchange them back to the other side, and you would expect your opponent would do the same. So that's what was happening in the aftermath of this first Battle of Syracuse, as it did typically in the aftermath of any ancient Greek battle. The body count was not that high, again primarily because the Syracusan cavalry had succeeded in protecting their men while they were fleeing. Even so, it's pretty lopsided. Thucydides says that the Syracusans had around 260 dead, while the Athenians and their allies only lost about 50 men. So, by basically every conceivable measure, including body count, as well as, who retreated versus who held the field, this clearly was an Athenian victory. And we can be sure that it must have, reinflated the confidence of the Athenians quite a bit after their morale had been sagging for a while and it seemed like they were just, kind of muddling around Sicily, not accomplishing much. And for the Syracusans, of course, they would have been happy that their army hadn't been wiped out and it succeeded in getting back to the city, still mostly intact and alive. But it certainly would have had a negative effect on the psychology and morale of the Syracusan soldiers, as well as just, the residents of the city, the civilians. Now, you would normally expect that the Athenians would try to take some really aggressive, effective measures to follow up on this as best they could in some way, to capitalize on the fact that they now have the momentum on their side again, and, their morale is going up while the Syracusans' morale is going down. But this didn't happen for two reasons, and one of them is, again, the temperament and personality of Nicias. If Lamachus had been the sole general in charge, he may very well have attempted to follow this up in some way, and probably Alcibiades would have too if he had been there and he had been, the sole general in charge of the Athenian forces. But, Nicias is Nicias. And he rarely is a very bold and aggressive general. Though, to be fair to him, there was a legitimate argument for hitting the pause button, and that legitimate argument was winter. And winter was coming. Although to tack back to the other side, that was somewhat the fault of Nicias as well, because he had spent most of the summer campaign season kind of screwing around and not getting a whole lot done. And so by the time they finally successfully maneuvered the Syracusans into fighting them on open ground outside the city, it was the end of the campaign season. It was at the point where almost all generals back then would say, all right, let's kind of hit the pause button. If this had happened a couple months earlier in the year, even Nicias probably would have kept up the initiative and the pressure and the momentum against the Syracusans. But not only was winter starting to hit, or about to hit, but in addition, one of the things the Athenians had realized as a result of this battle was that their lack of cavalry relative to their opponents was a real issue. And so the Athenian commanders decided that they should wait until they had a lot more cavalry, which they were going to try to get both from friendly Sicilians and also from back home, from Athens. So as the winter of 415 to 414 BC was starting to roll in, the Athenians, even though they had won the first Battle of Syracuse, retreated. But, it was deliberate, strategic retreat, not a retreat of defeat. And their morale must have been pretty good. Not only had they clearly won the recent battle, even if incompletely, but also they had realistic expectations that by the time the next campaign season rolled around, they would have a lot more cavalry. Also, like I mentioned earlier, they were still doing pretty well in terms of money. Between the funds they had squeezed from Egesta and the funds that they had gotten from selling the population of Hybla into slavery, plus additional money that they expected they would receive from Athens, much of it squeezed from the subject states of the Delian League, but, money's money. The Athenians, as they were retreating to winter quarters, must have felt pretty confident about how things were going. And they probably also expected that in the aftermath of their victory in the First Battle of Syracuse, that more Sicilian and nearby Italian mainland cities would be friendly to them and would give them help and support in various ways. Obviously, over the first winter of the Sicilian campaign, the winter of 415 to 414 BC, both sides would do everything they could to use the lull in the fighting to try to prepare and gather resources as much as they possibly could for the reopening of the conflict, which they all knew was going to happen by late spring, early summer. The Syracusans, as you might expect, were not in great spirits at all during this winter. But at an assembly they held in the aftermath of their defeat by the Athenians in the First Battle of Syracuse, Hermocrates did his best to try to encourage them and buck up their morale. Thucydides says that Hermocrates, quote, "A man who, with a general ability of the first order, had given proofs of military capacity and brilliant courage in the war, came forward and encouraged the Syracusans, and told them not to let what had happened make them give way, since their spirit had not been conquered, but their want of discipline had done the mischief." End quote. He went on to say that their losses in the battle weren't really all that significant and that they actually had performed admirably given their relative lack of training and experience compared to the Athenians. Hermocrates also laid some of the blame, correctly I think most people would say, for the Syracusans' defeat so far on the fact that they had way too many generals. Believe it or not, at the time that he was speaking, and for the, course of the Sicilian War up until now, Syracuse had no fewer than 15 generals. Which is just crazy. I mean, if you think the Athenian chain of command on the other side was, a bit muddled and dysfunctional because they had 3 generals, at least at the start of the campaign. Imagine what it was like for the Syracusans having 15 generals and an army that just in general was less well-trained and experienced than the Athenians. And Hermocrates correctly argued that this not only created a confused command structure, but it also made it a lot harder to keep various plans a secret. And so he advocated that Syracuse should significantly reduce their overall number of generals, keep only a handful of the most experienced and capable ones in place, and give them full powers, which we've talked about before in regard to the 3 Athenian generals on the other side, right? Full powers meaning for the duration of the conflict, they can just make decisions without having to ask permission or anything from the Syracusan assembly. And Hermocrates concluded by saying that with these changes and with a lot of training and preparation over the course of the winter, he was confident that they would do a lot better in the next campaign season. And he had been successful in persuading the majority of the Syracusans who, after he spoke, voted for all of his suggestions, and who very wisely, and perhaps not at all surprisingly, made Hermocrates one of what would now be only 3 generals to run the Syracusan War. The Syracusans also began to work as quickly as they could on various nuts and bolts logistical preparations for the next campaign season, including extending and reinforcing a lot of the walls that surrounded the city and, filling in existing gaps and reinforcing any particular vulnerable or key strategic points. Equally important, maybe even more important, the Syracusans finally decided to follow the advice that Hermocrates had given them when the Athenians were still on the way over. The advice to make very serious diplomatic efforts to get help from Sparta and from Corinth. Thucydides says that during this winter, the Syracusans, quote, sent envoys to Corinth and Sparta to procure a force of military allies to join them, and to induce the Spartans, for their sakes, to address themselves more seriously to the war against the Athenians, that they might either have to leave Sicily or be less able to send reinforcements to their army there. End quote. In other words, the Syracusans would try not only to get the Spartans and the Corinthians to send help to them in Sicily, but they would also try to persuade the Spartans to fully ramp up their war against the Athenians back in Greece again, in order to hopefully cause the Athenians to withdraw their forces from Sicily, or at the very least to hobble their abilities to send significant reinforcements to Sicily. There would also be a lot of diplomatic maneuverings in Sicily during this winter, and the most important of these was regarding the city of Camarina, which both the Athenians and the Syracusans would try to recruit as allies. The Camarinians did the, typical thing that we've already seen multiple times in this series in this situation, which is they held an assembly to decide what to do, at which representatives from the two sides would have an opportunity to speak before the Camarinian assembly voted. Not surprisingly, Hermocrates would speak on behalf of Syracuse, while a man named Euphemus spoke for the Athenians. In his speech, Hermocrates argued that the Athenians clearly were not in Sicily, just for their stated, official, limited purpose, but that they were clearly really intent upon something much more significant, probably conquering the island, or at least as much of it as they could. And he pointed to the very heavy-handed way that Athens treated the subject states of its empire back in Greece, and then argued that it would be very unreasonable for Sicilians to expect that the Athenians, if they were successful, to treat the cities of Sicily any better than they did their subject cities back closer to home. Camarina, by the way, had been an ally of Athens in some previous conflicts. But Hermocrates was arguing that the circumstances were different than in regard to some of Athens' previous interventions in Sicily. And he said that the Camarinians should see the Athenians now, with their massive force, something much bigger than they had ever dispatched to Sicily, as conquerors, not as liberators and not even as friends. He said that it was very clear what the Athenians were really up to now. As Thucydides reports it, Hermocrates said, quote, "It is the very same policy which has proved so successful in Greece that is now being tried in Sicily." End quote. And he pointed out that after creating what was supposed to be an alliance of Ionian Greeks in the Aegean, whose avowed purpose was just to defend against the Persians in that area, the Athenians had quickly turned that supposedly anti-Persian defensive alliance into a blatant empire for their own benefit. As Thucydides reports it, Hermocrates said, quote, "After being chosen as the leaders of the Ionians and of the other allies of Athenian origin in the struggle to punish the Persians, the Athenians accused some allies of failure in military service, some of fighting against each other, and others, as the case might be, upon any specious pretext that could be found, until they thus subdued them all. In short, in the struggle against the Persians, the Athenians did not fight for the liberty of the Greeks, or the Greeks for their own liberty, but the former to make their countrymen serve them instead of him, the latter to change one master for another, wiser indeed than the first, but wiser for evil." End quote. Hermocrates then went on to argue that the Sicilians themselves deserve blame for not already uniting against the Athenian invaders. And, as a subtle rhetorical maneuver to try and encourage this sort of pan-Sicilianism that he had long been preaching, Hermocrates used the pronoun we in saying, we are to blame because we haven't united against them yet. Even though obviously he himself had been trying to bring that about for at least a decade. He then argued that the Athenians absolutely could conquer all of Sicily if they succeeded in picking off cities one by one and, turning them against each other and all that, but that the Athenians could not win if Sicily united against them. He then explicitly appealed to any Camarinians who might fear the power of Syracuse. And he said, look, if Athens succeeds in defeating us, Syracuse, they'll soon come for you as well, one way or another. So it was actually, he argued, in both cities' interests to set aside their differences and team up against the Athenian would-be conquerors. He then concluded his speech by saying that even neutrality on the part of Camarina would ultimately help Athens to win in the long run and eventually take over Sicily, so it really was in the best interests of the Camarinians to actively ally with Syracuse now. Euphemus, in his rebuttal to Hermocrates, defended the record of Athens in defending Greece from the Persians. And he said that the Ionians of Sicily should ally with the Athenians against their own common Dorian enemies. So he's obviously, trying to play to this old kind of rivalry, sometimes to the point of hostility, between the Ionian and Dorian Greeks that I talked about, I believe, in part 1 of this series. He also argued that Athens very justly deserved the empire that it had gained because they had been the city that had risked the most in the wars against Persia, even up to the point of abandoning their own city during the Second Persian War. While in contrast, he pointed out, many of the Greek cities that Athens now ruled over had been very quick to submit to the Persians. Euphemus claimed that Athens was in Sicily not to enslave the Sicilians, but out of a concern purely for Athens' own security, and that the Athenians were worried that the Syracusans might ally with Sparta and the rest of the Peloponnesians, and that Athens fully supported all Sicilian cities who were against Syracuse for that very reason, out of Athenian self-interest, in terms of its, national security, we would say, in modern terms. And very interestingly, he says that, quote, "Fear makes us hold our empire in Greece, and fear makes us now come, with the help of our friends, to safely order matters in Sicily. and not to enslave any, but rather to prevent any from being enslaved." End quote. So Hermocrates had basically said that all Sicilians should see Athens as a conqueror, not a liberator, and Euphemus is arguing the opposite. No, we're liberators, not conquerors. Then Euphemus goes on to say something that, to modern ears, particularly modern American ears, might sound like shocking honesty. Quote, "Besides, for tyrants and imperial cities, nothing is unreasonable if expedient. No one a kinsman unless sure, but friendship or enmity is everywhere a matter of time and circumstance." End quote. And aside from the fact that it's yet another instance of an Athenian speaking much more honestly and directly about the truth of their empire and, how and why it is run, than you hear from almost any American leader or intellectual, with a few exceptions. Also, I think that statement could clearly be taken as a veiled threat. Not very thinly veiled either. Euphemus goes on to say, quote, "Here, in Sicily, our interest is not to weaken our friends, but by means of their strength to cripple our enemies. In Greece, we treat our allies as we find them useful." Again, kind of shockingly brutally honest. He continues, "In our settlement of the states here in Sicily, we should therefore naturally be guided by our interest, and by fear, as we say of the Syracusans. Their ambition is to rule you. Their plan is to use the suspicions that we excite to unite you, and then, when we have gone away without effecting anything, by force or through isolation, to become the masters of Sicily. And masters they must become if you unite with them." End quote. So it's kind of interesting, in a lot of ways, what the Sicilian cities other than Syracuse are grappling with is who they would rather have as the hegemon of the island. Would they rather have Syracuse, the most wealthy and powerful city on the island, be kind of the regional hegemon, or would they rather have the more distant imperial maritime power of Athens? And so no doubt the Sicilians, who had not already made up their mind at this point, who they wanted to side with, were mentally kind of weighing the odds of on the one hand, the Sicilians are, right next door to us, and so they might have more capability to rule us with a heavier hand if they really become the full-fledged hegemon of the island. But then again, they also are on the same island, so, they might actually have more interests in common with us and maybe won't rule us as harshly. And vice versa. If the Athenians manage to establish some kind of dominance of Sicily, on the one hand, the distance and the logistics might mean they're not capable of controlling us with a really heavy oppressive hand. On the other hand, though, if they are capable of doing it, they might be more inclined to do so, because they're a much more distant power, and so they don't have necessarily as much of a stake in the overall condition of Sicily as an island and how it's run and everything like that. And the truth is, I don't think that there's a correct answer to the question necessarily, because there are examples throughout history of the closer imperial power being much more heavy-handed and oppressive over its subjects, and a more distant imperial power actually ruling with a lighter touch, but then there are also examples where it's the opposite. And obviously here, Euphemus, representing the Athenians, is making the argument that, we, the Athenians, don't want to really rule you and dominate you in a harsh, direct manner, partly because we're so far away. And we just want to prevent, Syracuse from taking over the island and throwing its resources behind the Peloponnesians against us. And Hermocrates is saying, no, look at how the Athenians have taken over and ruled and oppressed their own empire back in Greece that they already have. We should expect that they would dominate us at least as harshly, if not more. So anyway, Euphemus continues his speech by making the case very clearly that in his opinion, the Sicilians should fear Syracuse more. Because, precisely, it is so close, it's, on the same island as them, and therefore they would be more able to gain and hold a more dominant control over the other cities on the island, whereas Athens, being so far away, would not be able to take them over and directly kind of rule and oppress them to the same degree. And he concludes his speech by claiming that all of Athens' actions are actually defensive only. Where have we heard that before? But that basically, anytime they take anyone over or rule over anybody, it's always just to defend their own well-being and freedom and all that. And again, it's in a way, how he talks about it is kind of refreshingly honest. Because even when he says that Athenian imperialism is defensive only, he still doesn't really make the pretense that defensive in this sense includes the citizens of the places that Athens is taking over. He's still more honest than modern-day imperialists in that he says, no, it's defensive, but it's defensive purely for the interests of Athens itself. So he's not trying to gaslight any of Athens' imperial subjects into claiming that the Athenian Empire is being run altruistically for their benefit. He says, quote, "We assert that we are rulers in Greece in order not to be subjects. Liberators in Sicily that we may not be harmed by the Sicilians. That we are compelled to interfere in many things, because we have many things to guard against. And that now, as before," and he's referring back to the previous Athenian intervention in Sicily a decade earlier, he says, "We are come as allies to those of you who suffer wrong in this island, not without invitation, but upon invitation. Do not reject this security that is open to all who desire it, and is now offered to you, but do like others, and instead of being always on the defensive against the Syracusans, unite with us, and in your turn, at last, threaten them." End quote. So after hearing the two speakers make their case, how did the majority of the Camarinian assembly come down? Thucydides tells us that, quote, "They sympathize with the Athenians, except insofar as they might be afraid of their subjugating Sicily. And they had always been at enmity with their neighbor Syracuse. From the very fact, however, that they were their neighbors, they feared the Syracusans most of the two. And being apprehensive that the Syracusans might win even without their help, both sent them in the first instance the few horsemen mentioned," and this is an internal reference. Thucydides had mentioned earlier that in the conflict, the Camarinians had sent a small number of cavalry and archers to assist Syracuse, and I guess the Syracusans had requested a little bit more. Thucydides continues, "And for the future, determined to support them most in fact, although as sparingly as possible, but for the moment in order not to seem to slight the Athenians, especially as they had been successful in the engagement, at least so far anyway, to answer both alike. They answered that as both of the contending parties happened to be allies of theirs, they thought it most consistent with their oaths at present to side with neither, with which answer the ambassadors of each party departed." End quote. So the Camarinians are going to try to continue to stay mostly neutral. Meanwhile, the Athenians, whose army spent most of the winter based at Naxos, began sending delegations to a lot of the indigenous communities, the people known collectively as Sicils, to try to recruit as much help from them against Syracuse as they could. And Thucydides says that they had partial success. The Sicils were not politically a single unified people like everyone else on Sicily. They lived in various sizes of, local self-governing communities. And Thucydides says that the Sicils who lived in the more lowland areas that were closer to the coast tended to be friendly to Syracuse, and so, they weren't inclined to help Athens, but that there were Sicils in the interior, in the more hilly and mountainous areas, that tended to not be as friendly disposed towards Syracuse, and who were willing to ally with and help Athens. During this winter period of preparation, the Athenians also hit up all of their Sicilian allies to provide them as many horses as possible. And they even went so far as to send diplomats to Carthage to try to line up some amount of assistance or even alliance with Carthage. But nothing really came of that. But the fact that the Athenians had done something like appealing to Carthage, which was a long shot sort of a thing, diplomatically. It was unlikely they would be able to pull it off, and they didn't. It at least suggests that Nicias probably already understood that despite the victory towards the end of the previous campaign season, the situation in Sicily was not really as locked up for Athenian victory as he led on to his men, or as most of them no doubt kind of assumed after their previous victory against the Syracusans. During this winter lull in major operations, Thucydides says that the Athenians also were very hard at work preparing for a siege against the city of Syracuse. They obviously understood that if they wanted to defeat it, they would have to do this, because otherwise, anytime, if they managed to induce the Syracusan army out into open ground again and beat them again, there was a good chance that they would be able to retreat back to, the safety of the city behind its walls. And that despite the fact that the Athenians were starting to build up a little bit more of a cavalry force, they still were pretty far behind Syracuse in that regard, and so it was likely that if they beat the Syracusans in open battle again, the Syracusan cavalry would probably successfully protect their army's retreat. So more and more the Athenians are zeroing in on a siege as the only realistic way to break the ability of Syracuse to resist. And the Greeks really didn't have very sophisticated siege technology. They didn't have things like catapults, let alone trebuchets or other things that, might have given them some capability to try to knock down Syracuse's defensive walls. They only had fairly rudimentary, sort of battering ram siege engine type things. And so basically what they were going to try to do was to try and build a wall encircling the city of Syracuse on all of its landward sides, and then to use the Athenian fleet to blockade the harbors, and basically just try to starve them into submission. So Thucydides says that the Athenians were busy over this winter getting ready to do this, for which they, quote, prepared bricks, iron, and all other necessities for the work of circumvallation. intending by the spring to begin hostilities." End quote. And I forget exactly which syllable is supposed to get the emphasis in the word, but to circumvallate or circumvallate means, as you might have guessed by context, to build a wall around something. So at this point in the campaign, the Athenians still had local naval supremacy. So they knew they could blockade Syracuse effectively without too much trouble on its ocean sides. So naturally, this project of circumvallation was to cut off all of the landward access in and out of the city, in the hopes that either they could lure the Syracusan army out for another pitched battle and maybe destroy it for real this time, or at the very least, starve the Syracusans into submission. And in addition to all these other preparations, over the course of the winter, the Athenians sent a trireme back to Athens with a message requesting additional support of all types, but especially more money and more cavalry, which the Athenian assembly readily authorized. Meanwhile, as I mentioned earlier, the Syracusans were making very serious diplomatic overtures to Corinth and to Sparta. Because of geography, Corinth is a little further west than Sparta. The Syracusan ambassadors went to Corinth first. And as you might expect, given that Syracuse was a Dorian city that had originally been founded as a Corinthian colony, and given the fact that at this time probably no major powerful Greek polis hated Athens as viscerally as the Corinthians did, it really seems like they hated Athens even more than the Spartans hated Athens at this point. It was super easy, barely an inconvenience for the Syracusan ambassadors. They had no problem getting the Corinthians to enthusiastically pledge them various types of support. So with that being, quickly and easily wrapped up, the Syracusans then proceeded to Sparta. And they brought with them some Corinthian diplomats. The Corinthians were so enthusiastic about all this that they're like, hey, how about we send a couple of our guys with you, to Sparta to help bolster your case to the Spartans. Because as we've mentioned before, Sparta was an even more powerful polis than Corinth in everything other than naval power at this time. But they also tended to be, most of the time, very cautious in their foreign policy. And a big part of this was cultural, but that cultural tendency to be very cautious and to tend to want stability more than anything else, and to, despite their militarism and the effectiveness of their hoplite forces, to generally be pretty reluctant and slow to go to war most of the time, was driven by the fact that Spartan society was built on huge numbers of slaves that greatly outnumbered the Spartans. And the Spartans, wanted to keep those slaves in their place so that the Spartans could continue to live the lifestyle to which they had been accustomed, for several centuries at this point. And they knew that going to war always carried the risk of providing opportunities for slaves to try to revolt, as had already happened on a number of occasions, going back in Spartan history. So as I mentioned before, the goal of the Syracusan ambassadors and the Corinthians that were accompanying them was to persuade Sparta not just to send some significant aid to the Syracusans and the other Sicilians who were lining up against Athens, but also, hopefully, on their part, to persuade the Spartans to simultaneously fully reactivate their war against Athens in Greece, particularly in Athens' own kind of backyard in Attica. When the diplomats from Syracuse and Corinth got to Sparta, who did they find there but Alcibiades of all people? And again, as usual, Greek practice during these sorts of situations, the Spartans would hold an assembly at which the Syracusan and Corinthian ambassadors, as well as the renegade Athenian expat Alcibiades, would make their arguments in favor of Sparta, intervening in Sicily and also reactivating their war against Athens directly. And also, as usual, Alcibiades gives a speech that is very interesting. He began, Thucydides tells us, by addressing the elephant in the room, which was namely himself. He opened up in full justification mode for his own previous actions against Sparta. No doubt he believed, with good reason, that the Spartans, many of them at least, still wouldn't fully be comfortable with trusting him. He openly admitted that a major part of his animosity towards Sparta in recent years, up until, recently he kind of changed his mind, was very personal. We might even say petty. He doesn't describe it that way, of course, but that's kind of, what he says. And he's referring to the fact that the Spartans had chosen to negotiate the treaty that became known as the Peace of Nicias with Nicias, rather than with himself, with Alcibiades. He had apparently been very personally miffed by that. And so, apparently, according to his own, discussion of it, it was because the Spartans had personally offended him by only negotiating with Nicias to make a treaty that Alcibiades became an enemy of Nicias and a much more vehement enemy of Sparta, and tried to do everything he could, with a fair amount of success, to sabotage the peace of Nicias as soon as it was in place. And it was all just because his own feelings and pride were hurt. And that's a case where I think Alcibiades is telling the truth. A lot of what he says in this part of the speech comes across as basically him trying to blame the Spartans for the fact that he, Alcibiades, had begun to scheme against them while the ink was still drying on the Peace of Nicias treaty, which culminated in the Battle of Mantinea, which Alcibiades had engineered. He's saying, hey, it's your fault, you offended me by negotiating with Nicias instead of me, so, how can you be mad at me for then, scheming against you Spartans? You guys shouldn't have offended me. Talking about the fact that he had been, fairly well disposed towards Sparta prior to them spurning him in favor of Nicias. He says, quote, "Although I maintained this friendly attitude, you yet chose to negotiate the peace with the Athenians through my enemies, and thus to strengthen them and discredit me." End quote. And here when he says my enemies, he's talking about his domestic, Athenian enemies. He's basically talking about Nicias and his supporters. Alcibiades continues, quote, "You, Spartans, had therefore no right to complain if I turned to the Mantineans and Argives and seized other occasions of thwarting and injuring you." End quote. So this is yet another case that strikes me as kind of classic, archetypal, psychopath monologuing. Alcibiades is speaking to the Spartans, people who have very good reasons to distrust him and to dislike him for previous harms that he had done to them. And Alcibiades in this situation puts a spotlight on the harm, doesn't try to hide it. He admits that he did a lot to harm the Spartans, but then he blames the Spartans for having offended him and made his political opponent in Athens look good. So he's very much kind of saying, yeah, I've harmed you in the past, but it's your own fault I did it. Because you pissed me off personally, and so I felt totally vindicated that I spent the next few years taking out all of my personal petty anger and revenge against you. But that was then, and this is now, and, things have changed, and now I want to help you. Alcibiades then goes on to defend himself kind of preemptively against any potential objections from the Spartans and the Corinthians, that they should be skeptical of him because back when he was a leading politician in Athens, he had generally sided with the more populist faction. So he's worried that they might just be skeptical of him in general also because he's a small d Democrat, or he was. But Alcibiades in this speech defends himself preemptively against that accusation by claiming that he never really was deep down, ideologically, a committed Democrat. Which, by the way, may very well have been true. And certainly it was what many Athenians had long suspected, and some had even been saying about Alcibiades for years. And was part of what drove the whole, accusations and trial for sacrilege. And Alcibiades says, look, I was born in Athens and, grew up there, and Athens was already a democracy. So I had to operate within the existing situation as best I could. He says, quote, as democracy was the government of the city, it was necessary in most things to conform to established conditions. However, we, by which he means himself and his political allies, endeavored to be more moderate than the licentious temper of the times. And while there were others, formerly as now, who tried to lead the multitude astray, our party was that of the whole people, our creed being to do our part in preserving the form of government under which the city enjoyed the utmost greatness and freedom, and which we had found existing. As for democracy, the men of sense among us knew what it was, and I perhaps as well as any, as I have more cause to complain of it. But there is nothing new to be said of a patent absurdity. Meanwhile, we did not think it safe to alter it under the pressure of your hostility. End quote. So he's claiming, and if he's telling the truth, he's admitting, and I think he very likely is being very honest in this statement. He's saying, oh yeah, me and the other, as he says, men of sense, we all knew that democracy was a patent absurdity. But it was the existing system, and we had to kind of work within it, and we certainly couldn't change it under the threat of Spartan force from the outside. And I think that's probably all true. And it makes me think of a larger point that a significant percentage of people who grow up to become political leaders of a particular place or community who seem to be very ideological might not really be. At the end of the day, their ideology might just be the psychopathic one of, I want power and money and influence and pleasure and all these things. And the cunning, psychopathic brain, I think they don't even have to think about this consciously. I think it's just something that they naturally do. They kind of pour themselves into the shape of whatever vessel is the dominant ideology of their community at the time and place that they grow up and, start to rise into power. And so, somebody like Nancy Pelosi, who grows up very privileged and, connected in various ways to the California oligarchy, is going to espouse the kind of stereotypical California liberal view on everything. And, she's going to seem to be very much a true believer on a superficial level, but in reality, it's just money and power. And if that same exact woman had grown up in Alabama, she would appear to be just as vehement of a right-wing conservative and, Christian and everything else like that, as she appears to be a vehement, ideologically convicted left-winger. And you could say the same thing about Gavin Newsom. And you could say the same thing about lots of very successful high-level politicians from both sides of the supposed political aisle. If Lindsey Graham had been born and raised and grew up in California, well, first off, it might have been good for him because then he could just be comfortable with being gay and he wouldn't have been as severely blackmailed as he was, unless, maybe he was blackmailed for darker things than just being gay. But, setting that aside, he probably would have paid lip service as much to California ideology as he did superficially to right-wing ideology, being a South Carolinian. So I think Alcibiades was actually being very honest by saying, I never really thought democracy was a good idea or believed in it, but, I was in Athens, which already had democracy well established, and so, I had to kind of work within that system, and circumstances never developed while I was there that were opportune for me and the other men of sense who agreed with me to try to overthrow it. Now, who knows if Alcibiades actually spoke that honestly about all that in reality when he was speaking to the Spartans in this instance. It's possible that Thucydides, who also was kind of skeptical of democracy himself, although no fan or supporter of Alcibiades, that Thucydides might have put some of those words into his mouth. There's no way to know how much of that passage is what Alcibiades actually expressed and how much of it is Thucydides putting those brutally honest words of admission into his mouth. Alcibiades then goes on to claim to know, as a former high-level insider, that the real Athenian goal in Sicily absolutely 100% is to conquer the whole island, not just to intervene on behalf of a couple of allies there, and quickly settle the conflict and go home. And as he says, he was in a position very much to know. Because he was, prior to the expedition launching, not only the loudest voice in favor of going to Sicily amongst the Athenians, but he was also one who, more than any other major Athenian politician in Athens, had been publicly saying the quiet part out loud. The quiet part being that the real ultimate goal of this expedition would be to take over all of Sicily, and as he himself had said in his speeches in favor of doing the expedition, from there to hopefully take over other things in the Western Mediterranean. And then eventually to extract all these new resources from those places and bring them back home to Greece to be used to crush Sparta and their allies. According to Thucydides, Alcibiades said, quote, "We sailed to Sicily first to conquer, if possible, the Sicilians, and after them the Italians also, and finally to assail the empire and city of Carthage. In the event of all or most of these schemes succeeding, we were then to attack the Peloponnesus, bring with us the entire force of the Greeks lately acquired in those parts, and taking a number of barbarians into our pay, and building numerous triremes in addition to those which we had already, timber being plentiful in Italy. And with this fleet blockading the Peloponnesus from the sea and assailing it with our armies by land, without difficulty, to defeat them completely, and after this to rule the whole Greek world. money and grain for the better execution of these plans were to be supplied in sufficient quantities of the newly acquired places in those countries, independently of our revenues here at home." End quote. So Alcibiades here is basically describing a giant Athenian domino theory strategy for taking over the Mediterranean. Now, because of the absurdities of the domino theory in regard to Vietnam, our instinct might be to be skeptical. But remember, Alcibiades is doing this as a former Athenian insider at the highest levels. So in other words, it's from the perspective of a guy who up until very recently had been the biggest cheerleader for Athens to start knocking down these dominoes in the Western Mediterranean, starting with Sicily. So it's as if, a very high-ranking Soviet leader in the 1960s defected to the United States, and, that guy is the one who starts pushing the domino theory reason as to why the United States should do the Vietnam War. I mean, most people, I think, would be inclined to take it more seriously if it was coming from a former high-level communist leader who had defected because his own state had turned against him personally and is like, oh yeah, I was in the meetings. And let me tell you, our master plan is after we take over Vietnam, absolutely we're going to take over everything around it. That's not necessarily what Nicias wanted to do. It's not necessarily what all other Athenian politicians and generals wanted to do, but it's definitely what Alcibiades had wanted to do, and it's definitely what a lot of other Athenians did still want to try to do. Alcibiades then went on to say that if the Spartans did not help Syracuse and the other Sicilian cities that were resisting Athens at the time, then Athens would probably win, and those dominoes would start to fall. Quote, "If Syracuse falls, all Sicily falls also, and Italy immediately afterwards. And the danger which I just now spoke of from that quarter will before long be upon you. None need therefore imagine that only Sicily is in question. The Peloponnesus will be also, unless you speedily do as I tell you, and send on board to Syracuse troops that shall be able to row their ships themselves and serve as hoplites the moment they land. And what I consider even more important than the troops, a Spartiate as commanding officer to discipline the forces already on foot and to compel shirkers to serve. The friends that you have already in Sicily will thus become more confident, and the waverers will be encouraged to join you." End quote. So yeah, in Alcibiades' framing, Syracuse is the first domino in this Athenian grand strategy. If Syracuse falls, Sicily falls, then Italy falls, then maybe other places too like Carthage, and again, this gives Athens the resources to finally crush the Peloponnesians. So he's basically making an argument to the Spartans that's something along the lines of, you gotta fight them over there so you don't have to fight them over here. Although, one important difference is that he's advocating that the Spartans fight them over here, too. Alcibiades then went on to say that the Spartans also needed to, quote, "carry on the war here in Greece more openly, so that the Syracusans, seeing that you do not forget them, may put heart into their resistance, and that the Athenians may be less able to reinforce their armament in Sicily. You must fortify Declea in Attica, the blow of which the Athenians are always most afraid, and the only one that they think they have experienced in the present war. The surest method of harming an enemy being to find out what he most fears, and to choose this means of attacking him, since everyone naturally knows best his own weak points and fears accordingly." End quote. He then said that by making a strong Spartan fortification at this strategic location in Attica, it would prevent, or at least greatly hobble, the Athenians from accessing the silver from their state-owned mines at Laurium, as well as cutting off some of their sources of agricultural goods. And he implored the Spartans to do all of these things as soon as possible. By the way, Decleia was a village in northern Attica that was located at a real strategic point, at a mountain pass along an overland trade route. So by taking it and holding it and, keeping a force there long term, the idea is that the Spartans will be able to block supplies from coming to Athens overland from the north, and therefore it would make them completely reliant on importation of goods by sea. And of course, they couldn't realistically import large amounts of silver from any of their mines via sea. And by fortifying Decleia and stationing a permanent force there, the Spartans would then be able to threaten and attack the farms in the heartland of Attica on a more continual basis than just the usual kind of seasonal ravaging expeditions for a few months in the summer that they had already tried in this war early on, and that hadn't produced a whole lot of results. And many historians, ancient and modern, have argued that the Spartan decision to do just this, to fortify Decleia, was a major blow to Athens in this war. In fact, Plutarch says that the Spartan decision to fortify Decleia was even more important than the Spartan decision to intervene in Sicily, in terms of ultimately starting to break Athenian power. Of the decision to fortify Decleia, Plutarch writes, quote, "It was this, more than any other single action, which ruined and bankrupted Athens." End quote. In closing his speech to the Spartans, Alcibiades urged them not to mistrust him because of the fact that he'd already betrayed his own city. Quote, "I hope that none of you will think any the worse of me if, after having hitherto passed as a lover of my country, I now actively join its worst enemies in attacking it, or will suspect what I say as the fruit of an outlaw's enthusiasm. I am an outlaw from the iniquity of those who drove me forth, not, if you will be guided by me, from your service. My worst enemies are not you, who only harmed your foes, but they who forced their friends to become enemies. And love of country is what I do not feel when I am wronged, but what I felt when secure in my rights as a citizen. Indeed, I do not consider that I am now attacking a country that is still mine. I am rather trying to recover one that is mine no longer. And the true lover of his country is not he who consents to lose it unjustly, rather than attack it, but he who longs for it so much that he will go to all lengths to recover it. For myself, therefore, Spartans, I beg you to use me without scruple for danger and trouble of every kind, and to remember the argument in everyone's mouth, that if I did you a great harm as an enemy, I could likewise do you good service as a friend, inasmuch as I know the plans of the Athenians, while I only guessed at yours." End quote. So, of the decision of this Spartan assembly, after having heard from not just Alcibiades, but also the ambassadors from Syracuse and from Corinth, Thucydides says, quote, The result was that the Corinthians, Syracusans, and Alcibiades, all pressing the same request in the assembly of the Spartans, succeeded in persuading them. End quote. Thucydides says that the Spartans were really already leaning pretty heavily toward taking action against Athens at the time, but that the words and information from Alcibiades were what nudged them over the edge to pulling the trigger and taking action, since the Spartans, quote, considered that they had heard it from the man who best knew the truth of the matter. Accordingly, they now turned their attention to fortifying Decelea and sending immediate aid to the Syracusans, and naming Gylippus, son of Cleandridas, to the command of the Syracusans, instructed him to consult with that people and with the Corinthians and arrange for help to reach the island in the best and speediest way possible under the circumstances. End quote. And this man Gylippus, who was a veteran Spartan soldier and general who was probably in his mid-40s at the time, requested just a few ships from Corinth for transportation, and not too much else to start off with. Paul Rahe, in his excellent book, Sparta's Sicilian Proxy War, says that the mission of Gylippus was, quote, to thwart an Athenian attempt to take control of the island in its entirety and, if possible, to inflict on Sparta's enduring strategic rival a devastating defeat. It might be thought absurd to suppose a single individual capable of such an achievement. After all, the armada that the Athenians, with help from their allies, had dispatched to Sicily the year before was enormous. There really is reason to be aghast at the audacity required of the individual whom the Spartans dispatched, with an eye to the immediate objectives which they wished to achieve. When a community or set of communities finds itself up against so mighty a force, it might well defeat the intruders. But what difference, one might justly ask, could the addition of one man make? The man in question was, however, a Spartiate. And this fact mattered a great deal. End quote. And probably, I think, the best way to kind of conceptualize the role that Gylippus is going to be playing here is to think of him as something like a highly decorated special forces officer who is being sent into this situation, with very few men accompanying him just to kind of take over the command of a proxy war. So, think of him as like a Green Beret. No one expects him to personally, physically fight all of the Athenians by himself like he's the Iron Age version of an 80s action movie star. And he only is bringing a handful of men with him, and none of them, except for himself, are actually Spartans. In fact, Gylippus is going to be the only real Spartan that is sent to Sicily in this intervention against Athens there. But like with the Green Beret, he's there to come in with all of his expertise and experience to train and take command of the locals. And not only is he likely to be better at doing that than even the best of the Syracusans' own generals, but also just the prestige, the reputation of a Spartan general coming in to take command of the Syracusan resistance. That would be a big psychological boost to the Syracusans and to any Sicilians who were fearful about what the Athenians were trying to do in Sicily. It will boost the Syracusans' morale and confidence, and it will, at least to some degree, give the Athenians some more doubt at how easily they would in fact be able to defeat Syracuse. The Spartans had dispatched generals on missions like this to act as Iron Age Green Berets before. Sending just one general somewhere to take command of local forces that were resisting the Athenians in some way. And they had had some pretty significant successes in recent years before this, doing these sorts of missions. The Spartan general Brasidas, for example, in the earlier phases of the war with Athens, had been sent into Thrace, kind of like how Gylippus was being sent to Sicily now, also with a very small number of men of his own. But working with the locals, he had very skillfully given the Athenians a hell of a time. And in fact, Brasidas is often considered one of the greatest military geniuses of the Peloponnesian War, and people often speculate he unfortunately got killed in battle kind of during a blaze of glory of winning all these victories against the Athenians. And so it's one of those what ifs, and to Americans I would say probably the closest analogy is Stonewall Jackson, who was, kind of the brilliant mad genius of the Confederate Army in the first couple years of the Civil War, who unfortunately died in battle when the war was, as we now know, less than halfway over. And it becomes one of those what ifs. What if Stonewall Jackson had not been killed? Might the war have turned out significantly differently? Of course, one big difference is that Stonewall Jackson was accidentally killed by his own men, whereas Brasidas was actually killed by the enemy. But it's the same sort of thing where this general who is clearly a genius is winning all kinds of stunning victories for his side, and then his career and his winning streak gets tragically cut short by his untimely death. And aside from Brasidas, there had been other, somewhat less dramatic examples of the Spartans doing these sorts of things very successfully at other points during their long conflict with Athens. So Gylippus is going to take command of the Syracusans and hopefully be a strong force multiplier. Still, it kind of seems a little bit crazy that this one Spartan, badass veteran of a soldier and commander though he might have been, could potentially have a truly decisive turning point kind of effect on the course of the whole war in Sicily. A war where there were many thousands of men on either side. And when I think about it, in my mind I hear the stereotypical 80s action movie trailer voice guy talking about, some Rambo movie or some Arnold Schwarzenegger shoot 'em up or whatever, and the part where he goes, "One man." And then you cut to Arnold saying, "Get down," or something like that, right? So Gylippus was a very experienced Spartan warrior and commander, but he really was kind of atypical as a Spartan general for a couple of big reasons. And when you understand what these are, it might even make him seem like a bit of an odd choice for the Spartans to have dispatched on this important mission. When Paul Rahe introduces him in his book, Sparta's Sicilian Proxy War, he writes, quote, "His name was Gylippus, son of Cleandridas, and his father had, for more than 30 years, been in bad odor in Sparta," end quote. And here he's referring to that earlier conflict, like a generation earlier, that many people refer to as the First Peloponnesian War that I mentioned, I think all the way back in part 1 of this series. The one that ended in 445 BC. And you may recall, but I'll, jog your memory if you don't, that towards what becomes the end of that war, the Spartans were marching a very large army into Attica, intent on trying to, directly crush the Athenians. But then somehow, under circumstances that are still a little bit murky, the Athenian leader Pericles successfully negotiated with the Spartans and got them to kind of turn around and march their army home. And then soon after, Pericles was able to work out a peace treaty with the Spartans. The commander of this Spartan army that did this was a young king named Pleistonax. And his top advisor in this campaign was Cleandridas, the father of our guy Gylippus. And soon after that war ended, there were allegations in Sparta that both King Pleistonax and his top advisor Cleandridas, the father of Gylippus, had been bribed by Pericles into turning their army around and marching it home. And I'm honestly not sure how much truth there is to the allegations. It probably depends a lot on how you interpret certain things, but it seems that Pericles had given the Spartan leaders some generous gifts that you could characterize maybe as like a peace offering, as like a show of good faith that, hey, I really want to try to just negotiate an end to this war. And then it becomes a question of, do you consider that bribery or not? And in Sparta, as in Athens, there were different factions, and the more hawkish faction that wanted to continue the war against Athens at the time, and that definitely didn't want this big Spartan army to have marched back out of Attica without having won a major victory, they were very quick to characterize this as just flat-out bribery. And they convinced enough of the Spartans that Pleistonax and Cleandridas were convicted of bribery, and Pleistonax was banished, and Cleandridas fled before he could be punished, and as a result, he had a sentence of death passed against him in absentia by the Spartan government. Kind of like what had happened with Alcibiades and the Athenian government. If the government of your polis was about to formally charge you and try you and all that sort of stuff, and you fled, it was pretty typical to then have you just kind of automatically convicted and sentenced to death. So yeah, in any Greek polis, this would have been a major disgrace. But especially one like Sparta, that placed, so much emphasis on honor and duty and patriotism and warrior values. So while we have very little detail about Gylippus in terms of his life growing up and everything, for sure he would have grown up with the stigma of his father's alleged crimes and fleeing and, being sentenced to death in absentia kind of hanging over him, and, it probably would have caused a lot of Spartans to not trust him and other things like that. And on the flip side, though, this probably would have given him quite a chip on his shoulder and would have given him even more of a compulsion than the average Spartan had, which is saying a lot, that he really needed to prove himself and win honor and glory for himself in the service of his city. But beyond the disgrace of his father, there was something else very unusual in terms of Gylippus and his background. As Paul Rahi tells us, Gylippus, quote, suffered as well from another grave liability. He was, we are told, a mothax, end quote. And in Spartan lingo, a mothax was, to put it bluntly, only a half-breed Spartan by parentage. And in Gylippus' case, while his father had been a full Spartan, and not just that, but, a top-ranking general before he got into trouble, his mother was not a Spartan, and in fact likely was a Helot woman. Now, in other time periods in Sparta's history, a half-Spartan like Gylippus very likely would have had no chance at going to the agoge, the Spartan, boot camp / school, and then to have eventually gone on to become a full Spartan warrior and ultimately a general. But Gylippus happened to have been growing up at a time when such a thing actually was possible. And this had to do with the circumstances in Sparta around the time that Gylippus would have been born, which would have probably been around 460 BC, give or take. At that time, Sparta's population had taken a massive hit due to first a huge earthquake and then a major Helot revolt in the aftermath of that earthquake. And the result was that Spartans, including Spartan women, were in even shorter supply than usual, which might explain, at least in part, why Gylippus' father knocked up a Helot woman. And it definitely explains how a half-breed like Gylippus had been able to go to the Agoge and become a Spartan soldier. And it's unclear to me, and it seems like it's unclear to lots of historians, including some who are much more expert than I am on the specific topics of, ancient Greek history and Spartan history, whether Gylippus technically qualified as what they call the Spartiate. And even Paul Rahe, who I think is the leading current historian on ancient Sparta, at least, in the English-speaking world, he's actually an American. Even he is somewhat contradictory. In his book about Sparta's Sicilian proxy war, he at times flat out refers to Gylippus as a Spartiate, which is supposed to mean someone who is, a pure-blood, 100% Spartan by ancestry, and then who also has gone through the Agoge and, become a soldier, etc. There's points where Rahi refers to Gylippus as a Spartiate, but then there's other points where he says, kind of explicitly, that Gylippus wasn't technically a Spartiate because of his non-Spartan, likely Helot mother. There's passages, not just in Rahe's book, but in some of the other sources, including, I think, if memory serves, some of the, ancient sources, that at the very least strongly imply, if not outright state, that the category of Mothax and the category of Spartiate were kind of mutually exclusive. But for practical terms, in terms of like his career, his military career, his upbringing, etc., Gylippus clearly was, in practice, a full Spartan soldier who eventually became even a general. So it's just kind of unclear in terms of, the formal legal definition of who's a Spartiate and who's not. Is he really? Even though for practical terms, he clearly is, functionally. But for sure, if nothing else, even if he was formally legally considered a Spartiate, he would have been because of his background. A Spartiate who had probably faced a lot of kind of prejudice and things growing up because of his parentage and because of his father's falling into disgrace after the First Peloponnesian War. So like I said before, it would have given him, no doubt, a chip on his shoulder to really want to prove and distinguish himself. So unfortunately, neither Plutarch nor any of the other ancient historians ever wrote a detailed biography of Gylippus like Plutarch did for several key figures from the Peloponnesian War, including Nicias and Alcibiades, as well as Pericles and Lysander, the general on the Spartan side, during the last years of the Peloponnesian War. Nonetheless, Paul Rahe is able to, because of his expertise with the history of ancient Sparta, deduce the kind of broad outlines of what Gylippus's likely career path would have been that brought him to the position of Spartan general and ultimately to Sicily. And he writes, quote, "As a young man, Gylippus had clearly had a lot to live down. The vile status of his mother and the disgraceful, many would say treasonous, conduct of his father. The fact that he flourished and advanced nonetheless says something about the opportunities opened up by the demographic crisis in Sparta, and a great deal more about the exceptional prowess of the man himself. Gylippus must have distinguished himself within his age class in the Agoge. After being invited to join a Syssition, not 100% sure the pronunciation of that term, but this is basically a club for communal meals of Spartans that also functioned as a military unit. Rahe continues, he is apt to have been recruited into the cohort of 300 Hibbes, who served as a royal bodyguard in battle and functioned as troubleshooters at home. And when he achieved senior status and graduated from their ranks, he is likely to have been chosen to serve at the age of 45 for an additional year as one of the, and I'm definitely not sure of the pronunciation of this one, agathorgoi is what I'm going to go with, available for special missions at home and abroad. Gylippus must have had a sterling record as a soldier and also as a subordinate leader of men in Sparta's Second Attic War and its aftermath. In short, like Brasidas before that remarkable man was sent to Thrace, the son of Cleandridas must have earned and commanded the respect of nearly everyone he knew. End quote. And in his capacity as one of those agathorgoi, if I'm pronouncing it remotely correctly, these guys who were a select few kind of special forces operators, Gylippus was the guy they chose to send to Sicily with very few resources and just a handful of men to lead a proxy war against the massive Athenian force in Sicily. So as the winter ended and the spring and then early summer of 414 BC came around, Athenian operations in Syracuse resumed. The Athenians opened up the campaign season by taking a couple of cities on the east coast of Sicily that were friendly to Syracuse. And then they pulled back up to Catania to regroup and prepare for an attack on Syracuse itself. Very happily for them, when they arrived back at Catania, they found waiting for them 250 cavalrymen who had been sent as reinforcements from Athens, who had all of their equipment except for the horses, because like I said, shipping horses across the Mediterranean in a Greek trireme, that's very difficult and very expensive and not feasible for any significant amount of horses. So these cavalrymen would have to get their actual horses in Sicily, but that was not too difficult of a task, given the fact that horses were abundant there and the Athenians still had plenty of money. In fact, they had even more money than they had going into the winter, because in addition to sending those cavalrymen and about 30 more archers, Athens had sent a whopping 300 talents of additional silver to the Athenian force in Sicily. And again, remember, a talent is about 57 pounds of pure silver. So, unless my math is off, 300 talents would be around, I think, 8.5 tons of silver in modern American terminology. So for quite a while of the foreseeable future, this would be plenty of money to pay all the soldiers and sailors and to purchase not only horses, but any other supplies the Athenians might need. The Syracusans soon learned that the Athenians had been reinforced and that they were now preparing to march on Syracuse. And, obviously knowing their country's geography very well, they knew that the Athenians' first objective would be to take control of that high ground that I mentioned earlier, northwest of the city, the Epipolae, that large plateau. Because the Syracusans knew, and they knew that the Athenians also knew, that the Athenians would need to control that strategic high ground if they wanted to be able to successfully lay siege to the city. So the Syracusans tried to preempt the Athenians, and they dispatched 600 of their best picked soldiers to guard the approaches, the passes that led to the Epipolae from the north. Unfortunately for them, the Athenians were already ahead of them on that, and on the morning of the day that the Syracusans dispatched their 600 picked troops, the Athenians had already landed their army at a spot along the coast only about a half-mile north of the Epipolae. And they had sent their troops as quickly as possible. Thucydides actually says at a run, to occupy the key points on the Epipolae first. Once the Syracusan force realized that the Athenians had already gotten there first, they hurried to attack the Athenians as quickly as they could, wanting to hit them, before they really got dug in well. But this 600-man force was already a bit disordered from rushing up to the Epipolae. And they were facing an enemy that was already on the high ground, and that outnumbered them pretty significantly too. So not surprisingly, the Athenians were able to defeat them, pretty handily. And we're told that about half of the 600 troops that had been dispatched were killed, including the general who had been put in charge of this force, and that the survivors fled back to the city of Syracuse as quickly as they could. The Athenians then followed the usual Greek custom. As the winners of the battle, they set up a trophy, and the next day they allowed the Syracusans under truce to recover their dead. The Athenians also quickly built a fort at a place called Labdalum, which was backed up against some cliffs near the northeast corner of the Epipolae, which Thucydides says was, quote, to serve as a storehouse for their baggage and money whenever they advanced to give battle or to work the lines, end quote. And around this time, the Athenians finally started to receive some significant help from some of the locals. Several hundred cavalry from Egesta and Naxos and from some of the friendly Sicils joined them, and this brought the total Athenian cavalry up to around 650. So given everything that had been unfolding, things were looking pretty good for the Athenians at this point. Their morale would be rising again, and the Syracusans' morale would be dropping. The Athenians built another fort at what would be roughly the center of the wall of circumvallation that they planned to build around the city. Since this fort was done in a circle design, it's generally just referred to as the Circle. Then they quickly got to work on building the wall to enclose and besiege Syracuse. As you would imagine, the Syracusans were very alarmed at all this, and they did not want to allow the Athenians to build their wall. And so they sent out another force of soldiers to go confront the Athenians, but again, the relative lack of training and experience among the Syracusans was a problem. And the Syracusan generals in charge of this fort realized, as they got near the Athenians, that their soldiers were in such bad disorder that they decided to just call off the attack. And they pulled most of their forces back into the city and left just a small cavalry contingent to try to harass the Athenians, but the Athenians now had, some pretty significant cavalry forces, and their cavalry was able to finally beat the Syracusans in this confrontation. The Athenians were making surprisingly fast initial progress on their siege wall, especially on the eastern half of it, which they intended would run down to the sea just over a mile north of the city. The Syracusan general Hermocrates decided that the wisest move at this point was not to try again to confront the Athenians directly, but instead because they could kind of see the path that the western section of the Athenian wall was, going to be taking, to have the Syracusans build a counterwall in a line out westward from the city, which would intersect the path of the Athenian wall, kind of like perpendicularly. Because if the Syracusans did this quickly enough, it would effectively prevent the Athenians from being able to fully enclose the city, because while they were making very fast progress on the eastern half of their wall, they weren't moving quite as quickly on the western half. And so as long as you could block their wall somewhere, you could prevent them from, fully encircling the city. At this time, for some reason, the Athenians had not yet sailed their fleet down from Catania to lay siege to Syracuse's harbors. The ships had, dropped this army off to take control of the Epipolae and start building the wall and everything like that, and then apparently they had then gone back up to Catania for the time being. Unfortunately for the Syracusans, as they started to make their counterwall, the Athenians quickly realized what they were up to. And they waited until an opportune time when the Syracusans didn't have very many troops guarding their counterwall. And when a lot of those who were there, and, the engineers or artisans or whatever you want to call them, who had been actually working on building their wall, were taking a midday break from working on their wall, and were told that some of them were taking a nap in tents at the construction site, and some of them had even gone back into the city itself for their break, because they still, had not made enough progress that the construction zone was really far from the city. So at this opportune time, when there's just not many people guarding the Syracusan counterwall, Thucydides tells us that the Athenians launched a surprise attack. Quote, 300 picked hoplites and some men selected from the light troops, who were appropriately armed for the purpose, to run suddenly as fast as they could to the counterwall, while the rest of the army advanced in 2 divisions, one with one of the generals to the city in the case of a Syracusan sortie, the other with the other general to the stockade by the postern gate. End quote. This Athenian surprise attack was successful, and the Syracusans fled from the construction site of their counterwall, and the Athenians then destroyed what they had built so far. The next day, the Syracusans sent men out to begin a second counterwall, which the Athenians again quickly and successfully attacked. As these Syracusans were fleeing back toward the city, the Athenians aggressively pursued them and attempted to cut off the path of their retreat. But the Syracusan force, who had a lot of cavalry with them, were able to successfully fight off the pursuing Athenians. And it was during this skirmish in which the Athenians were pursuing the retreating Syracusans, and the Syracusan cavalry was trying to protect the retreating infantry, that the Athenians suffered what, at least in terms of morale, may have been a major blow. And that is that the Athenian general Lamachus was killed. Thucydides tells us that when the Syracusan cavalry were successfully pushing back the Athenians, who had been trying to pursue the retreating Syracusans, quote, Lamachus came to the retreating Athenians' aid with a few archers and with the Argives, and crossing a ditch, was left alone with a few that had crossed with him, and was killed with 5 or 6 of his men. End quote. Plutarch tells a more detailed and more dramatic version of the death of Lamachus. Quote, Lamachus found himself cut off, and was then confronted by a body of Syracusan cavalry, which swept down on him. one of the most belligerent and spirited of the Syracusan officers, named Callicrates, called out Lamachus to single combat. The Athenian general accepted the challenge, came forward, and received the first thrust, but he succeeded in closing with his adversary and returning the blow, so that he and Callicrates fell together." End quote. I have no idea if Plutarch's detailed version of the death of Lamachus is factually accurate, but for sure, it's a more entertaining and dramatic end to Lamachus than Thucydides' version, which is just kind of matter-of-fact and doesn't have a ton of detail. I'm honestly a little bit skeptical of Plutarch's version just because he was researching and writing several centuries after the Peloponnesian War, whereas Thucydides, by contrast, lived through the whole war, spoke with many eyewitnesses to many of the major battles and campaigns that he wrote about, and some later historians believe that Thucydides may have even spent a significant amount of time in Sicily after he was exiled from Athens, basically doing research on this campaign, including talking to Sicilians who had lived through and fought in this little war. And quite possibly, Thucydides may have even spoken to Hermocrates himself. And I have to say, I am inclined to believe that Thucydides spent some significant time doing research for his history in Sicily, because most of the parts of Thucydides' history that deal with the Sicilian campaign are quite detailed. In fact, it might be the most detailed military campaign in the entire book. And I really think that if Thucydides had heard any eyewitnesses describe the, dramatic anecdote of Plutarch about the death of Lamachus, right? That it's this, one-on-one duel with a Syracusan commander that ended with both men kind of simultaneously killing each other. I really think that if Thucydides had heard such a thing as that he would have definitely put such a juicy little anecdote into his history. But regardless of the details of the death of Lamachus, he was killed in this skirmish, and though it was routed, the Syracusan contingent was able to successfully retreat back into the city thanks to the help of their cavalry. At this point, the Syracusan generals who were still inside the city became very worried about the approaching Athenian forces. So they dispatched two contingents of troops, one to march against the Athenians who were approaching the city, and another to attack that Athenian fort I mentioned earlier, which was known as the Circle, that was approximately at the center of the wall that Athens was building, and which was barely defended at the time, because most of the Athenian troops had been sent out to fight in that battle, that had just happened. And it was a pretty smart move on the Syracusans to try and attack the Circle when it was barely defended. And the attack almost was successful and would have made a big difference to, the whole campaign. The Syracusans who attacked the Circle did manage to take kind of the outworks of the fort. Nicias himself was one of the relatively few Athenians who was there at the time. He'd hung back at the fort that day because his kidney illness was flaring up really badly. And Nicias managed to save the fort by ordering the Athenians who were there to set fire to the timber that was around the fort. This was timber that the Athenians had chopped down when they had first started building, but that they hadn't used, in the actual construction. Trees that they had cut down just to, make a clearing. And this move of setting fire to those trees successfully held off the Syracusans long enough for Athenian reinforcements to arrive, at which point the Syracusans retreated. The other much larger Athenian contingent, the one that was down on the plains, approaching the city, they also successfully fought off the Syracusans who confronted them there. And to make matters even worse for the Syracusans at this point, the Athenian fleet was now headed toward the great harbor of Syracuse. And needless to say, things were looking really bad for the Syracusans and really good for the Athenians at this point. Thucydides says, quote, "Seeing this, the Syracusan troops on the heights retired in haste, and the whole army re-entered the city, thinking that with their present force they would no longer be able to hinder the wall reaching the sea. The whole of the Athenians' forces, naval and military, being now with them, they began from Epipolae and the cliffs, and enclosed the Syracusans with a double wall down to the sea. Provisions were now being brought in for the rearmament from all parts of Italy. And many of the Sicils, who had hitherto been looking to see how things went, came as allies to the Athenians. Meanwhile, everything else progressed favorably for their hopes. The Syracusans began to despair of finding safety in arms, no relief having reached them from the Peloponnesus, and were now proposing terms of capitulation among themselves and to Nicias, who after the death of Lamachus was left sole commander. No decision was reached, but as was natural with men in difficulties and besieged more severely than before, there was much discussion with Nicias and still more in the city. Their present misfortunes had also made them suspicious of one another, and the blame of their disasters was thrown upon the ill fortune or treachery of the generals under whose command they had operated." End quote. And in fact, Hermocrates and the other two generals in charge at the time were relieved of command, and 3 new generals were elected to replace them. While all of this was happening, Gylippus and his men were still pretty far out from Sicily, but as they journeyed toward it, they began to hear reports of some very bad news for Syracuse, including one report, which turned out to be false, that Syracuse was in fact already fully walled in on the land side, and its harbor was already fully blockaded. Gylippus and the other Peloponnesians with him initially believed this report, and they really thought that all hope for Syracuse was probably lost. But Gylippus decided that he would still try to save whatever he could of the rest of Sicily from the Athenians. So even though his little expeditionary force ran into some slowdowns, including at least one major case of bad weather, they continued on. Thucydides says that Nicias, for his part, quote, "heard of Gylippus's approach, but scorned the scanty number of his ships, and set down piracy as the only probable purpose of the voyage, and so took no precautions for the present." End quote. Back in Greece, the Spartans attacked Argos, and the Athenians responded to this by sending help to the Argives, and also by launching some raids on Peloponnesian territories. And this constituted an overt break of the letter of the Peace of Nicias by the Athenians. So in the minds of the Spartans, who were always very pious and very much concerned with tradition and honor and those sorts of things, this break of the treaty gave them, in their minds, the moral high ground and complete justification to now go fully back to war against Athens. Back over in the western Mediterranean, as he got closer to Sicily, Gylippus received some more accurate information. he learned that the Athenian siege wall was still not fully complete, and that it might still be possible for his small force to approach the city from the north through a weak spot in the Athenian lines up on the Epipolae. In other words, Syracuse potentially still might be saved. When they arrived at Sicily, Gylippus landed with his little army at the town of Himera, where he picked up some reinforcements from the locals. And then, Thucydides tells us, he, quote, took with him about 700 of his sailors and marines, that number only having arms. 1,000 hoplites and light troops from Himera, with a body of 100 horse, some light troops and cavalry from Selinus, a few Geloans, and Sicels numbering 1,000 in all, and set out for his march on Syracuse. End quote. Inside the city of Syracuse, while Gylippus and his growing army were, unbeknownst to the Syracusans, marching their way to come help them, the citizens of Syracuse, who had no idea that this help was on the way, were continuing to just despair and to factionalize and to discuss coming to terms as best they could with the Athenians. They seem to have really been on the verge of some sort of surrender when suddenly a Corinthian ship, commanded by a man named Gongylus, managed to reach Syracuse ahead of Gylippus. Because while Gylippus was taking the overland route to get to the city so that he could pick up reinforcements along the way, this Corinthian ship had sailed directly to it. And he made it into the city's harbor thanks to the fact that the Athenians weren't really doing a good job of blockading the seaward side of Syracuse. They were there, but the blockade was porous enough that Gongylus was able to slip through into the harbor. And he very much was arriving at the last minute, because we are told the Syracusans were right about to hold an assembly that would discuss whether or not to surrender, and if so, what terms to seek. Thucydides tells us that Gongylus prevented the assembly from being held, and that he, quote, reassured them by telling them that more vessels were still to arrive, and that Gylippus, son of Cleandridas, had been dispatched by the Spartans to take command. Upon this, the Syracusans took courage and immediately marched out with all their forces to meet Gylippus, who they found was now close at hand. By chance, he had arrived at a critical moment. The Athenians had already finished a double wall of almost a mile southwest of the city to the great harbor, with the exception of a small portion next to the sea, which they were still engaged upon. And in the remainder of the circle toward the northeast of the city, stones had been laid ready for building for the greater part of the distance, and some points had been left half-finished while others were entirely completed. The danger of Syracuse had indeed been great. End quote. So just like in one of those old westerns, at the last minute, the cavalry shows up to save the day. Only in this case, it wasn't just cavalry, it was also a heck of a lot of foot soldiers. Gylippus and his force had marched over the mountains in central Sicily, and they had approached Syracuse from the west, coming up over the Epipolae via the same path that the Athenians had followed when they had first approached Syracuse. Even though they obviously knew about this path since they had used it themselves, the Athenians had somehow left it unguarded. Yet another seeming bit of negligence on the part of Nicias. So instead of encountering Athenian sentries, like they probably expected, Gylippus and the men with him encountered most of the Syracusan army, who had marched out to meet them. Despite the fact that Gylippus' army was much smaller than the Syracusan army that was welcoming him. It was very much the Syracusans who were being rescued. And they were very much aware of this. There's every reason to believe that the appearance of Gylippus, in both senses of the word appearance, both in terms of him showing up and in terms of how he himself actually looked, must have boosted the morale of the Syracusans greatly. The fact that Gylippus was arriving in the nick of time, right as the Syracusans were about to seriously discuss surrender, very much is like something out of many, many movies. But the truth is, sometimes history really is like a movie. And that's not a coincidence or an accident, because many good movies and TV shows, for that matter, are often, at least in part, inspired by or very loosely based on real historical events. And there are lots of examples of this that come to mind. I won't rattle off a bunch, but I'll just say a good one is the first, 5 seasons or so of Game of Thrones, when the show was really good. Obviously, the dragons and the ice zombies were not historically based, but a lot of the overall structure of the wars and the politics and the dynastic struggles and the betrayals and the morally ambiguous characters switching sides, a lot of that stuff was based on real historical events. The biggest inspiration for those aspects of Game of Thrones is definitely the history of the Wars of the Roses, a dynastic civil war that took place in what you might call kind of late medieval or Renaissance England. But there were definitely other events and story beats and dynamics and things that I spotted when I was watching the original Game of Thrones that, I definitely recognized as based on things that happened in medieval history and in some cases in Greek and Roman history. Historian Paul Rahe describes the arrival of Gylippus as follows, quote, "The reinforcements brought by Gylippus were substantial, but in number they were dwarfed by the army of the Syracusans. Their arrival and his were, however, all that was required to decisively alter the course of events. It was at this point that Sparta's Sicilian proxy war began in earnest." End quote. He then goes on to further analyze the effect and the significance of the arrival of Gylippus. Quote, "The application of force in combat is, in at least one crucial respect, akin to diplomacy. It is a species of persuasion. Wars are not, in a simple and straightforward way, won on the battlefield. They are won in the minds of men. Victory is achieved when one's opponents lose heart, give up, and admit defeat, and not before. Gylippus' arrival and that of the infantrymen, the cavalrymen, and the light-armed troops who accompanied him were, for the Syracusans, a tonic. This event restored their confidence, and it induced them gamely to soldier on. It also provided them with a commander, armed with prestige, who knew how to discipline and encourage a hoplite army and who understood how to deploy such a force. Of course, there may have been Syracusans who found the haughty, austere, and strangely attired figure, with his long hair in braids and his cloak dyed a deep crimson red, decidedly odd and more than a bit off-putting. A few in their number, those particularly eager for an end to the war and the attendant expense, and those plotting a change of regime, may even have felt hostility not just to the man, but to the cause as well. In the circumstances, however, it is highly unlikely that a substantial number of Syracusans gave public expression to such distaste. Syracuse was a city in dire straits, and we can be confident that out of desperation, if not also goodwill, a majority of the citizens welcomed this newcomer with open arms. Gylippus immediately assumed office as the de facto supreme Allied commander, and that very day, he seized the initiative. End quote. Gylippus immediately went to work, doing his best to organize this army and get it fully formed up for battle right away. And keep in mind, this is a very motley, composite force. At sort of the core of the army is Gylippus and the other Peloponnesians he'd brought over with him from Greece, although again, keep in mind, he's the only actual Spartan on the ground in Sicily at this time. In addition to that, he has all the other troops, cavalry, light infantry, and hoplite that he picked up from various other Sicilian towns on his march towards Syracuse. And then now he has what was, from this point forward, the largest contingent of his army, which are the Syracusans themselves. You might think it would make sense to spend more time getting oriented and organizing things and whatever, but Gylippus is the kind of general who immediately wants to try to get into action. He's one of those generals that wants to seize the initiative and never let it slip. The Athenians, who saw that Gylippus seemed to be trying to form his forces up for battle, responded in kind by, getting ready for battle themselves. And for a while, we're told that the two armies just sort of eyed each other, with neither of them making the first move. Then Gylippus, who had metaphorical balls so huge that he would have needed a wheelbarrow in front of him to walk around if they were, literal physical testicles, threw down the verbal bravado trash-talking gauntlet. No doubt in part to catch the Athenians off guard psychologically even more than they were already, and also to further buck up the confidence of his own men. Because remember, the largest contingent of the army that he has now are Syracusans who up until just now were at an extremely low point. Keep in mind that up until the arrival of Gongelus announcing that Gylippus was coming, and then the arrival of Gylippus himself with his army, the vast majority of Syracusans must have assumed that their cause was pretty much lost and it was just inevitable that one way or another they would lose to the Athenians, and it was just a matter of trying to get as good of terms of surrender as they could. Thucydides tells us, quote, Gylippus halted a short distance off and sent a herald to tell the Athenians that if they would evacuate Sicily within 5 days' time, he was willing to make a truce accordingly. End quote. So again, the huevos on this guy. He's telling the Athenians, who had been on a pretty significant winning streak for a while in this war, that if they promised to get the hell out of Sicily as quickly as they could, he, Gylippus, promised that he would allow them to do so, in peace. The Athenian response is pretty predictable. As Thucydides describes it, quote, the Athenians treated this proposition with contempt, and dismissed the herald without an answer. After this, both sides began to prepare for action. End quote. At that point, Gylippus apparently realized that his forces still were not in very good order, and it wouldn't be wise to launch them into battle just yet, so he pulled his army back a little bit to an open piece of ground to try to fix this situation. Almost certainly he was worried that the Athenians might quickly advance and attack his forces while they were, still trying to get themselves organized and formed up for battle properly. But luckily for him and his army, the Athenians did not do that. Once again, Nicias passed up what probably was a golden opportunity. An opportunity in this case to attack Gylippus' forces when they still were not, really ready for battle and well organized and everything like that. And they're even starting to make a little retreat to try and get their shit together. Had Nicias done what definitely Lamachus and probably also Alcibiades would have done in this situation, namely take advantage of the enemy still not being really ready and well organized and attack them hard and fast while they're still trying to get themselves ready for battle. Had Nicias done that, the Athenians would likely have managed to win some kind of victory. One that might have even been decisive. But even if they didn't win an overwhelming decisive victory at that point, as long as they did better than a lose or a draw, I really think it would have taken most or maybe even all of the kind of recently arrived wind out of the sails of the Syracusans in terms of morale. No battle happened that day, however, and Gylippus pulled back his army for the night. But he was not giving up the initiative. The very next day, Gylippus formed up the bulk of his army in battle formation in front of the Athenians' main force, in order to keep the bulk of the Athenian army fixed in place. And then he personally led what Thucydides just refers to as a strong force, without giving any more detail or numbers or even kind of estimates. But whatever it was, a minority of his troops, like definitely a lot less than half. But it must have been a pretty decent sized group, and almost certainly of picked troops, of, the best soldiers of various types from Gylippus' army. And Gylippus led this force to attack the Athenian fort at Labdalum, which Gylippus knew at the time would not be well defended because he knew that the bulk of the Athenian army was facing the rest of his own army. The detachment led by Gylippus succeeded in taking the Athenian fort, and as Thucydides puts it, quote, put all whom he found in it to the sword, end quote. On the same day, the Syracusans managed to capture an Athenian trireme that was moored near the harbor. Now, admittedly, these were not huge victories that are, in and of themselves completely turning around the tide of the war. But I really think that Gylippus, like Stonewall Jackson over 2,000 years later, very well understood that it's a wise strategy to start stacking up victories that are small but, that are real, that are legitimate, so that your army's morale and confidence will grow until eventually they'll be ready to take on much larger enemy forces. And at the same time, your enemy is going to get discouraged and sapped of confidence from these relatively small but still kind of important victories that you're racking up. Under the direction of Gylippus, the Syracusans soon began building another counterwall, a new one. Again, to try and block the path of the Athenian siege walls so that they're not able to completely seal off the landward approaches to Syracuse. Over on the Athenian side, Nicias, for his part, ordered some additional fortifications to be constructed. The most important of which was at Plemmyrium, on the southern shore of the mouth of the great harbor of Syracuse. Thucydides describes Plemmyrium as, quote, a promontory opposite the city, which juts out and narrows the mouth of the great harbor. Nicias thought that the fortification of this place would make it easier to bring in supplies, as they would be able to carry on their blockade from a shorter distance and near the port used by the Syracusans. Besides this, he now began to pay more attention to the war by sea, seeing that the coming of Gylippus had diminished their hopes by land. Accordingly, he conveyed over his ships and some troops, and built 3 forts in which he placed most of his baggage. And by that, I don't think the translation means like Nicias' own personal suitcases and duffel bags. I'm pretty sure it means the supplies and things of the army. Back to Thucydides, and moored there for the future, the larger craft and warships. This was the first and chief occasion of the losses which the crews experienced. The water which they used was scarce and had to be fetched from far away, and the sailors could not go out for firewood without being cut off by the Syracusan horse, who were masters of the country." End quote. Again, logistics, logistics, logistics. Nicias parked all these men and ships at a strategic point at the mouth of the great harbor of Syracuse, just across the opening of the bay from the city of Syracuse proper. At first glance, that seems like a very wise move strategically, to occupy and fortify such a real key piece of real estate. But since there were not good supplies of water and firewood nearby, having the bulk of his naval forces parked there meant that his men would have to forage pretty widely to gather those essential supplies. And this would mean that yet again they'd be very vulnerable to getting attacked and picked off by Syracusan cavalry. And this is always a very important consideration for a military commander who's, making a decision as to where to park a military force. Sure, it's important to just look at a map and look at the geography and, say oh, that's a key strategic point because it's the mouth of the harbor or, a key piece of high ground or whatever. But if you're going to park a significant military force there, you also have to think about what it'll take to support those men. And that, doesn't just include reinforcements if they need them, or in modern times, ammunition and things like that. It also includes the basics that anybody needs to survive. Things like food and water and whatever they might need beyond that, given, the technology of the time. An ancient Greek army needed access to firewood. Nicias apparently did not give adequate thought to all that. Normally, he was a very prudent guy who kind of thought through these things pretty well. But in this case, for whatever reason, he didn't do a good job of thinking through kind of the multiple order effects of putting such a large contingent of his force in this spot. Around this time, Nicias heard that there were additional Corinthian ships on the way over from Greece, so he dispatched 20 of his own triremes to guard the approaches to Sicily. Back over on the other side, Gylippus continued having a lot of his men work on constructing the Syracusan counterwall. And kind of amusingly, they actually used a lot of the stones that the Athenians had already laid out, but not yet used, to build their own section of the wall running through that area that they hadn't yet built. They had, laid out the supplies, but hadn't got around to turning them into a wall yet, so, very convenient for the other side to appropriate the supplies, the construction supplies that the Athenians had so thoughtfully laid out for them. So you've got the army of Gylippus trying to build their counterwall, and then you've got the Athenians not too far away still trying to work on their siege wall, and before long, the armies are nearing each other, they know where each other are, and it looks like there's going to be a battle to decide who gets to win this particular section of the wall-building race. Initially, like before, the two armies are kind of forming up and eyeing each other, this time across the space between the two walls. But this time, Gylippus decided to pull the trigger and launch an attack. That ended up being a bit of a mistake, though. Because this battlefield was kind of hemmed in by walls, it was pretty narrow. And this prevented the Syracusan cavalry, which was something they still, despite the cavalry the Athenians had gotten, the Syracusan side still had the advantage in that regard. But the geography of this particular battlefield prevented them from being able to really effectively make use of their cavalry. And while Gylippus and some of his men were capable and experienced, still, the bulk of his Syracusan forces were pretty green. They'd only been through maybe 1 or 2 battles, and much of the experience that they had racked up recently had mostly been getting beaten by the Athenians. So, without the Syracusan cavalry to help them, the Syracusan hoplites were again defeated by the better trained and more experienced Athenians, who after winning the battle did the usual thing of setting up a trophy and all that. Now this is a real key moment. Gylippus had shown up, and by his mere presence and confidence and all that, had started to really boost the morale of the Syracusan side. And he won some small but noteworthy victories. But here, in the first fairly large battle that happened, the Athenians won. This could potentially be another turning point in terms of the morale and the initiative and the momentum, seesawing back and forth as we've already seen it happen multiple times. And it was at this key moment, after his army had been beaten and had retreated and regrouped, and the dead were being collected and exchanged on both sides, and the Athenians were building their trophy, that Gylippus really demonstrated amazing leadership, beyond even what he had shown so far. In the face of what could easily have been a demoralizing defeat, he himself, personally, took all of the responsibility for it, admitted that he had made a mistake, promised to learn from it and do things differently next time, and managed, despite the defeat, to keep up his army's morale and confidence. Thucydides tells the story, quote, Gylippus called the soldiers together and said that the fault was not theirs but his. He had kept their lines too much within the works, and had thus deprived them of the services of their cavalry and darters. He would now therefore lead them on a second time. He begged them to remember that in material force they would be fully a match for their opponents, while, with respect to moral advantages, it would be intolerable if Peloponnesians and Dorians should not feel confident of overcoming Ionians and Islanders with the motley rabble that accompanied them, and driving them out of the country. After this, he embraced the first opportunity that arose of again leading them against the enemy. End quote. And that opportunity would come very soon. Back over on the other side, Nicias realized that the Syracusan counterwall was coming very close to decisively blocking his own walls from continuing to be built, and that if the Syracusans succeeded in this, nothing else was really going to matter. Because the ability of the Athenians to really effectively besiege Syracuse would be totally nullified, and the whole Athenian expedition would be very likely to end in failure. So he marched his army out to confront the Syracusans and do his best to prevent that from happening. Gylippus, having learned the lesson of his recent defeat, marched his army out further away from all of the walls and fortifications, where there was a lot more open space, and, as Thucydides describes it, quote, posted his horse and darters upon the flanks of the Athenians in open space, where the work of the two walls terminated. During the ensuing engagement, the Syracusan cavalry attacked and routed the left wing of the Athenians, which was opposed to them. And the rest of the Athenian army was in consequence defeated by the Syracusans and driven headlong within their lines. The night following, the Syracusans extended their wall up to the Athenian works and passed them, thus putting it out of their power any longer to stop them and depriving them, even if victorious in the field, of all chance of investing the city for the future. End quote. And there's a case to be made that this really may have been the decisive moment of the whole campaign, humble as it might seem. The army of Gylippus had won a battle, but it was not, a truly decisive, overwhelming knockout blow sort of a victory. But the fact that the Syracusans still had managed to beat the Athenians in battle, driving them from the field, just as the two competing walls were nearing each other, is what allowed the Syracusans' counterwall to win this race of wall building that had been going on for a while. Because, as Thucydides said, by building past the path of the Athenian wall, cutting through it perpendicularly, and continuing to build from there, the Syracusans had made it virtually impossible, at least for the foreseeable future, for the Athenians to effectively lay siege to the city. And not long after this, a dozen Corinthian and allied ships arrived in the Syracusan harbor, having successfully eluded those 20 triremes that Nicias had sent out to try and intercept them. At this point, things were stabilized for the time being in favor of the Syracusans, and Gylippus actually left the city for a while, with a small number of men accompanying him to go on a recruiting mission around Sicily, visiting many other cities and trying, with a fair amount of success in most cases, to pick up additional support. The campaign season was coming to a close, and as with the previous winter, both sides are going to spend it trying as hard as they possibly could to prepare themselves for the resumption of the war in the spring. And one of the things that the Syracusans were doing for this was working very hard to build up their navy, building more ships and repairing existing ones and training their crews. The tide of the campaign had clearly turned in favor of the Syracusans and their allies. And Gylippus and the forces that he commanded were really encouraged and were determined to push their advantage as hard as they possibly could against the Athenians once the winter passed. While the Athenians were also kind of licking their wounds and doing what they could to prepare for the next campaign season, really a lot of what they were doing was more defensive now. And for sure, none of them were quite as pessimistic and purely defensive-minded over that winter than their own commander. Nicias had demonstrated some real initiative and some real competence at some points during the previous two campaign seasons. although he had also shown some real lapses, and obviously a bunch of major ones that played a big role in the successes that Gylippus and the Syracusans had inflicted against the Athenians during the last campaign season, especially toward the end of it. It kind of takes two to tango when the tide of a war really decisively shifts. The side that, the shift goes in favor of usually made a lot of good choices, and maybe also had some good luck too, but they exploited the good luck they had. Whereas the side that has the tide shifted against it, that was doing well before, and then suddenly the tables get turned, typically they are, doing the opposite. They're making some big mistakes, whether of omission or commission or both. They're not realizing and exploiting opportunities they might have had. And maybe they also just coincidentally experience a little bit more bad luck. But again, luck matters. Chance is always a thing in war. But the majority of the time, at least, it's luck combined with how each side responds to luck. And the same thing with mistakes. Gylippus had made an error in choosing his ground for the first battle that he commanded against the Athenians in this campaign. No doubt he made that error because he just wasn't that used to going into battle with really significant cavalry forces, and so it just, didn't occur to him to try to make the battle happen in an area where the Syracusan cavalry could really play a helpful role. But even though he made that mistake and he lost the battle, he very quickly succeeded in staunching, the bleeding of the Syracusan morale, learned from his mistake, and quickly turned things around and won, and did so in a way that even though it didn't, completely destroy the Athenian army, had major strategic significance to the campaign, blocking the Athenian siege walls. Nicias, for his part, not so much. He was now back to being very cautious, I think, at this point, clearly excessively so. And the evidence we have seems to indicate that by this point, he might have already been close to a state of learned helplessness. Keep in mind, too, that, he hadn't just suffered multiple major setbacks towards the end of the campaign season of 414 BC. But while that was happening, his health was continuing to decline as he continued to suffer from kidney disease that just seemed to be getting worse and worse. So in terms of his overall outlook, he was in a very pessimistic state of mind. And so he had fallen well beyond just a prudent degree of caution to a really excessive level of caution that was amounting to something like a timid, almost passive defensiveness, mixed with at least some degree of fatalism. Like Union General George McClellan during the American Civil War, who was another general in history that is distinguished for his cautiousness, often excessive cautiousness. The way McClellan ended up after his first big clashes with Robert E. Lee's Army of Northern Virginia. In a very similar way, Nicias, who like McClellan had always had kind of cautious instincts, seems to have eventually been almost traumatized by having been decisively out-generaled by an opponent who not only had more tactical and strategic savvy, but who was always bold and decisive, grabbing the initiative and never letting it go. Nicias had been sending messages back to Athens fairly regularly, giving them updates on the progress of the expedition and, sometimes making requests for various supplies and reinforcements, as we've mentioned. But as the campaign season of 414 BC was winding down, he sent them an especially bleak report. I think all of his previous reports on this campaign back to Athens had been verbal. He had instructed a messenger, presumably someone with a really good memory, on what to tell the Athenian assembly, and then that guy would make the long sail back to Athens and, as best he could, tell them what Nicias had told him to say. But this time he sends a written report. As Thucydides describes it, Nicias, quote, thought that they were in a critical position, and that unless speedily recalled or strongly reinforced from home, they had no hope of safety. He feared, however, that the messengers, either through inability to speak, or through failure of memory, or from a wish to please the Athenian multitude, might not report the truth, and so thought it best to write a letter to ensure that the Athenians should know his own opinion without its being lost in transmission, and be able to decide upon the real facts of the case. His emissaries, accordingly, departed with the letter and the requisite verbal instructions, and he attended to the affairs of the army, making it his aim now to keep on the defensive and to avoid any unnecessary danger. Summer was now over. The winter ensuing, the persons sent by Nicias, reaching Athens, gave the verbal messages which had been entrusted to them and answered any questions that were asked of them, and delivered the letter. The secretary of the city now came forward and read out to the Athenians the letter, which was as follows. And now Thucydides quotes the report from Nicias. Our past operations, Athenians, have been made known to you by many other messages. It is now time for you to become equally familiar with our present condition and to take your measures accordingly. We had defeated the Syracusans, against whom we were sent, in most of our engagements with them, and we had built the works, which we now occupy. When Gylippus arrived from Sparta with an army obtained from the Peloponnesus and from some of the cities in Sicily. In our first battle with him, we were victorious. In the battle on the following day, we were overpowered by a multitude of cavalry and darters, and compelled to retire within our lines. End quote. He then goes on to explain that this allowed the Syracusans to build their counterwall enough to block the Athenian siege walls from being completed, and that because of that, there now is, very little chance, realistically speaking, that the Athenians will be able to defeat Syracuse unless and until the Athenians had even more forces to try and take Syracuse by just, storming the city and overcoming its defenses by brute force. Nicias continued his report, telling the Athenians that, quote, the besieger in name has become, at least from the land side, the besieged in reality, as we are prevented by cavalry from even going any distance into the country, end quote. He then goes on to tell the Athenians that he's aware that Gylippus was off on his recruiting mission around Sicily at the time, and that the Syracusans had also, again, sent their own diplomats to Corinth and Sparta to see if they could get even more assistance from them. Nicias then says that, with what will likely be heavily bolstered land and sea forces, come the next campaign season, the Syracusans and their allies, quote, contemplate a combined attack upon our lines, with their land forces and with their fleet by sea. You must, none of you, be surprised that I say by sea also. They have discovered that the length of time we have now been in commission has rotted our ships and wasted our crews, and that with the completeness of our crews and the soundness of our ships, the pristine efficiency of our navy has departed. For it is impossible for us to haul our ships ashore and dry them out, because the enemy's vessels being as many or more than our own, we are constantly anticipating an attack. Indeed, they may be seen exercising, and it lies with them to take the initiative. And, not having to maintain a blockade, they have greater facilities for drying their ships. End quote. And this issue of the proper maintenance of Greek warships, the triremes, and of the sailors themselves is a fascinating one. And it's one that will, of course, be explored in detail in my upcoming Patreon bonus episode on Greek naval warfare of this era. But back to the report of Nicias. He then goes on to explain that the Athenians have continued, even in the absence of major battles, to experience loss and damage beyond just their ships deteriorating. He says that the Syracusan cavalry continues to be a nagging problem for any men that he sends out to forage for things like food and water and firewood. And that even some of the Athenian slaves are deserting. And also that some of the Athenian hired mercenary sailors were beginning to desert, or even to switch sides and hire themselves out for the Syracusan fleet, because they could see which way the wind was blowing, and they didn't want to be on the losing side. Nicias in his report continues, quote, "Now I need not remind you that the time during which a crew is in its prime is short, and that the number of sailors who can start a ship on her way and keep the rowing in time is small. But by far my greatest trouble is that, holding the post which I do, I am prevented by the natural indiscipline of the Athenian seamen from putting a stop to these evils." End quote. And he says that they're having difficulty recruiting local sailors to make up for their own depletions, and that the only two cities on Sicily that have consistently been supportive and friendly to them, Naxos and Catania, just are not able to provide any more supplies or reinforcements than they have already. He continues, quote, "I might, it is true, have written to you something different and more agreeable than this, but nothing certainly more useful, if it is desirable for you to know the real state of things here before taking your measures. Besides, I know that it is in your nature to love to be told the best side of things, and to blame the teller if the expectations which he has raised in your minds are not answered by the result. And I therefore thought it safest to declare to you the truth. Now, you are not to think that either your generals or your soldiers have ceased to be a match for the forces originally opposed to them. But you are to reflect that a general Sicilian coalition is being formed against us, that a fresh army is expected from the Peloponnesus, while the force we have here is unable to cope even with our present antagonists. And you must promptly decide either to recall us or to send out to us another fleet and army as numerous again, with a large sum of money, and someone to succeed me, as a disease in the kidneys renders me unfit to retain my post. I have, I think, some claim on your indulgence, as while I was in my prime, I did you much good service in my commands. But whatever you mean to do it at the commencement of spring, and without delay." End quote. Thank you for listening to this episode. I really hope that you enjoyed it. I certainly put an enormous amount of time and effort into making it, and I'm really proud and happy with how it ended up turning out, so I hope you enjoyed it as well. As always, I'd like to remind you that this podcast is primarily made possible by the generosity of listeners like you. So if you like what I do and you would like me to continue being able to do it and do more of it, please consider helping this show in any way you can. First off, just by spreading the word in any way you can. Share it around with friends online or in real life who you think might be interested in dangerous history. And think about leaving positive reviews in podcast venues, that sort of thing. Subscribe to my YouTube channel. All those kind of good things. Follow me on social media. But also, I could really still use all the financial help I can get. So in addition to supporting me on Patreon, other ways you can help keep me afloat financially and thereby keep the Dangerous History podcast rolling are you can send me financial contributions via PayPal or Venmo, and links, of course, will be in the show notes. There also will be a Bitcoin address in the show notes as well that you can send Bitcoin contributions to. And if you're someone who understandably is really concerned about privacy when it comes to that stuff, if you'd like to send me some sort of significant Bitcoin contribution, but you don't want to send it to an address that is publicly published or visible anywhere on the interwebs, you can always email me, profcj@profcj.org, profcj@profcj.org, and let me know that you want to send me some Bitcoin, but you want to do it on the DL, and I can send you a private address that's not posted anywhere public. And of course, should you wish to go old school and send me a wad of bills or a check or an envelope full of doubloons or whatever, there will be a P.O. Box mailing address for anyone who's inclined to do that. Again, I thank you so much for listening, and I thank all of you who have helped to keep me afloat during these trying times. And don't forget, now through Labor Day, you can save significantly on supporting me via Patreon and getting access to all kinds of additional dangerous history material that are not available to the freeloaders of Gen Pop. So thank you very much for all of you who are not freeloaders from Gen Pop, as well as to all of you who are going to cease being Gen Pop freeloaders from now going forward. This is all tongue-in-cheek, of course. And of course, if you're horribly broke and everything like I am, keep your money. I understand. And if you suddenly stumble into a windfall, maybe you'll consider sending a few shekels my way. But anyway, this has been another episode of the Dangerous History Podcast, helping you learn the past, understand the present, and prepare for the future.